Let's see if that does it.
Yes, I can see you.
Perfect, thank you. I'll be back in a minute. Alrighty, there we go. A little bit of a technical error there, but feel free to say hello in chat. So welcome for those watching. This is part 2 of the Achroma charity live stream. So for those that are maybe watching this on the recording, this is part 2. If you haven't watched part 1, the link is already down in the description. And for those that might be wondering straight away, hold on, why is there a part 2? We explained in the previous stream that on YouTube, YouTube doesn't allow you to stream for more than 12 hours and save the recording. So what we've done is we stopped the stream just before 12 hours and then restarted it again. So this is still technically the same live stream. I've still been streaming for just shy of 12 hours, but we're now just on a second part on YouTube. So welcome back, everybody. Now, in case anybody is watching on the recording, I'm going to take this opportunity to explain how the live stream is working, and then we are going to get back to some more Achroma games that we're currently playing live. So for those that are watching the live stream, as you can see here, we're doing 24 hours that includes community tier lists, Achroma team interviews, adventure playthroughs, giveaways, and loads of Achroma games as well. All helping raise funds for Dexter's Ark, which is a fundraiser in memory of Dexter Constantine Thatchell. So you guys can support the stream by either purchasing a Dexter Master of Dragons charity card for £10, where all £10 goes towards charity, or you can donate directly towards the charity by using the Just Giving link, which is down in the description of the YouTube channel, of the YouTube stream, I should say. So when you guys donate, you are potentially giving yourselves more rewards. So you can see here the donation goals. So at 0, we opened the giveaway. At 100, we're going to be revealing the Draco factions and keywords that will be happening at the end of the stream. At 250, which we have reached, we're doing the giveaway tier 2. If we reach £500, we're going to reveal Dexter's secret later on. If we get to 750, we'll do giveaway tier 3. And at £1,000, it is a secret. And then as for the giveaways, so at tier 1, we're giving away 2 Fall of Flutterby first edition boxes and 2 Warriors of Wishwell first edition. We have now reached tier 2, which means we're going to be giving away 1 Warriors of Wishwell collectors and 1 Fall of Flutterby collectors. And then if we do manage to get tier 3, we will do 5 Achroma pallets. In terms of how to enter, all you have to do, folks, is you have to just type in the words Dragon Rider into the live chat before 6 PM on Sunday, and you can get an extra entry if you purchase a Dexter Master of Dragons card in the link below. Winners will be drawn at the end of stream. As for the schedule, so we are now halfway through our schedule, so we're now looking into the Sunday morning. So we're going to be playing Achroma Games up until around 9 AM. At 9 AM, we're going to be doing an interview with Chris Hillman. We then have the Draco Temple tier list, followed by some Achroma games. We then have another interview and some more tier lists. As you can see, loads of tier list interviews and games. And let's have a quick chat about what we're doing this all for. So this is, why we're doing the whole stream in the first place. So on screen now, you're seeing a lovely picture of Dexter Constantine Thatchell. So Dexter is the son of the Achroma creators Jack and Rachel Constantine, and he was just 5 years old when he was diagnosed with rhabdomyosarcoma, which is an aggressive children's cancer, and this was in 2019. Dexter fought hard and strong for years, going through 9 rounds of IVA, 33 days of intense proton radiation therapy, numerous biopsies, lumbar punctures, and blood transfusions. And finally, 6 months of maintenance chemotherapy, which gave him and his family 15 months of hope that the tumour had been killed off. In March 2022, his 3 monthly scans showed aggressive growth from the original tumour, and they were informed that he'd likely had a year of chemotherapy to get rid of it. But on May 6, 2022, scans proved that the treatment was ineffective. Dexter was given 4 to 6 weeks to live, and spent that time at home with his family. He fought on for over double this time, which was 13 weeks, until he passed away on the 27th of July 2022. He was just 7 years old. Dexter's Ark was therefore created by Jack and Rachel to be a fundraising platform with the support of the registered charity Alice's Ark. All funds raised through Dexter's Ark will go towards non-animal testing research into rhabdomyosarcoma. However, Dexter is not gone forever, he has simply realm hopped into the Draco Planum and has been immortalized as a heroic character in Achroma, Dexter, Master of Dragons. If you want to read more about Dexter and his story, then please follow the link below stream. If you'd like to support the cause and help fight cancer, then please consider purchasing the Dexter Master of Dragons Achroma card for £10, where all £10 goes to charity, or use the link below stream to donate directly to the fundraiser. And thank you to everybody that has donated so far. We're up to £293, which is absolutely epic. So thank you, one and all. All right, let's get back to the Achroma Games then. So we're currently here with Sarah. I will unmute myself in Discord again. Welcome back, Sarah. How you doing? I can't hear you if you can hear me.
Sorry, you were muted.
That's okay. Right, just need to get my phone screen working again. There we go. All right, let's play some more games. Can you do me a favor and just like type hi or something in chat? I'll do it as well, just so I can see that the chat's working as well. I appreciate that no one's actually like there at the moment, because most people haven't obviously swapped over. Perfect. I just wanted to check that we can see that. Cool. It's just you and me in stream anyway at the moment, but that is perfectly fine. You know, I imagine there was quite a few people that were lurking overnight, but obviously they will now be kicked out, as it were. Right, what palette am I even playing?
I think Lewis was leaving it on when they were going to bed.
Yeah, which is obviously, I know a few people did, but obviously now they'll be kicked out.
Right. Okay, it's my turn again.
Okay.
And I will draw at the end.
Okay. I will go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let me have a drink first before I start.
And the sun is coming up.
It is, which is honestly, this is like, I actually can't thank you enough, Sarah. I have a lot to thank you for this, because this is probably the hardest bit right now, where you know, even if you left now, I think I'd be okay. It's more been the last couple of hours where it would have just been me by myself. I reckon I would have struggled. Okay, so
used to work nights, so this is the hardest point normally.
It is, yeah. For me, when I've done like the 24-hour streams, the hardest point tends to be around 9 to 11 a.m. because that's where like I'm really tired. But I know that I'll be okay at that point this time around, because that's when I'm doing interviews and tier lists, so that will really get me going. So this bit is the hardest, or you know, the last kind of hour or so. Okay, so I drew a card. I will spend 2 for a Shield Maiden. I'm not going to do the card. I know I will still do the cards. I need to keep in the habit of it doing. I can't slack. It keeps me engaged as well. So 2 for a Shield Maiden and 2 for the Kringy Miner. And therefore,
I watch it all back.
Yeah, exactly that too. And then for objects, I'm going to spend. I've spent 1 shard on an Orium Diamond, and I'll put that onto my miner. And then I'll resolve for +1, 1, 2, 1. Draw a card. Over to you.
Okay, I will draw. Okay, I am not drawing anything that's going to be helpful. I'm just going to double draw.
Okay.
It's over to you.
Fair play. All right, I will start by drawing. Let's go. Let's just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for Astrid. And let's go 1, 2 for the Kringy Shield Wall. So I'm going to give 1 Shield Wall to the Miner, just so he has something different. And I get to reveal a character with Shield Wall. I'm kind of hoping for Civ rather than the other Maiden. Yeah, Civ. So I've only played 2 cards so far. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to dispose of my Aurium Diamond to get me +4, but then I'm going to immediately use that +4 to play Civ. And then I'll resolve. So 1, 1, 2. Astrid is going to be 8. And Civ is going to now be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then I will draw a card and hand over to you.
Okay, I will draw. Okay, that might... It's not even going to work. Right, I'm just going to go for this. Find an object's power.
Also, we just reached the 12-hour mark, by the way.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah. 12 hours done.
So, halfway.
Halfway.
So, 1 for a catapult because of the miner.
Yeah.
And I'm going to drain 2 shards of Civ. How many shards is Civ?
She's 4, so that'll get her down to 2.
Yep. And, you know what? I'll do it again.
Nice.
So, resolve +2.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to trade direct for 4.
Okay. I will draw to start. I'm going to spend 4 for Magnus of Lacringi, getting Civ back. I'm going to unsurprisingly spend 4 to bring Civ back into action.
Yep.
And then I'm also going to spend 4 for Giesel's Sash onto Astrid.
Yep.
And then attack into your character. So I do 9 damage, which is enough to kill them. And
Yeah.
your 8 damage back. The first 4 goes to Giesel's Sash, but it doesn't erase it because it's got protection.
Mm-hmm.
And the final 4 go there. And she's okay. And then I will resolve. Yes. So 1, 1, 2. 1 for each Lacringi character. That is 5. Astrid is going to be 10. I think this is it. 2. And then, yeah, that's going to be 6 again. What else did you have in your hand? Because you double drew for a while.
It was mostly objects, but I had no characters.
Oh, that's a shame.
Okay, I want to go for something that I can do without much thinking.
That's a good plan. Obviously, I can't reveal. I can't speak about it now. But obviously, you know what's currently in the playtesting channel.
Yeah.
That would almost be perfect right now.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
In terms of simplicity, anyway. All right, my turn. Oh, I just got a nice breeze for a second there. That was beautiful.
I'm tempted to open my windows again.
Why didn't you in the first place? Was it just to have like respect for your neighbours?
No, I shut it because it was just too windy.
Oh, fair. Okay.
I do apologise if you hear the seagulls.
That is okay. So I will just draw a card and pass over to you.
Okay, I will draw. I'm gonna go 2, 3, draw a card.
Good start.
1, 2, 1, 2. I know you're gonna kill him because you don't like.
I'll find a way.
You will.
Is it my turn, yeah?
It's your turn.
Okay. How would I like to do this? I will start by trading Siren Song for 2. I will spend 4 for Otrix Siren Returns.
Who would you like?
Ooh, I'm not sure yet. Here's what I'll do. I'm going to spend 2 to take the senior paint. The leader. So yeah, I'll take her, and then I will use her to attack the Wincy. She's currently still on my board. I'm then going to spend 2 shards to put onto Otrix Kaluda Trident, which means she has protection from cursed cards. And then let's also spend 1 to play Shipwreck and actually curse my own Otrix. So Shipwreck is a cursed location. And Kaluda Trident. There you go. So then I will resolve. So I've got -2, steal 1, and then I've got +2 from her. And then I will draw a card and end my turn. Obviously, the senior painting now comes back to you, but cursed.
Yeah. What is Otrix Siren's resolve?
-2.
-2. Okay. And I will draw. And what is the object?
So it's Kaluda Trident. It's 2 strength, steal 1, and the trident has protection from curse cards.
Okay.
Ah, damn. Yeah, fair play.
Okay. I quite like the look of it. And then it's going to attack the painter, and then you haven't got a painter either.
Yeah, that's understandable.
Okay, I'm going to resolve. So 1, 2, 1, 2. So that's a -2 and a steal 1.
Yep.
And draw a card.
Okay. I'm just going to go for a big move and hope that it's enough. I'm going to trade Moonveiled Rider for 3. I'm going to spend 3 to play Kaluda Dwelling to action curse something. I will curse the Blueprint Swirl. And then I will spend 2 on a Moonveil Harpy. So action -1 for each curse card, which is currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's just not enough. I'll then resolve, which is steal 1. And then I will draw a card. Yep, not enough, GG.
Okay, I will draw. And then resolve. So 1, 2, 1, 2. And then -2.
Yep. Very close.
But I shouldn't get Dre in this deck. Copper Joss is right at the bottom.
Where she belongs.
She's right at the bottom. Anyone else tuned in?
Probably not so far. So I imagine that some people will struggle to find it as well, because I imagine when they go, well, I guess when you go to YouTube, if you just go to YouTube and go to the channel, I'm guessing it still shows, currently live part 2. So hopefully they'll see that. And then if you go to live.
When I went on YouTube earlier and I saw that it was in 3 parts, I just put notify me for all of them. Yeah. So it came up on my phone when you were live.
Gotcha. Okay. Your turn first.
Okay.
Hey, Heron. Part 2 don't even seem that long since part 1. I know, right?
Right, 6, 7, 8. So 1, 1, 1. And draw a card. Oh,
Okay.
they got someone else.
Yeah, we got Heron in.
Yay! Hey!
Welcome back, Aaron. Let's go for an aggressive start. So let's go 1 for shipwreck, action, curse. I'll curse your Wincy.
I thought you'd gone for the squad leader.
Nah, because I'll do that with the colluded dwelling.
No.
Yeah, they're both being cursed.
enough.
Again, I should probably be putting these in. So shipwreck and then colluded dwelling. Then I'll spend, 2 for Moonveil Harpy. Let's do a nice and early one. So that is Moonveil Harpy. So -1 for each cursed card on all canvases, which is currently 5.
I did have chance.
Then resolve for steal 1. And then I'll end my turn by drawing. Over to you.
I don't have enough to do both, so I'm going to have to trade her.
Nice. There we go.
I don't know which one. Which one gives you any steal?
This one gives me a steal.
That one. So I've done 1, 2 cards.
Yeah.
Oh,
you gonna
she
attack?
could have a bomb. Oh, and I'll... Oh, I don't know. No, because I know if I attack that harpy and he's in your dregs and you dig him back up, you can...
Yeah, smart.
No.
Smart.
No. I'm leaving him.
Okay.
I've learned my lesson with that one. 2, 1, 2, 1. 1. Dispose of this. Splat her. -1. Steal 2. Can't trade, so I've got to draw.
I'm going to be honest, my only hope here is a dark rainbow, so I'll start by drawing. It's not. I'm just going to end by drawing. Over to you.
I'll draw. And I'll just resolve. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 1, 1. Yep.
Well played.
I finally got a chroma win. You know what? I'm going to play Seb's deck.
Cool. I'm going to play another deck that I've not played yet today. Well, I should probably check the totals as well, actually. I very much doubt they've changed, but I will still double check. Yeah.
Alright, let's see how this goes. Oh, these sleeves feel horrible.
Okay. My turn first. I will spend 2 on a road to Ludlam. Resolve, get nothing. Draw a card. Over to you.
Okay, right, draw a card. I'm going to draw a card, double draw.
Okay.
Over to you.
I will draw. I will resolve for steal 1. Draw a card. Back over to you.
Okay, draw a card. Okay, now I can do something. Right.
Yep.
Yes, there is card. Immortius. Right, resolve. -. And I'm going to trade Breath of Fire for 4.
Okay. I am going to start by trading a revival for 3. I'm going to spend 3 on a corrupted muon trap.
Okay.
Yeah, to grab the your
Morpheus?
Mortius, yep. And attack into the Impious.
Mean.
Just a little bit.
Okay.
And you know what? No, it's not worth doing. I will just... I'll put some pressure on, actually. I should put pressure on. I'm going to spend 2 to add Otric's Dole of Pins to it. So it now is... the Drake is now an occultist. Converted him. And I'll then spend 2 for my last card to play Achroma Blast, which will be 1, 2, 3, 4. And then the actual drain of 2. I can't win, but I can... Oh, actually, how many cards do I play this turn? No, I can't win. I will end my turn by trading, and I'll trade... a cold... Achroma Converter for 4. Your turn.
Okay, I will start by drawing. And then I'm going to trade Minima for 3.
Okay, I will draw. And yeah, I win by doing this. Spend 2 for Bolene and resolve. Well played.
All the good cards are right to the bottom.
Yeah, of course it would be.
I think these need new sleeves.
Oof. Do you have any do you mind if I mulligan at all?
Nope, you go for it.
That's a disgusting first hand. As in, just, like, terribly bad. May as well be F tier. Okay, it's not that much better, but it's doable. Your turn.
Okay. Right, I was going to go for it. As I can.
Ooh, I know where that's going. That's going for Dexter.
The only card with yellow. So I get +2.
Nice.
And that is it. And then draw at the end. I'll get +1 result.
Yes. Okay, I will draw to start. I will spend 1 to get out a Prism Sapper. And then I'll go 2 shards for a Bolene on top. Bolene, 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 Bolene. And then let's go aggressive. So I'll spend 2 for an early Achroma Blast to drain 3. And then resolve for drain 3. And trade to end. Yeah, I'll trade a Road to Ludlam for 2. Over to you.
I'll draw. See if I can get something. Nope, not going to help. 1, 2, 3. Can't attack at that.
Hey, Rich. Dark clouds have just started forming with that singing.
Okay,
Ooh, Achroma Claw,
resolve.
nice.
So, +1 of each card. So 1, 2, -1. And then I'm going to go +4. At least now you can't hurt Dexter.
That is very true. That's very true. I will start by drawing. Okay. Yeah, I will just resolve, I think. Actually.
No, you're not in.
Excuse me. What I will do is I will spend 2. No, I won't do. No, I'll just go resolve for -3. Draw a card. Over to you.
Okay, I will draw.
I will answer that in just a sec, Rich.
I get to draw 1 card.
Nice.
Resolve. 1, 1, 2, 3. -1 from you. And then I'm gonna have to trade something because you're gonna kill me otherwise. Bye Minima.
Okay. So yeah, how am I doing, Rich? I must admit, it's definitely, it's definitely hitting me. I can't deny, it's now 6:20 a.m. My eyes aren't tired. Like, I don't mind. It's not like I'm like sitting and going, sort of thing. But my voice is definitely getting tired. It's going to be a lot of talking, so it's going to be interesting to see how my voice is after the whole day. My muscles are a little bit achy, but that's because I've been sat in this chair for, over 12 hours, and I've only gotten up a very small handful of times to go to the loo or grab a drink. I haven't had an actual break. But I'm motivated because we're beyond the halfway mark. I've had Sarah playing games with me for the entire night shift, as long with many others as well. But like Sarah's been here for the darkest of hours, and obviously I've had people like yourself and Heron in chat for a long time as well. So yeah, I'm feeling good, thank you. I reckon the worst bit's over. The next hour or two might still be quite quiet, but we'll see. Have you got a good cushion? I haven't, but my actual chair itself is a very ergonomic chair, so it's comfy. So
I need a better chair now.
I can definitely recommend this one. I will trade Achroma Converter for 4. And then spend 6 on Isadora.
Oh no.
And I'll also spend 2 to put Mandrake on Prism Sapper. So I will then resolve. So I get -1, 1, 2, steal 1, steal 2, steal 1. And then I will draw a card. And how many cards have I played this turn? I've only played the 1, right? Oh no, I've played 2, but I can play 1 more. I'll spend 2 for Arabelle's Recipe, which is steal 3. Sorry, Dexter boy. At least I didn't erase him.
Back to my Dex.
There we go. How's work going, Rich? And how's I forgot to ask. So rude of me. How was your son's 30th birthday party? Yeah, Sarah's doing fantastic. Like, it's obviously I've got a lot of people to be thankful so far, but Sarah being here as the last person playing with me, like, I genuinely can't believe that I've had people playing Achroma Games with me all the way up until 6:30 a.m. Like, even if Sarah went off now, the fact that it would only be like 2 to 2.5 hours of adventure game and drawing, I genuinely thought like most of the night shift I was going to be sat here by myself, maybe no one here, and just doing adventure or whatever. So yeah, I'm very, very grateful. Oh, okay. All right.
I'm gonna go for this one. This one's not been.
There's not been more, sorry?
This one's not come out all night.
Okay. I am intrigued. Who's it first? You or me?
It's you first.
Okay. I won't draw a trade. I will go 2 for a Dracon. And I'll go 2 for a fairy book bag to reveal an object or action. It is indeed an action. That is release the fireflies.
Oh no, that's just horrible.
This is not my Yana deck though.
No, this hand is just horrible.
Oh, I see. As in horribly good or actually horrible?
Horribly good.
Oh, okay. Night shift's gone well. Had a few train movements, which is when I've gone quiet. That is fair enough. Are you a train? Are you a train signaler? Out of interest. Okay. I won't play anything else. I'll resolve for +3. Draw a card. Over to you.
Okay. I'm going to, because I need that 1 shard to help me. 2 for a rabid dog.
Okay.
2 for another rabid dog.
Nice. Hey, nice.
Okay, so then it's click on the right name. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 still. And then draw a card.
Okay. I will start by trading Awaken the Guardians for 6. Yeah, I'm going to spend 2 to play Fairy Book Bag onto Dracon. Again, revealing a object or action. A full palette. I'm then going to spend 4 shards on Release the Fireflies. Gonna give protection to my Dracon and drain 2 shards from one of the rabid dogs.
Yep.
And then I'm going to attack with the Dracon and Fairy Book Bag into Isadora. Yep, so that'll get rid of both book bags, but keep the Dracon. I'm then going to spend my last 2 shards for my last card to full palette the Dracon. Resolve for +8. And then draw a card to finish. So Richard says, no, I have control over the railway during what's called a possession, so guys can work safely. So basically, I'm the fact control. Hey, nice. So very, yeah, you make sure that no trains go near your workers, basically. Understood.
Well, that's fair enough.
That's pretty cool.
Okay, I will draw. Okay.
Very cool. He didn't give the knife to the dog? Yeah.
Happy?
I am happy, yeah.
Okay. And then I will draw at the end.
Okay. I will start by drawing. I will spend 5 to play Splat Square. Draw a card. I'm then going to resolve, so that is +3, +2, and the extra splats. My second card this turn, I'm going to spend 3 to play Pouch of Shards, and gain 5. And then I'm going to risk it. I'm going to spend 1, 2, 3, 4 to play Release the Fireflies Part 2. So this time I'm going to give it to my Splat Square.
Yeah.
And I'll use the 2 shards to, get rid of the rabbit dog. If you want to put the knife back to the Occultist Warlocks, I feel like I almost baited that, you can.
No, it's fine.
Okay. And yeah, over to you. Oh, and I didn't draw or trade. I'll draw.
I'm going to restock.
That's pretty impressive, Rich. Fair play to you. Congratulations, mate. Lost 4 stone.
To get through the protection.
Yep.
You can do it from an action, can't you?
No.
No.
No, the only way to get through protection is poisonous or claim, restrain, role reversal, that sort of thing.
So not a fireball.
No. A fireball would hit it, but when it gets to 0 shards, it would just
wouldn't do anything.
Wouldn't do anything, yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, right. So steal 1 and draw a card.
And party went well.
Well
Couldn't stay too long due to
Nice.
work. But go to see family and my gorgeous friends. Oh, very, very nice. Nice. Okay, so I will start by drawing. I will spend 2 for a blueprint swirl. Dracon will attack the warlock. I'll then start my resolve. I'll do blueprint swirl first, which gives me 5 back. I'll then spend 2 to full palette and do the rest. So that is 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2. Draw a card. Over to you.
Draw a card. Why not?
Oh, nice.
Put the dog back.
Nice. Poisonous. Gets free protection.
Yep, so I'll leave it there. Right, so steal 1 from... Draw a card at the end.
Okay. I will start by drawing. I will spend 3 on Pixie Prison and erase the rabbit dog. I will spend 3 on a water fountain to make blues cheaper. And then I will therefore spend 3 on a cocoon lantern. Then resolve for 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, and the splat. That is still 5. 1, 2, 1, 1, 2. And draw to finish. Over to you.
Okay, draw a card. What is on your canvas? Not a lot.
Not to attack anyways. Yeah, there's only the Draco on the south, characters-wise.
So -2. Can't really do anything else, so I will trade that for the end.
Fair play. I mean, you could have done...
trying to work out if I could do Drain the Woods on you.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't have erased your Dracon.
No, it would have just got the blueprint swell, which is blueprint swell, but it's not going to make a difference yet. I will draw, and I'm just going to go straight to my resolve. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then yeah, there's plenty enough. Alrighty.
I'll give this one more turn.
Let's get this one. I told the guys I need to be off the track early to get home early. That is fair enough. That is... Oh yeah, you need them to be off the track early. So what time are you hoping to finish? 7?
What?
Okay, and it will be me first. Okay, so I'll start by spending 4 to play Lakringi Forge. I will go grab Jamship Orb and shuffle. I will also spend 3. Play Lakringi Cliff Dwelling. Find a Holder Troll with 4 or less. I will go grab a Eric of Lakringi. I'll then resolve for +3. And I'm going to trade the Eric of Lakringi for 4. Over to you.
Okay, I will draw.
That should be 9 a.m. Hoping for 7ish. Joining guys, that'd be good. That'd be nice.
So -1 for instant, -1 for him. Curdle Village. And that is it. So and draw a card.
Okie dokie. I will start by drawing. I will spend 4 to play Magnus of Lakringi to dig for Eric of Lakringi. And then let's go ahead and do spend 2 shards for Trader's Lifeline. Use that to trade Eric of Lakringi for 4 and draw a card. I'll then resolve for 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. And then at the end of my turn, I will trade a Lakringi Forge for 1, 2, 3, 4 and draw a card. And then, yeah, over to you.
Okay. Right, I'll start by drawing. Okay, that helps. Draw 2. Oh, I don't help. Draw the exact same card. How many have I got here? I could do.
Not sure if you can hear me, but you're lagging for me, Sarah. You just you're frozen.
Do this.
Maybe it'll kick in a second. Suddenly she's gonna have like 3 cards. Oh, I was about to say suddenly she'll have Isadora out. Oh, and it's kicked back in. Yeah, it's kicked back in now. So you played Isadora.
There we go. I plugged my phone into the computer to charge.
I see.
So I've unplugged it. Right. So I played Isadora.
Yep.
Right. So now I've got to trade. So I'll trade that for free.
Okay.
I go plug my power bank in.
Sure. I will start in the meantime by drawing. I'm going to spend 2 to play Jamshid Orb onto Magnus and use him to punch Isadora. I'm then going to spend 3 to put out a fishing dock. And I will go ahead and do said fishing dock. Not the best. I'll trade Lakringi Mines for 2. I will resolve in a second for +5. And I will just draw a card to finish. Over to you.
Okay, I will draw. I'm going to go 1, 2 for a dog.
Oh yeah, another dog.
So 1, 2, 3. What's in your dregs at the moment?
In Mars Regs, if you really want to know, is Lacringi Mines, Trader's Lifeline, Lacringi Forge, and Erika Lacringi.
Nothing helpful right now.
Not really,
Okay.
no.
Right, so. And I will draw. And that's it.
Okay. Rich, you didn't play the chicken thing I sent you? Oh, no, I didn't, did I? As long as it's... Is it copyright free? I'll press play for a second. Oh, okay, I'd need to sign in anyway. Okay, I can't play that. I don't have a Facebook sign in on this PC. So I can't play that anyway. If you can send me the video from YouTube, I could do that. Okay, so I will start by drawing. I am going to... Yeah, I need to do this because that rabid dog is going to be an issue. Oh, wait, or is it? Oh, that's a shame, actually. I could have done that, but no, I can't do that anymore. So yes, I'm going to play for 5 Samir Smash, just because I want to get rid of that poisonous. I will then spend 2 for Hod and choose you.
Oh no.
And then resolve 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll do my fishing dock. Should be on there for 5. 1, 2. I will trade a Wishful Barons for 3. And I will draw a card to finish my turn. Over to you.
Okay, I will draw. And I will draw.
Okay. I will also start by drawing. I will spend 3. Play down a second fishing dock.
Oh no.
Then spend 2 to play Trader's Lifeline. So I will trade a Trader's Cart for 2. Get to draw a card for that. And then for my third card this turn, I'm going to spend 2 for a Load the Carts. I will trade a Falling Stalactite for 3. Gain +1. Draw a card. I'll then do my Fishing Dock Part 1. Trade a Canut for 3. +1. Draw a card. Then do my second Fishing Dock. Trade a Giant Centipede. That goes to the bottom. We get 4. +1. Draw a card. That's 3 cards played. That's all my trading done. Go to my resolve. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. And then at the end of my turn, I'll trade a Giant Centipede for 4. +1. Draw a card. Over to you. Traders.
Okay. I will draw. And I'm drawing rubbish. Okay. Warlock. So steal 1 from you. There is nothing I can do to keep you down, and
Yeah.
Yep, just go for it.
Yep. I resolve. GG.
There's literally nothing I could have done there.
Alright, so Rich has found me the video on YouTube. I don't think I'm going to be able to play it for long, Rich, because it might end up being copyrighted and I can't play it on stream. I'll play like the first like 20 seconds. It's Bohemian Rhapsody, a chicken cover. Waiting for it. There it is. I wish I would love to play more of that, but I can't, just in case if that video is copyrighted any more than sort of 20 to 30 seconds and suddenly the entire VOD gets muted.
Oh, it's not worth it, is it?
No, it's not. But it's the you know, the chickens that we talked about earlier, the squeaky chickens. It's someone doing a Bohemian Rhapsody cover of that, where it's like the whole singing is the chicken. It is funny.
Oh, brilliant.
But yeah, unfortunately, I can't watch it on stream. Like when I used to stream on Twitch was a lot more lenient. Like you could really get away with it, but on YouTube, nah, they really crack down on it. You got to be very careful. But that is funny. Cool. Would you like another game, Sarah?
Yeah. Just give me 2 minutes to run to the toilet.
That is perfectly fine. That gives me time to chill. Cool. This one. Oh, we're getting there though, folks. 11 hours and 14 minutes to go. We have 2 hours and 15 minutes until we start the next sort of main event, which is an interview. As soon as we hit 9 o'clock, it's going to be busy. All right, let's see what my opening hand is. Oof. That's quite a nice hand. Get your heroes deck ready for later if we get a chance for your main bit start. Yeah, I've got a heroes deck ready to go. So I could definitely be ready for that. Yeah, definitely want to get a heroes game before 9 o'clock starts, because when 9 o'clock actually starts, sorry, I realized I should have gone to the toilet whilst waiting, actually, so I'll go to do that. But what I'll say is when the 9 o'clock bit starts, between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m., there's only like 3 hours for Achroma Games. Like the rest of it is full with like tier list interviews and stuff like that. Yeah, I'll be right back. Sorry, Sarah.
That's right.
And I'll just I should do it properly. I am back. Put the camera back as always, as it will always decide to go, hey, and then it disappears. There we go. So Richard, what was the total raised overnight? So I can't recall like at the cutoff, but like, you know, as you can see, we've raised £293 and 69 pence now. So we're so close to 300, and it's absolutely amazing. I can't tell you off the top of my head how much of that was like over the night shift, but I think I want to say we hit midnight on like I want to say at midnight we were on like 130 or 140, so we've raised, a good 160 odd pounds in the night, which is absolutely amazing. Really, really good. Cool. All right, so let's go, Sarah. My turn. I will spend 5 for a very early splat square. Draw a card thanks to that. I will spend 2 on a Dracon. And then I'll also spend a further 2 on a full palette. Resolve for... Oh, I'm muted still. Oops. So I wasn't muted on stream, thankfully, but I was muted to you.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
My apologies.
That's all right.
So, yes, so I play a splat square, a full palette, and a Dracon. And I was just about to start my resolve, so that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and a splat. I keep hitting that, so on right. I was on 1, so that should have been 3, 4, 5, 6, 12. So I should be on 13. No. Yeah, 12 shards, but I was on 1 shard, so that's 13, yes. Yeah, I had 1 job. Thankfully, at least I wasn't muted on stream. And then I will draw a card, pass over to you.
Okay, draw a card. I'll go for Wrangled Wood. I'll protect her. And resolve 2. And good.
Okay. I will... How do I... I'm tired, bud, but I'm doing great. Thank you. I'm definitely in that stage where mistakes will happen a lot.
Yeah.
Like, just you wait till the tier list, that's going to be hilarious. Like, right now I can get away with it because it's, it's just a few of us and we're just playing some Achroma games, but as soon as it gets to the serious stuff again, the tier list, it's going to be an absolute something show. Alright. Okay, yeah, I think I might be able to just win here. I was gonna spend 1.
Really?
Wait, did I draw or did I trade to start?
I wasn't looking.
That from that. Do that again. Yeah, no, I haven't drawn. So I'm gonna trade Pouch of Shards for 3. I'm gonna play Ray for 1. Gonna spend 4 for Kunan. Reveal a card with red, play it for free. And then gain 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then for my third card this turn, I'm going to spend 4 for Algiz.
Oh, no.
Get for the Flutterby promo card. And then I'm going to gain 5 back for that. Then resolve for steal 2. Gain 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 5. That's it's the McDonald's deck for you. I mean, I had a disgustingly good hand. The fact that I think my first hand was Splat Square, Algiz, Kunan, a full palette, and a Dracon. And then I drew into Ray.
Yeah, that's... Ray's just a good deck.
Yeah, I'll put this one away. It's just Sparata in. Like, Sparata is currently the top. The top one. That shadow.
It'll be that tier list. I'm interested to see what happens.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's going to be tough because a lot of people are going to rate cards highly because they're like, oh, but it's good trade fodder. But it's like, that's not how we rate the cards. There's going to be a lot of high tier cards, though, in that one. A lot of high tier cards. Good morning, James. Welcome in. How you doing, buddy? Great to see you. GG. Thank you very much, Richard. Okay. 5 new cards.
Right, I've got to put my phone up on an angle now.
That's all fine. It's your turn first.
Okay, I'm going to go...
What's he called again?
Hinkley the Navigator.
Thank you. And Hoxon.
And an Inspector.
Oh, not a Shaman, Charlie.
And I'm going to find Kelby.
Not surprising there. Good start.
So 1, 1, 2, 1, 2. And draw a card.
Okay. I will start by drawing. I has options.
Oh no.
Not good options, just options. Yeah, I think I'm going to... I'm going to have to go down. No, I'm going to have to get rid of it now. Okay. Yeah, so I'm going to start by spending 2 for an Impious. See what you do with that information. Yeah, to be expected, to be expected. I'm then going to resolve. Oh, actually. No, I think I will go down this route. I'm going to spend 5 to play Achroma.
Oh no.
Then resolve for -3. And then end my turn by trading a Breath of Fire for 4. Over to you.
Okay, I'm going to trade that for 5. Oh, so I can't attack Impious now?
No. So originally I was thinking of doing Impious then Breath of Fire, because I at least could have got rid of... I'd have had to have targeted your Hinkley, because otherwise you'd have diverted it anyway. Now I'd left just your Huxon. But I was thinking, the issue is I know you got your Kelby in your hand. I was thinking, how can I get around all this divert and protection that's coming? But I think actually, you know what, the best thing I could do is just get Achroma out, and now I can just attack into them, because I can't kill your Kelby with attacking, but I can kill everything else, and you can't divert that. Oh, Cronus as well. Damn, you got a good start.
Right. Right, so that's her. 1, 1, 2, 1. Hoping for an action.
Okay.
Right.
Good turn, though. I will start by drawing. Nice.
I was hoping to try and get her and something else out.
Probably Kelby, I imagine.
Yeah.
I'll spend 2 for an Impious Drake Part 2.
Oof. That's just mean.
Yeah.
It's gonna have to be Hinkley.
It's gonna have to be, isn't it? I attack into any of your characters, but it makes no difference. And then let's go. Let's go 2 shards for 2 Malum Drakes. And then resolve for a total of -6. And then I will risk it for Chocolate Biscuit and draw to end my turn. Over to you.
Okay. I'll draw. Okay, I can do this. Can't attack any of your characters.
Nope.
Have you got any objects of powers in your...
In my dregs, no, I've just got a breath of fire.
Okay. Okay, so you've got Hex Flunker Engineer, the Veil Chaser Cook, and Kelby.
Okay.
Right, so resolve 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. Right, Huxon. 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Nothing. 1, and then 1.
That's some big resolve.
And then I've only got 1 card in hand.
Is it enough?
It's a free shard.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. Well,
so
I
on 28.
I will.
But I've got 1 prevent now.
Yes, I will trade Umbra Igneous for 4, and spend that 4 for a Siege of Draco Temple promo card. And then I need to work this out. So, as much as that 1 prevent does need to go, I think the biggest issue right now is simply Cronus. She's giving you a plus 15 right now. That's ridiculous.
Yep.
So I will literally use 2, 2, 1, and 1 to kill. Yeah, all 4 attacks will go against her. And then I'll do my resolve, which I presume you will block one of the steals. So I'll do steal 1. And then I've got a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 drain. I don't think that's enough to win, unfortunately. I will draw a card. Oh, well, unless I get an action. Oh, yeah, I did get an action. It's Draco Summer for 2. Does 2 more steel. That probably still isn't enough because you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes, you just need 4 shards worth of trade value. Down to you.
And it's not 4 shards.
Okay. Interesting.
Annoyingly.
That Draco Summer coming in clutch.
It really did. Okay, I'm just going to resolve. So 3, 1, 2.
Oh. Literally, Draco Summer. Yeah, okay. Well, I've got no cards in hand, so I'll start by drawing. I will spend... okay, I will... Right, I'll start doing some attacks. So Impious Drake will do 1 attack into Huxon. Malum Drake will finish him off. Impious Drake will do 1 attack into Engineer, and Malum Drake will finish him off. Yes. And then resolve for 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1. I still am not sure if how it gets on, and then I'm gonna draw a card and hand over to you.
Draw a card. So
I need an Achroma Haven, really.
And that's as close as I can get.
Damn. Good morning, Shah. How's the night shift been? It has actually been much better than I thought it was going to be. There was a good 3 or 4 of us playing up until about what time did it become just you and me, Sarah? I didn't get it.
I have no idea.
I want to say it was about 4 in the morning. It was about 4 in the morning when because we had Ant go off, but then we had Ricky come on for a bit.
No, I think Ant went at about 1, half 1.
Who was it that stayed with us until and then Ricky came on?
No, I think Ant was in here till about half 1.
And then so I know that Ricky came in. We had someone else with us at that time.
He came in about half 3.
Half 3, and he played about 3 or 4 games. So I think it's just been me and Sarah since about half 4, give or take.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's been good though, Charlotte. The main thing is we've actually had, there's been people playing games the entire night. We haven't done any adventure game. We haven't done any. I didn't do any drawing. And the games have been good. We've been having a laugh. There's always been at least a couple of people in chat talking. We've made some great donations, as you can see. £293 we're up to now. Yeah, it's been good. Thank you. In terms of myself, I'm feeling good. I'm obviously a bit tired. I'm in that that morning stage of wanting to sleep, but I've definitely got through the worst. Yeah, good to see you, Shah. If you want to join us, then feel free. So I will start by drawing. I will spend... I will attack Impious Drake and Malum Drake into the cook. There's no point in even attacking Kelby because it will do nothing. I'll spend 2 to put a stolen dragon egg, and I'll put that on the Impious Drake here. And then I will just go straight to my resolve. So that is 1, 2, 3 steal, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4 drain. Draw a card. Over to you. And you will once you're up and dressed for work. Very nice.
Okay, I will draw. And then I'm going to do a restock for 2. That is really not going to help now. They would have helped her. Can't even do anything against you now. That was so close earlier. Resolve +1 and draw a card.
Okay. Akron Blading was definitely the right choice. Like, I was really unsure whether to play that earlier. All right, I will draw. What I really need is an Achroma Haven. An Achroma Haven, and this will be basically GG, but I'm not finding it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's get out a Mortius Drake. And then just go straight to resolve. So steal 1, 2, 3, and drain 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, and then I will draw a card over to you.
Okay, I'll draw a card. There's literally nothing I can do now. Can't even attack your characters.
I mean, you can attack into this one, and you'd actually get rid of the you'd get rid of the dragon egg.
But then I'll lose her.
You wouldn't, because she has protection.
Oh yeah, I'll do that. Attack into her. Yep. So +1. And draw a card.
Okay, I will draw a card. I'll spend 4 for Achroma Haven that I drew into, and resolve. That should be it. Achroma Haven is 5. That's 2. And then I've got lots to drain. Damn. I love games like that, though, where it literally came down to 1 card, 1 shard. Like, for those that... I'm not sure if you joined there at the right time, Shard, but, like, Sarah literally got to 29 shards, and she would have won if it wasn't for the fact that the turn before I happened to draw the last card before I... The last card before I ended my turn was a Draco Summon. I was like, oh yeah, go on then. I'll play a Draco Summer as well. And if I hadn't have played that, Sarah would have won. That was tough. Right, rematch. Yeah. I need to make sure I keep drinking.
I keep refilling my water now.
Actually, to make sure I stay hydrated. I missed the moment we did it, but we have ticked under the we hit the 11-hour mark, so there's 11 hours left to go, which means we've now been streaming for 13 hours. Nice.
I think we've seen every hour so far.
We have. It's a nice little way to tick it down. Okay, your turn first.
Okay, I'm just sorting my cards. I dropped them on the again.
Not ideal.
I think I've done that in most games now. Okay, I'm gonna go on 2 for a restock. Try this again. And resolve. 1, 1, 2, 3. And I'm going to trade a hex.
Okay.
Okay, with you.
I will start by doing Vast Volataris for 3. I will spend 3 for a Chroma Storehouse. Gain 4 back. And I'll then spend 4 to play Chromatic Extinction on characters.
Poor Huxon.
Yeah. Draw 2, or research 2, I should say. And I'll pay to keep both. And then resolve. So +2 for Achroma Storehouse, 2 for Fast Lataris, and I've currently got 4 cards in hand. So that brings me nicely back up to 10. Draw a card over to you.
Okay, I will draw. And 3 for Wrangled Word. I'm going to go +3 and draw a card.
Alrighty.
Okay.
I will draw. I will spend 1 for a Monastery Gates. I will then spend 3 for a Monastery Keeper. Research based on how many locations. I've currently got 3, so I'll draw 3. And I will pay to keep all 3. I will spend 2 to put a heavy tome onto the keeper, which allows me to research 1. And once during my turn, I can keep a research card for free, so I'll just keep that in my hand. And that is all I'll play this turn. So my resolve is +2, +2, and then 1 for each card in my hand, which is currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then I will draw to end. Over to you.
Okay, I will draw. Okay, I'm going to go 3 for Hinkley, the Navigator. +2, 2 for Emergency Lead Detective. Yeah. And 2 for a Curdle Cave. So, +2, 2, 3, 1, and then 1. And then draw a card.
Okay. I will draw to start. I'm going down the same route as I did in the last game, to be honest, I think. Let's go with that. That's on there, I think. So I'm going to spend 1 for another Monastery Gates. I'm going to do my Heavy Tome, research 1, and once per turn I can keep that card, so I'll keep that in my hand. Thank you very much. I will then spend 3 on another Monastery Keeper. And get to research 4 this time. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll pay to keep all 4. And I'll then spend 2 to give him a Heavy Tome. And do research 1 and keep it for free. And I'll then resolve. So 1, 2. And then Vast Rosaris 1, 2. And then, in my hand currently, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Oh, wow.
And you know what? I'll draw a card to end. Over to you.
Okay, I'm going to trade Buffy. I'm going to pay 3 for Kelby and 6 for Cronus.
Oh, damn.
So 3, 6, 9, 12. 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, 3, 4. No cards in hand.
Yep.
I need an action. But it's only a +4.
Fair. Okay. Well, I'll start by drawing. I'm going to spend 2 for a Draco Plenum Library. Once per turn, research 1. Sure, why not?
Yep.
I'll pay to keep it. I'm going to spend 2 for a Great Cloister. Research 1. You know what? I'll pay to keep that. And then my third card this time, I'm going to spend 2 for a Great Cloister. Research 1. Yeah, I think I need that card. And then I'll resolve. So +2, +2, +1, steal 2. And imagine if I don't have enough cards now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. The exact amount I needed. I mean, to be very clear, maybe I was being a bit cheeky there. I reckon I could have won that game a little while ago because for a long time I've actually had a second Chroma Storehouse in my hand, so I could have played that, did the action, then erased one. But I don't like that. I don't like the fact that you can do that with Chroma Storehouse. So I wanted to try and win by, getting that many cards in my hand.
Yeah, that's fair.
And to be fair, I almost lost the game for it because if I hadn't have won on that turn, you definitely would have had next turn. I do love a bit of research. Oh, I played you and
I'm waiting to hear the puppies.
Yeah, actually, that could be any minute now. To be honest, I hope for Rhea's sake that it's as late as possible. Thank you, Rich. I thought you might like that palette. I know you like your Monastery Keeper and your research. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, whose turn was it first?
It's my turn.
All right, over to you.
I'll draw at the end.
Okay. I will start by drawing. I'm going to start as I intend to go on. I'm going to spend 5 for Flora Overgrowth, nice and early. I'm then going to spend 1 for Lone Survivor to draw a card. I'm then going to do my Flora Overgrowth to reveal a card with green. Green Raven. Let's also put out for 2 a Mandrake onto my Lone Survivor to get poisonous. And then I will resolve. So steal 1, and then Flora Overgrowth will give me 3. And I think I will likely trade that Green Raven for 3. Over to you.
Okay, I will draw. Okay. Corrupted Portal, action research 2.
Good morning and welcome in.
1. I'm not going to research that one because I've already seen it.
We looked at it, yeah.
Okay, I'm just going still free from you.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to draw.
Cool.
I will. You're not.
I will trade a Club of Dagda for 4. Also, yeah, welcome back in, Ant. So how has the night shift been? It's been good, thank you. So the good news is I've had people playing with me all night. Big credit to Sarah, who's been with me for a long time. But yeah, we've been playing games all night. So no adventure mode needed, no drawing. It's been just lots of Achroma Games. And yeah, it has been good, thank you. So I will spend 2 for a Rabid Doggo.
Oh no.
Oh no. 2 for a Rabid Dog. I will spend a further 2 to play a Fireball to get rid of that Corrupted Portal. And then I will spend remaining 2 to play an Arabella's Recipe, which will give me Steel 3. And then if I resolve, I think that's enough. I haven't even done my reveal. I reveal a card with green. There you go, Majesty Inspector. And then yeah, so resolve 2 steel. Nice. Obviously, if anybody, you know, if Ant, Shah, Rich, anyone or James want to come join, then be our guests. As you can see, we've raised £293 for charity now, which is brilliant. And yeah, we have just less than 11 hours remaining, which is really positive. We're going to be doing Achroma Games for about the next probably hour and 5 minutes. In fact, we're not even doing Achroma Games for that much longer, to be honest. I'll probably look to stop the Achroma Games at about... Oh, sorry, a bit longer than that. I'll probably aim to stop the Achroma Games at about 8:45. I'm going to give myself 15 minutes to do my usual kind of like, explaining how the stream works again, and maybe stretch my legs for 5 minutes. And then obviously at 9 a.m. I've got the interview with Chris. So yeah, about another hour and about an hour and 20 minutes or so of Achroma Games for those who want to jump in. Obviously, there will be more chance to play Achroma Games later in the day. For those that want to join me this morning, that is your little window. Okay. I've already missed whose turn it was. Okay.
My turn again.
Sweet.
Okay.
Good
My
start.
free action, research free.
Yeah.
I'm going to put them in that order. I'll keep all three.
Okay.
Wasn't going to, but I will.
All right.
Resolve +3. And I'm going to trade a minima for 3.
Okay. Rich says, I was lucky enough in my teens to visit and practice with some Shaolin in a temple in China. Very nice. But yeah, that's why you love your monks. Awesome. So I'll start by drawing. Not too much I can do here without being risky. I'll spend 2 for an abundance of quintessence to gain 5. Let's then spend 5 of that to... Luckily, I did get my legendary again as well. I'll reveal a card with green. Raven Sight. I'm going to take a risk. I'm fully aware you might have like a Breath of Ice or a Breath of Fire. But I'm going to spend 3 and put X-Clanker parts. And if it is, then so be it. And then I'll just resolve there. So that is 2 Flora Overgrowth, 3 for X-Clanker parts. Draw a card, and then over to you.
Okay, before I do anything, I'll play my free action.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, do that as free action. Yep. Nice.
Research 2. Pay 2 to keep them. Draw a card at the game. Now I can play a location. Once you told me such an I'll keep that. Resolve. 1, 2, 3. 1, 1, 2. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. And draw a card.
Okay. Okay, that's tough. Really, I need a Breath of Fire. I'm going to start by drawing. I will spend 1 for a Lone Survivor in hope that I get something else that's better. New. I will spend... Yeah, I'll spend 2 for a Rabid Dog. And I think that'll be all I do. Yeah, I'll just go to my resolve and yeah, steal 1. I will draw a card at the end and pass back to yourself.
Okay, I will draw. I'm going to play this for 4. Action research 2. Pay 2 for them. For my free action, reveal an object, then reveal an action. There's the object. And an action. Not what I wanted. Okay. And resolve. Actually, am I going to do anything else? No. Right. 1, 2. 1, 2. Oh, 1. Do that in a second. Steal 2 from you. Research 1. Pay 1 to keep that. And then do Vase for Osiris. 1, 2, 3, 4. 9.
Taking a leaf out of my book, I see.
I've done how many cards this turn?
Oh, sorry, I almost got a cramp there in my neck. I had to look up to stop it.
No,
Yeah, you've only played 1.
2.
Oh, yeah, 2, yeah, yeah.
2 cards.
And you have done no, because wasn't your crucial discovery your free
card,
action?
That was my action, yeah.
Dark blue, imagine.
So yeah, 5 for dark blue. And then I can do my draw a trade.
Which surely you could trade for 3.
Right.
Yeah.
That was hard work.
Very nice. Yeah. Do this palette. So I used to practice and teach Wing Chun until I was in my 30s, and then married life and children took over. Fair play. Hey, finishing early. That's awesome, Rich. Awesome. Enjoy finishing up, and hopefully your commute home is all good.
Has there been any change in the total raise?
That is a good question. I'd imagine not, just purely because of how early it is, but definitely worth checking. No new sales. And no, nothing new direct on the stream. So no, nothing added just yet. But I imagine that's because most people are just waking up. And most of the people that are waking up to say hello are people that have actually already been in the stream and donated. But I'm sure for other day. I think if I was to make a prediction, I reckon if we're lucky, we can get to... I'd like to make it to 400. That's a nice number. I'd be happy if we got to 400. I mean, I genuinely wasn't even expecting this much. I thought we'd be lucky if we reached like 150. So I'm really pleased. Okay, your turn first, Sarah.
It's always my turn at the moment.
It is, isn't it?
Okay. I'm not going to do an... Actually, I'm just going to go 1, 2 from mines. Plus 2 and draw at the end.
Okay. I will draw to start.
Yes.
I will spend 1, 2, 3 for a Kaluda dwelling and curse your mines. And then I'll do nothing else. I'll just resolve for steal 1. Draw a card. And, you know... Yeah, over to you.
Okay, I will... Yep, I will draw.
Morning, Joe. I'll talk more when it's my turn.
I will go down 2 for the trader's pass. I will trade Eric for get an extra 1. Resolve +2. And I will draw at the end.
Okay. But yeah, morning, Joe. Welcome in. I hope you're doing all right. I think you said you're going to be getting ready for work, so good luck with that. Night shift has been good. Very lucky that I obviously had people like yourself joining me, and I had Sarah pretty much stick with me the whole night, so we've been playing nothing but Achroma Games literally since then. So it has been all good, thank you. And as you can see, we've raised £293 now. I will yawn aggressively, then draw to start. I will spend 2 on a fireball for the trader's pass.
That was mean.
Yeah. I've had it up to here with your trader's passes. No, not really. It hasn't been actually that many.
I think that's the second time I've had it all night.
Something like that. Let's go with. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. I think I need to do some pressure though. So I will spend 2 on a Salem Spring just to get a bit of pressure going. And then you know what? I think I'm just gonna go for an early one of these, maybe. Yeah, let's just go for an early one. I'm going to spend 2 for a Moonveil Harpy, which will action -1 for each curse card. There's currently 3 curse cards. Then Resolve, which is steal 1. And I will end my turn by drawing. Over to you.
Okay, I will draw.
Morning, Nutritious. Good to see you as well. The total has indeed shot up. Great to see you as well.
I'll go 2 for another mines. And I will leave it there, so +4.
Mm-hmm.
Draw a card. And it's over to you.
Okay. I will trade to start or draw to start? No, I'll trade to start. Trade a Corrupted Muon Trap for 3. I'm then going to spend 5 for a Dark Rainbow. Bit of an early time to play it, but you'll see where I'm going with this. So yeah, I'll curse your character at your location. So that was a Dark Rainbow. Which is, yeah, curse that, and then I gain +2 for each curse card, so that's going to be 8 that I gain back. And then I'm then going to play my rare card, the Bay of Mysteries, for 5.
Oh no.
And then before I do my resolve step, I will spend 2 on an Arabella's Recipe. Arabella's Recipe. So that will do me 3 steel. Then that goes in the dregs. And then my resolve is steal 1 for the Cluded Dwelling. And then Bay of Mysteries is X is the number of curse cards on all canvases for minus, which is 1, 2, 3, 4. Once per turn, I can dig for a C character. I don't think I've got one in my dregs, so I'll just draw a card and pass over to you. Good morning, Lewis. Great to see you as well, mate.
Right, before I do anything, dig up Eric. Then I'm going to do Trader's Lifeline. Trade 4. And then I can do my draw trade step. Yep, draw a card. My last card. Get an extra 1 for that one. Get to draw a card. So 4. And I will trade that at the end for.
Okay.
Let's draw a card.
I will start by drawing. That is helpful. I will spend 2 on a Moonveil Harpy Part 2. So I get to drain 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it doesn't cost anything, so it's just 5. Say just, still big. I'll then resolve, which
Oh,
is.
I've got 1 prevent.
Do you want to prevent one of those drains, or do you want to prevent the steal that's coming?
I'll prevent the steal in a minute.
Yep, you prevent that steal. So then I'll then do the drain, which is Bay of Mysteries, draining for another 5. And then I will draw a card. And before I end my turn, I'll spend 2 for an Achroma Blast to drain another 5.
I just got all them shards.
You did, yeah. And then, yeah, I drew that card, so that's my turn over. But yeah, we hit another goal. You're right, Lewis. Yeah, we got over 250. That was thanks to a really kind, large donation from one of my Canadian friends, which is great. And yeah, the night shift was good. It was pretty much me and Sarah for the last sort of 3-4 hours. So very, very grateful to Sarah for that. And yeah, just been playing Achroma Games. Been very, very chilled. Some very good games.
Okay, right. I'm going to play. I'll draw a card to start with. That's not going to help right now. Right. So I'm going to trade 3. Get an extra 2 for this one.
Shah's down for some games when your guys are done. Yeah, no worries. We'll get you in the next one.
1 for this. Dig up Magnus for 4. An extra 2. Resolves, we've got +4. I'm going to draw a card.
This is such a silly game. It's like going up and down 20 shards every turn.
And I'm not going to do that trade because it's pointless with what I've got.
Fair play. All right. So I will draw to start my turn. I will go straight to my resolve, which is you've got the prevent one, so that'll prevent the steal. But I've still got -5 thanks to the Bay of Mysteries. How are you feeling after 13 hours? Not too bad, Lewis. My eyes aren't feeling tired. My body's feeling tired, but that's because I've been sat in this chair for 13 hours pretty much straight. I've had a couple of like pee breaks, but that's been literally it. And my voice is getting quite husky now, but we'll see how long that lasts. But otherwise, yeah, not too bad. I'm definitely, tired. But I reckon this is now kind of the worst bit of the trough, and it will now be on the up as the morning comes in. Apart from my itchy nose. I will end my turn by trading a Corruptive Muon Trap for 3, and then spending 5 to play a Hamishar Cash just to do a further 3. Over to you.
Okay. I'm going to see what happens. Okay, and I'm going to trade and load the cards for 2. Get an extra 1. Draw a card. Draw a trade set. Trade that for. Get an extra 1. Draw a card. Not helpful at all. Might play it and see what I've got in there. I had a hold of troll. Don't know. I've got 1.
Hey, Leaf is still good.
Being traded in a minute.
Yeah, probably.
Might put that there. Right, resolve. So 5. Forgot about that one. Draw a trade set. I'm going to trade that for 3. Yeah. Get an extra 1. Let's draw a card. And now I'm going to do this one. Trade that for 5. Get an extra 1. And if this is an action... No.
Oh, this is nuts. All right, I will start by drawing. I can't do much, unfortunately. I'm going to spend 2 shards on a Cove Caves. I think you might have this, you know. Oh, that's a common location, Cove Caves. I'll go straight to my resolve. Obviously, prevent one of them, but I do have 1 steel there now, and my Bay of Mysteries is still currently in -5. I will draw a card. It's not what I need. So unfortunately, over to you, and I think you could potentially win.
Okay.
In fact, you are going to win because you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 natural resolve, and you got multiple trades you can do.
I will draw a card. Okay, and then I'm just going to do my resolve. I'm going to do this trade for free.
+1, yeah, you got it.
+1. And trade that.
Well played. What I really needed was, I needed either a Dark Rainbow to give me some more shards, or I just needed a couple more curse cards. So again, Dark Rainbow's coming next. There you go. There was something else I could do in the curse. And there's an Arabez recipe that could have helped as well. Fair play. Well played. Tight game. Maybe you should take a stretch and walk for 2 to 5 minutes. Yeah, I probably will do. I think my current plan of action is I'll keep playing for now. And then probably around 8:30, 20 to 9, I'll take like a 5-10 minute leg stretch, followed by kind of re-explaining the stream a little bit, you know, doing the regular kind of interval thing before then at 9 o'clock we'll obviously do the first interview. So yeah, I will take a break soon, just a small one.
I keep standing up and putting my chair to one.
I probably should do that. Okay, so I know Shah is joining us, so if you haven't already, Shah, jump in the channel. If anybody else wants to join, then obviously be our guest. Welcome back, Shah.
Hello. I don't know if I'm doing Pixies or Dexter.
Oh, oops. I started it too early, my bad. I'll make a new lobby. I will say now that I was about to play Dexter, so up to you. We could go double Dexter.
I'm just going to mute myself for 2 minutes and run to...
Yeah, no worries. We could go double Dexter.
Could the icon. I've literally just been sat here like craft my deck.
Crafting a new palette, yeah?
Yeah.
I have a go with whichever palettes you've crafted, because those are the ones you're going to really want to see how they get on.
It's like based on the one that I did for the grand tournament.
Okay.
So just a few other additions.
Yeah.
At least it's someone not wrapped in a blanket, so.
I wish I could be wrapped in a blanket right now. Oh, maybe I need to put on my... Because it's actually getting a little bit chilly, but I don't know whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. I kind of tempted to put on the Achroma hoodie, which would be really cozy, but maybe that'd be a bad move.
Who knows?
All right,
Okay,
so the
what's the code?
050565.
Hold on. 050.
565.
Might have to give in soon and make a cup of tea.
Sounds like a solid idea.
At least I waited till morning.
You did a very good job. All right, my turn first. So I can draw because it's 3-player now. Let's start strong, shall we, folks? With 1, 2, 3, 4 for an Algiz. Which will reveal and play for free our favorite boy, wherever he may be. Dexter. That gave me +2 for that before that goes into my dregs. And then attached to Dexter, I think we're going to put a prismatic stone, which will gain, yep. And then I think I'll also go strong with a Achroma Storehouse for my third card, which I'll choose Cyan to give me 4 back. And then Resolve will be +2 for the Storehouse, 3 for the Prism Stone, and Dexter would be 3 as well. I think that's the highest amount of shards I've ever managed to get out of one turn Draco. Cool. And that is my turn over. So it comes to Shah. Oh, I'll draw a card to finish.
I'll start by drawing. I'll play down a minimum Draco, 3. And I'll choose yourself, Charlie, and I'll draw 1.
Yep.
And then I'll play out 3 to play Basilisk. And I'll resolve, so +3. And then +1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I'll draw.
Nice start.
Okay, I'll start by drawing. I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 5 for a splat square. I'll start by drawing. And then I'll play a splat teacher. And he can have a full palette. So 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 1. And draw a card.
Okay. I will start by drawing. Yellow is cheaper and there's a minimum there. Okay. I'm going to use 2 shards to play Breath of Ice. And I think I will take out the Vast Voltaris. I will then play 2 for a Ruba Draco. And 1 for a Draco Fledgling to gain 1 back. And then I will resolve for 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I will draw a card and pass to Shah.
I'll start by drawing. I'll play down our boy Dexter.
Hey, nice.
And I'll play Materno for 3.
You did a much better job than me.
And then I will. I'm gonna put a Sacred Robe on Dexter. 2. And then I'll resolve. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then
Morning, Chris. How you doing this fine morning, mate? Sarah, your turn.
I'm going to trade a painting class for 1. I'm going to pay 4 for a squad leader. 4 for another squad leader.
Oh, you know they're going to have to go.
I know.
Oh, and Copper Joss. Wow.
And Commodus. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Trade for 2. As close as I can get.
Okay. I have got something I can do here. Well, to be honest, I think I can just win, can't I?
You can.
But in the meantime, welcome in, Chris, to the stream. Yeah, I'm glad you're doing good. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm definitely very, very tired. We've been streaming now for, in 10 minutes time, that'll be 14 hours. So 14 hours worth of streaming, a little over 10 hours to go. But the daytime is going to, this next 10 hours is probably going to be the busiest. Because we've got loads of tier lists and interviews. And yeah, Chris said, been in the stream for 1 minute and Sarah's already playing Copper Joss. I am shocked. I promise she's been playing other things tonight. Yeah, you're right. The shame is I could have done this really cool play I did earlier. I could, if I wanted to, do chromatic extinction, which would wipe everybody's characters. Well, basically, it would wipe the Copper Joss. And then I could have done Draco's tier into my own Ruba to get Dexter back, but it doesn't make sense. I will just literally draw a card and go straight to my resolve for 1, 2, 3, 4, and then Dexter can win it for us. 5. Beautiful.
Nice.
Well played. So, yeah, for those who know, we have got Chris on for an interview in an hour and 10 minutes, which I'm sure you're all prepped for. And then Chris has got a busy day because you're also going to be, for those who haven't seen the Discord, there is the Badger event happening in London today. And Chris is going to be driving up to that and he'll be there all day. I'm sure looking forward to it.
I think I need to switch over my card sleeves because my teal ones are my pixies and my orange are my dragons.
Yeah, that probably should be changed. Let's go. I haven't played this.
I can probably play for another half an hour.
That's all good because yeah, my plan is my plan is to play for about another 40 to 45 minutes, and then I'm going to take a quick break, go over the plan for action for the day so people know what's coming. Then I'll obviously do the interview, then the tier list. So yeah, about 45 minutes of games will be good. Chris says, good to see you guys. I'll be back in a bit, well before 9. Gotta get some breakfast. No worries. Enjoy your breakfast, Chris. All right. Gonna be Shah first.
So I will start by drawing. And I'll end by...
Fair play. Sarah.
Okay, hold on. Oh, I can draw now.
Mm-hmm.
Three for Amazingly Protector. And 3 for an Enforcer. And 2 for an Inspector. And I'm going to go and find... I'll go find Kelby.
Nice.
Resolve +2. And I'm going to trade a Made Fleet Investigation.
Heron says, I know the secret before we hit 1,000. Dexter is going to make Charlie stay live for another 24 hours. I mean, I have done that in the past, not with Achroma, but with, like when I streamed for my personal channel, I used to do a what's called a subathon, where you would start with just like 12 hours, but then every time someone donates, it increases the time. And that got ridiculous at one point. I once did some ridiculously long streams.
If that happens, I'm not staying on.
No, it can't happen because by the time this stream finishes, I need to basically go straight to bed because I've got then work the next day. All right, so I will start by drawing. I will spend 3 for my own Kelby. I will then spend 3 for a Hinkley. And then I will also spend 2 for a Curdle Glade. My resolve for this one isn't going to be too big. That's literally just 1 and 2. So I'm going to trade a Navigator's Compass for 2 at the end. You mean you aren't doing community games after stream today? No, probably not this week. I wonder why. Over to you, Shah.
Okay, I'll start by drawing.
Can you imagine?
I will play down Carmela for 2.
Okay.
Get rid
Which
of the
yep.
And then I will play Sorono for choosing characters.
I'll get rid of Hinkley.
And then I'm gonna play a little imp once.
A wee little limp.
Just a little imp. And then I'll resolve, so steal 2. Drink 1. And then I will trade in Advanced Scouting Party for 5.
Nice turn. All right, Sarah.
Okay, I will draw. Okay, and for that, I'm going to restrain Sorono.
Nice.
And if you want him back, you got to pay 3 shards.
Okay.
Okay. So plus 2, and trade him for 3.
Okay. I'll start by drawing. That's funny. I forgot that I put this card in this palette. I'm just going to literally resolve for +1, and I'm going to trade a revolt for 3. I was thinking, yeah, I could use revolt and get back that Sorono, but I don't think that would really benefit me much. Oh, I should have done an attack. Do you mind if I attack the imp?
Yep.
There you go. All right, and then over to you.
I'm going to start by trading in Factory Production Line for 3. Oh, and then I'll pay the 3 shards to reclaim Sorono.
Yep.
And then I'm going to pay 4 and attach Craven's Katana.
Oh, nice. I've not actually seen anyone play that yet, probably.
And then I'm going to also attach a Fungoise
Fungoise
with
eggs.
Sorono. And then I will attack with Sorono. What's the biggest threat?
Mine can't be killed because it's got protection. And on Sarah's, you've got the 3 cost with a +1 resolve, 3 cost with the 1, but she can use that. The blue one has defend. So I think no matter who you attack, she's probably going to use that defend. I'd probably say the best one is the purple one because that's got 2 prevent. But I imagine if you go to attack that, she'll probably defend anyway.
Yeah. I have got a poisonous card out, so I could go.
Oh, to be fair, that is very true, actually. Poisonous, so you could get killed. My apologies, you could also kill her. I forgot you had poisonous.
Kill off Kelby.
Yeah, that does make sense. I imagine the 3 damage will go back towards the katana.
Yes. And I get to reveal a card with Achroma to
Nice.
And then I will resolve the steal 3, drain 1, and I'll draw.
Very nice. Sarah.
Okay, I will draw. What's in people's dregs at the moment?
Some nice cards for me. Kelby, Revolt, Hinkley, Curdle Glade.
Objects-wise.
Oh, objects, just Navigator's Compass.
None.
Okay. Go for my own Kelby. And a detective. Right, result. 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. And I will draw a card. Oh, I forgot to attack again.
To be fair, I said Carmela, yeah. I will start by drawing. That is unfortunate. I will end by drawing. Over to you, Shah.
I'll start by drawing. And I'll play out Advanced Scouting Party for 5. So draw 3 cards and trade 1. I'm going to trade a Castle Gates for 4. And then I'm gonna play out Morag for 3. I will play a Soaking Stone 2. And then I will go to. I'm gonna attack into your Kelby, Sarah.
Yep.
So I get to reveal a card of Achroma, another Soaking Stone. And then I'll squish onto Seronic. So then that will be Steel.
I've still got 2 prevent.
Yeah. Steel 5. Taking Charlie out.
Very nice.
And then I've got 2 drain, but you've got 2 prevent out. And then I will.
Okay.
Just whilst you guys play your game out, that's a good opportunity for me to quickly go and refill my drinks, so I'll be right back.
Okay, I will draw. Right, I can't forget to. Okay, more. I'm going to attack Morag with, and Carmela with this one.
Yep.
I've got 3 prevent on the board now. Right. +5. 1, 2, 4. And then I'm going to go 2, 5, and draw a card. And it's over to you.
I'm going to start by trading in Morag 3. And then I will play an Imp 1. And then I'll play down a Ravaged Elite 2.
Yeah.
I'm going to put Framboise eggs onto them.
Yep.
And then I will use my Serrano and attack the detectives, the 2 prevent card.
Yep. No. I'm going to defend.
Okay. So I get to reveal a card. Ooh, that's nice. There's a throne room. And then I will resolve. So that will
I've
be
still got 3 prevent.
So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 steel on the board. So I'm guessing you'll prevent those.
Yep.
So that was 2 steel. 1, 2, 3. And then
Okay. I'll draw. What characters have you got now, sorry?
I've got an Imp, a Ravaged Elite, and
Okay, the detective's going to take out the.
Yep.
So, because he's got the eggs, so I can't. Okay. Right. 5, 4, and then I got 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then 1.
Yeah.
That's it. 1 there, and then draw a
Nice.
card. It's not an action.
Ooh. Ooh. Alright, I'm going to start off by trading in a Snuff Out. And I'm going to play a Throne Room for 5.
Yep.
Magenta.
Yep.
And then I will play out the Snuff Out for 2, squishing on my Ravaged Elite. And I'll attack into your detectives again.
Which one?
The prevent. Sorry.
Sorry?
The one with 2 prevent, I'll attack. With Serrano, I'll attack into the one with 2 prevent.
Yeah.
And then, how much is the one with the 1 prevent?
3 shards.
I can attack into that with my Ravaged Elite.
Oh my god, I can't believe you guys are still going.
I could only get to 29 shards.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, and now she's put frame room out.
2 cards. I will resolve the steal 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then that will be 1, 2, 3, 4 drain. And then hopefully I draw into an action. Nope. That's over to you.
Okay, I will draw. Might get an action. Okay, right. Resolve this. Can't resolve any of them. Right, actually. So, Huxon is going to kill your Delete.
Yep.
What else have you got there?
I've got Serrano.
How many
Which is
shards?
currently 10.
Ah.
10.
Okay, and how many shards is the objects?
2, 4.
Can I throw myself into the objects to remove the objects?
You could throw both of your characters into them,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
4 and 2, 4 and 2.
Yeah. Okay, resolve this one for free. And then I'm going to trade Cronus for 6.
I'll start by drawing.
In the meantime, Ricky says, why is Shah upside down? So that's because most of our cameras are upside down. I've rotated the entire thing. So like if I was to undo that, you'll see here, transform.
Because I play on my laptop.
So this is what you would normally be seeing, Ricky. So you'd normally see Shah the right way up, but because all our cards are backwards because of our cameras, it makes sense to flip the entire thing vertical, so that now you see it like that. Oh no, wrong way.
And then, so I will play out Cure 4. Achroma. Ooh, that's quite nice. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, just 5 even. And then I'll play a second Soaking Stone 2. And then resolve the steal 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then drain 1, 2. And I'll draw.
Okay. I will draw. Really can't do anything. So plus 3. I'll trade that for 3. Over to you.
Alright. I'm going to start by drawing. I'm going to play down Castle Gates for 4. And I'm going to dig up Carmela. I don't know enough shot. Play her, unfortunately. So I will steal 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then drain 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Arrows on the ropes now.
I know.
Oh,
A good Acrom Surge would go amiss right now.
Right,
I don't actually have
plus
that
3
in.
and trade 3. It's the throne room that stopped it.
Right.
I'm going to start the draw. I'm going to play 2 Carmelas for 4.
I can't play 2.
So, well, sorry, you
Can't play
can,
2
but
even.
the second one would disappear afterwards. So you can play 2.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
just that
that's
because they're
fine.
heroic, as soon as you've played the second
Yeah.
one, then one would disappear. So if you wanted to get rid of both of her locations, then you can.
Yep. I'll do that and
then one
You
disappears.
get rid of both?
Yeah.
Yep. And then
Good morning, Dickon. Good to see you, mate.
play an Achroma Factory for 2. So would that Carmela still count for the resolve step on there?
No, it basically deploys, does its action, then immediately gets erased because of the fact there's already another Carmela.
Okay. Cool. So then I'll resolve the 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 steel. And then drain 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
More than enough, basically.
More than enough, yes.
Yeah.
But, hey,
Well
I have 3
played.
cards left in my.
All right. Well, well done. So firstly, yeah, welcome Dickon to the stream. In the meantime, thank you for saying Dragon Rider. I've just added you to the giveaway. Also, thank you very much to Joe, who during that game donated £17 to the fundraiser. So we're now up to £310, which is amazing. Thank you very much. And Ricky also asked, Sarah, have you been playing all night as well? Yes, she has. She's been amazing playing with me all night, meaning that I haven't been alone, which has been great. Cool. Thank you very much, Dickon. So let's play another game. I'm gonna go. Let's go with this one.
It's not too late to swap out. I'm just swapping out a second, sorry.
That's all good. But yeah, so for those that are in the stream chilling, so we're going to be playing Achroma Games for the next sort of 20 minutes to 40 minutes. Sorry, 20 minutes to half an hour. We're then going to have a short, short 5-minute break, and kind of re-go over the schedule for today, so people can see exactly what's going to be happening throughout the day. And then at roughly 9 a.m. I wish it was 9 p.m. I'll be in bed. Roughly 9 a.m. we'll have Chris is going to be our first interview happening. So in about 45 minutes. All right, 5 cards. Nice start. All right, who was it going first? I missed it.
It's you.
Oh, it's me. I'll start by drawing. I will have a bit of fun. Let's go with 2 for Dracon. Let's go 1, 2, 3, 4 for Dovetail. I know I can't steal this turn, but it's okay. Should be putting these on the screen as well. So Dracon and then Dovetail. I'm then going to resolve for +2 on Dracon and the splat 1 on the Dovetail on the Dracon. Oh, I just minus and +1 at the same time. Hold on. I'd spent 4. Yeah, I should have got 3. And then I'm going to spend 4 for my last card. I'm going to play Algiz, which is reveal a card with the yellow, play it for free. Infirmary, not the most useful card to get now, but hey, it works. I then gain +4 back for the Algiz, and then I'll resolve the Infirmary for 1. And then end my turn by drawing a card and pass to Shah.
I'm going to start by drawing. I'm going to play out the Umbra Aqueous for 3. And I'm going to play a Corrupted Portal for 4. And a Ruby Draco 2.
Bless you.
To get the +2 for Draco. And then I will trade in a Heimshard cash for 5.
All right, Sarah.
Okay, I will draw. I'm gonna go 1, 2 for the Quingy Mine. 3 for Wishwell Barons. And 3 for a Fishing Dock. Look at the top 2. Trade 1, 2, 3, 4 for the Falling Stalactite. Resolve +3. And trade Storehold for 3. An extra 1 with the Barons at the end.
Okay. I will start by drawing. I will use Dovetail to get rid of Dracon. And then spend... Oh, actually, no. No, I won't do any attack yet. Oh, this makes more sense. I'll spend 2 to do defensive position, because then I can hit both characters. Dovetail will hit your 4 cost. Dracon will hit the 2 cost. So, Shah. And I'll leave that up there. And then I'll spend 2 for a full pallet. And I'm also going to... my last card, spend... no, let's resolve first, actually, see how much I've got after the resolve. So, 1, 1, 2, the 1 splat, steal 2, and then gain 6. Yeah, I've got enough to do some damage, so let's do a spend 4 to do cutting cocoons, and I'll get rid of that fishing dock. And then I will draw a card and pass over to Shah.
I'll start by drawing. I will play out Breath of Fire for 4. Getting rid of Dovetail.
So she's protected still until my next turn.
Okay. Okay, fair enough.
If you want to undo that, you can.
Yeah, I might. So I'll play Great Cloister for 2. Turn research. Leave it there. Yeah, why not? Achroma Breach, 5. And then I'll do that once a turn, reveal a card from Heimshard Cash. And then I will resolve, so steal 3, drain 2, and then I will trade in the Heimshard Cash for 5.
All right, Sarah.
I will draw. Actually, not much I can do. So +3, and I'm going to trade Magnus for 4. Get extra 1. Over to you.
Okay, I will draw. Is that going to be good for me? I don't think so. I'm going to spend 4 on Fall of Flutterby promo card. And actually, no, I won't. I don't mind the fact you guys have seen that. I'm going to spend 3 on Lost Property instead to get the prevent. Lost Property. And that allows me to find an object. I think I'm going to go with Toadstool Cannon. And have a shuffle. And then, oh, that defensive position is gone now. And then I'm going to spend 2 to play that Toadstool Cannon onto the Dracon. And then I'll resolve for +1, 2, 3, the splat, and the 2 steel. And I'm going to trade the Fall of Flutterby promo for 4 to end my turn. Dickon, can I join for the next game? If there is time, yes, it depends. It depends on if there's time. Maybe. Sure.
I will start by drawing. Then I will play out Breath of Fire. 4.
Yep. And what are you
Get
doing
rid of the Dracon with the toadstool and the lost property.
Okay.
And that's all I'm going to do. So I'll resolve for Steel 2, or Steel 3 even. Drain 2. And then...
You're being very kind to the traders.
During Pure.
Nice.
So I'll play out Pure. 4. Reveal a card with Achroma. Then it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. It's the end of my turn.
Okay, nice turn. Sarah.
Okay, I will draw. For 1, I'm going to dig up Magnus. An extra 1. Resolves a +3. And then I'm going to trade Leaf for 3. Get an extra 1.
Alrighty, I will start by drawing. I will spend 5 to attach Golden Apple of Eris to Dovetail and attack into the Mortius Drake. And then I will spend 2 to play Bounce on the Achroma Breach. So I'll go back to your hands, and then I'll resolve for +1, splat 1, and the steel 2. And I'll end my turn by trading my Prism Sprayer for 4. Over to Shaw.
I'll start by trading in Achroma Haven for 4. And I'll play out Achroma Breach for 5. And then resolve for Steel 3, Drain 2. I'll draw.
Is that your go?
Yep, that's me done.
Okay, I will draw. I'm just going to resolve the +3. Trade 3. Extra 1. Over to you, Charlie.
Okay, I will draw. I'll spend 2 for a Blueprint Swirl. And just go straight to resolve. So +1. Blueprint Swirl is currently a +4. Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4. Dovetail is the splat 1, which can go on the infirmary, and the steel 2. I will draw a card and end my turn. Over to Gar.
I'll start by drawing. I will play Mallow Drake 1. And a second Great Cloister. Doing the research, I will pay and keep that one. And I will resolve the Steel 3. Drain 3. And then I will draw.
Okay, I will draw. Okay, I'm going to resolve, so +3. And I'm going to trade Centipede for 4. And get an extra 1.
Oh, damn. Okay, I will draw. I will spend 4 on release the fireflies. So I'm going to give 1 card on my canvas protection. I'm going to give that to Dovetail. And I'm going to drain 2 shards from any card. That's going to be the Lakringi Mines. And then I will resolve for +1. Blueprint Swell is +4. Splat 1 and the Steel 2. I will draw a card. And that's my turn.
For drawing, I'll play an Impious Drake 2, choosing a self-child.
Yep, I will get rid of Infirmary.
Cool. Then I'm going to Breath of Ice your other location.
Yep, fair play.
And then I will resolve. So that's 4 steel. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 drain.
Okay.
I'll draw. And then I'm going to go find a holder trial. Yeah. Resolve +2 and trade Eric for 4. Get extra 1.
Okay. What's the other character you've got out there, Shah? You got is that a
I've got a Malin and an Impious.
Malin Impious? Okay. I'll start by drawing. I'm going to use Dovetail and Golden Apple to. No, I need to take out both. Okay. How will I do this? Okay, yeah, that works. I'm going to spend 1 on a Daydrifter. Action +1 to get 1 back. I'm then going to spend 3 to play Role Reversal to give you my Daydrifter, and I'll take your Impious. And then I'll use the Impious to take out the Daydrifter and the Dovetail to take out the Malum. And I'll then spend 2 to do a full palette on the Impious. So that is +6, Splat 1, and I've got 2 steel and drain 1. Then I'll draw a card and pass over to Shah.
I'm going to start by drawing. I'll play an Impious, choosing a self-child.
Yep, so I'll get rid of your Impious.
Yep. And then that's all I'm going to do. So I will steal 4, drain 3. And I'm really sorry, but I'm going to have to, like, end.
Are you going to head to work? Fair enough, no worries.
Minutes.
What we'll do is we'll just drain you to drain you to 0. For what it's worth, I think you were going to potentially win that because you were doing a really good job of keeping us both down.
Yeah. Oh, enjoy. I'll hop back on probably after work. So.
No worries. Well, enjoy work. Thank you very much for being in the stream and playing games with us. Really appreciate it.
See you later.
In a bit.
See you later.
Okay. Well, in which case, Sarah, it comes to you.
Okay, I will draw. And you've got 2 steel, so I've got to get through the 2.
Yeah.
Okay. Right, now I can play that. Right, now resolve +2. Trade that for 5. Extra 1. It's over to you.
Oh, yeah. I think I've lost this. I'm going to start by drawing.
I've had that in my hand for about 5 minutes.
Really? I will spend. I may as well do it. I'll spend 2 to get Fungar Eggs down for no other reason than I can. Resolve for steal 3, splat 1. And then I will trade a giant prism for 5. Over to you.
Okay, I will draw. I'm just going to resolve the +2 and trade for 3, an extra 1. Over to you.
Okay. And it just
So
says
you
my two eldest have
can do it
been
this turn.
yeah. My 2 elders have been watching and have now run off to try and copy your decks. I'm a little bit worried now. Oh, I'm glad we've been a good inspiration. Yeah, I might be able to do it, actually. I'll start by I've got no cards in hand though, so I'll start by drawing. If I just go straight to my resolve, that is steal 3, splat 1. I've not got enough to win this turn, but the question is, do you? How many cards in hand? None. Okay, so yeah, I should be able to just trade and win next turn. Because if I play this card, it gets you 1 closer. And this wouldn't help in any way. So yeah, I'm going to trade, release the Fireflies for 4. Pass over to you.
Okay, I will draw. Okay, I'm just going to resolve the +2 and trade for 4. And get an extra 1. And it's your game.
All right, yep, and I'll draw and then go straight to resolve. Damn, that was very close. I didn't actually think I had that. Well played. So I appreciate Silent. I appreciate you've just gotten in there, buddy. It's 8:30. So what I'm gonna do, folks, obviously, if anybody wants, I mean, Sarah, you've been all night, so I'm like, hey, if you want to keep playing games, big, go for it. But
I actually was about to say I'm gonna drop out for a bit because I'm gonna phone a little while.
Fair play. But yes, Rich, I appreciate you've literally just got on, but I need to take a break. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a 10 to 15 minute break, most folks, just so that I can get breakfast, say hello to Ria, and just mainly stretch my legs, because this is the first time I've taken a break more than just literally running to the toilet in, what was that now? How many hours have we been streaming? 14 and a half hours. So I think I've earned a 15-minute break. So what I'm going to do, folks, is I'm going to go onto the break screen. I'm going to have a 10-15 minute break. When I come back, I will explain the schedule for the current for the morning, so you guys can know exactly what's going to be going on. And then after that, we do have the first interview of the day. So I'm just going to deafen myself in this dog. I might, if you guys are lucky, I might bring the dog onto the camera just for when I might bring the dog onto the camera just for when I come back from the break, if you guys would like that, just for a very quick one. So I'll jump out of the channel for now. Actually, there's no point in me being in here. Cool. So I'm just going to pop to this screen, and yes, I will turn the music up a little bit. I'll mute my microphone, and I'll be back in about 10-15 minutes. If anyone happens to be, chilling in chat, if anybody does come on and go, hey, where's Charlie? I mean, it does say on break, but if you can let them know, I'm back in 10 minutes. In fact, I'm going to write it in the stream chat as well. Right, see you very shortly, folks. All right, folks, I am back. I did say that I'll happily show Greyjoy, the dog, for just a quick moment, and then I will get back to the regular interval stream. But for those that really wanted to see the dog, let me show him on stream for just a moment. So I'll just grab him now. So here is little Greyjoy. He is very playful right now, so it's just tough to get him on camera. There he is. Here's the Greyjoy the Border Collie. There you go. For those that want to see him. Hey, buddy. Unfortunately, we can't call him Bootstrap Benji, but may as well. Yeah, he's already much bigger. Hey, buddy. Now, he's in a very playful mood, so unfortunately I can't keep him here for long, but you guys wanted to see him, so there we go. There he is. Good boy, eh? Oh, cool. Right. We are back. So let me just get all set up, folks. I won't be a moment. That's that there. Okay. Got that ready for the interview. Perfect. So... let's just double check the, so we're going to do a little bit of admin here, folks. Let's just double check the current donations. And then we're going to go through how the stream is going to work for this morning. Yes. Hey, Dickon, thank you very much for the recent donation as well. We've got another £10 on there. Let me get that in there right now. Up to £320. Thank you very much, folks. That is incredibly amazing. You're going to make Kaz rewatch this when she wakes up. Brilliant. Should have made a dog cam donation tier award. That would have been good. Morning, James. Good morning. How did the night shift treat you, Charlie? What are you up to? Lots of Achroma Games. Lots and lots of Achroma Games. We had games all night. We had lots of the community stayed up with me all night to play, which was absolutely brilliant. So, let's go through the plan of action for the morning, just for those that maybe aren't aware or maybe weren't here at the beginning of the stream. So, for anyone watching right now, maybe you've just joined, or maybe you've joined in the last sort of half an hour and aren't too sure what's going on. So, you are currently watching the Achroma Charity 24-hour live stream, where during the stream, you're going to see community tier lists, we're going to do some interviews, we've got some adventure game playthroughs, giveaways, and loads of Achroma games. And it's all to raise funds for Dexter's Arc, which is a fundraiser in memory of Dexter Constantine Thatchell. So, we'll talk more about Dexter in a moment, but for the stream itself, we do have some donation goals. So this is a kind of a group goal. So the more you guys donate as a community, the more rewards you guys get. So at 0, at the very beginning, we were going to be doing a giveaway regardless. Because we have reached £100, we are going to be revealing the new Draco factions and keywords. That'll be at the end of today's stream. So that'll be around 7 p.m.-ish. Because we reached £250, we have now increased the giveaway to tier 2. If we reach £500 before the evening, then we will be doing Dexter's secret reveal, which is quite exciting, if I do say so myself. At £750, we will upgrade the giveaway to tier 3. And if we get to £1,000, it's currently a secret because it's related to the £500 one. But I've also said that I would spray paint my hair chroma colors for a stream for a bit of fun. So those are the donation goals. In terms of the giveaway, so you can see on screen the prizes that you would get at tier 1, 2, and 3. So tier 1, we're going to be giving away 2 boxes of Warriors of Wishwell 1st edition and 2 Fall of Flutterby 1st edition. At tier 2, we will give away all of the tier 1 prizes plus 1 Warriors of Wishwell Collectors and 1 Warriors of Wishwell Fall of Flutterby. And at tier 3, all of the above plus 5 Achroma pallets. I should mention that the giveaway is going to individual people, so if we were to get to tier 3, that would be 11 different people that would be pulled out with their names. In terms of how to enter the giveaway, so you can get 1 free entry to the giveaway if you haven't already by typing in the word Dragon Rider into stream chat. Obviously, it's 1 entry per person. You can also get an extra entry for everybody who purchases a Dexter Master of Dragons card before 6 PM on Sunday. So we are tracking that, and anyone that purchases will also get an extra card. And the winners will be drawn at the end of stream during the last section of the stream, again around 7:30 PM. In terms of the schedule then, so on screen now you can see the general schedule. Between now and the rest of the day, it's going to be really, really busy. It kind of rotates between, we're going to have a half-an-hour interview with somebody, then we're going to do a 2-hour tier list section, then we're going to have about an hour for Achroma Games, then repeat. So we're starting with, we've got in 10 minutes time, we've got an interview with Chris Hillman, the operations manager for Realm Studios. Then we're going to be doing the Siege of Draco Temple tier list, then some Achroma Games, then an interview with Henry, then we're going to be doing the tier list for Flutterby, then some more games, then an interview with Dan Renton, tier list for Wishwell, Warriors of Wishwell, then some Achroma Games, and then it'll be the Achroma weekly stream. Now, all of this is all for a very good cause, so let me speak to you guys a little bit about the cause. So on screen now is Dexter Constantine Thatchell, who is the son of the Achroma creators Jack and Rachel Constantine. So it's a sad story, but Dexter was just 5 years old when he was diagnosed with rhabdomyosarcoma, which is an aggressive children's cancer, and he was diagnosed in 2019. Dexter fought hard and strong for years, going through 9 rounds of IVA, 33 days of intense proton radiation therapy, numerous biopsies, lumbar punctures, and blood transfusions, and finally 6 months maintenance chemotherapy, which gave him and his family 15 months of hope that his tumour had been killed off. In March 2022, his 3 monthly scans showed aggressive growth from the original tumour, and they were informed that he likely had a year of chemotherapy. But on May the 6th, 2022, scans proved that the treatment was ineffective. Dexter was given 4 to 6 weeks and spent that time at home with his family. However, he fought on for over double this time for 13 weeks, until he passed away on the 27th of July 2022, where he was just 7 years old. Dexter's Arc has been created by Jack and Rachel to be a fundraising platform with the support of the registered charity Alice's Arc. All funds raised through Dexter's Arc goes towards non-animal testing research into the children's cancer rhabdomyosarcoma. Now, however, Dexter is not gone forever. He has simply realm hopped into the Draco Planum and has been immortalized by a heroic character in Achroma, Dexter, Master of Dragons. If you'd like to read more about Dexter and his story, then please, I implore you to have a read of some of the links down below. I'll put a couple of links to his story and information about him. And if you'd like to support the cause and help fight cancer, then please consider purchasing the Dexter Master of Dragons Achroma card for £10, where all £10 goes to the charity, or you can use the link below to donate directly to the fundraiser itself. Thank you very, very much for everybody that has supported the stream so far and everybody that has donated. It has been an incredible showing so far. And there we go. So there we go. That is all about Dexter. But yeah, so that is the plan of action for today. That is all the details. If anybody has any questions, then obviously let me know. Let's see. I think... let's jump into mod voice. Okay, realm table, and just gonna undeafen there. And honestly, Chris, are you ready now, Chris? If so, I'll drag you into the table and we'll start the interview now. If you want to, we can just start a little bit early. I think today is going to be a busy day, so may as well start early to finish early, sort of thing. Let me know. In the meantime, guys, what I will say is that the first interview is going to be with Chris Hillman, who is the operations manager for Realm Studios. A lot of you have probably met him or seen him in the Discord. What I will say is throughout the interview, I do recommend that you guys, if you have any questions for Chris, please put them in chat. I do have some questions I'm generally going to go through with Chris, but if you guys have any questions, that's fine.
Oh,
Hello, how's it going?
I'm all good. I'm all good. That's
All right, welcome in. So let me just get the camera on because it hasn't automatically got. That's fine.
I've had to just mute the stream because then I hear myself with the echo.
Yeah, of
Stream.
course, which you don't want. I'm just going to turn the music down slightly, and I just need to tell the stream to actually pick up Realm Table. There we go, and you are now on stream. Perfect. Yeah, Chris, you are a little bit quiet. I wonder if it's something on my end. Everyone's been really quiet tonight for some reason. Oh, hold on. Let's try that. Say hello for me, Chris.
Yeah, I've tried to turn it up a bit. Maybe that'll work for you guys.
I've also been able to tidy up. I've also been able to turn it up a little bit from my bit. There we go. Perfect. So welcome in, Chris. Thank you very much for being on stream this morning. I appreciate you've got a bright and early start because, yeah, you're going to Badger Bad today, right?
That's right. Yeah, no, thank you for having me. It's no problem at all to come on.
So general, line of questions. I appreciate that a lot of people already know you, but also there are quite a lot of people that haven't before. So do you want to start by kind of introducing yourself and your role within Realm Runner Studios?
Sure. So I am Chris Hillman. Obviously, screen says that. I'm one of the original founders of Realm Runner Studios, along with Jack and Rachel. I've known them for 25 years. So we all sort of started the company together. My title says operations manager, but I'm operations manager and game designer. So I'm responsible for a lot of all the game mechanics and everything that you guys play. And yeah, the operations basically means that the day-to-day running of everything to do with Realm Runners and Achroma pretty much all goes through me. So I'm sure many of you have seen me before, had contact with me before, but I'm just around to answer questions and help get stuck into anything that we can do to get Achroma get it bigger and brighter.
Fantastic, thank you. So obviously, being one of the original founders of Achroma, so my next question is kind of like, how did you get into Realm Runner Studios? Obviously, we know, yeah, you were one of the original creators, but tell us a little bit more about that initial light bulb moment from your point of view, where you suddenly, where did it suddenly go, hey, yeah, actually, I want to help design a card game?
Sure. So essentially, it happened quite a long time ago when, so as I'm sure everybody knows by now, Rachel had this book for Flutterby Fools, and that kind of was something they were working on and was set on the back burner. And then maybe about 5 or 6 years ago, Jack and I got really into card games and into like Magic specifically. And we used to play a lot, used to play with friends, and we sort of got this idea. So hold on a minute, we've got this world already. It's like this world, if it's not going to translate to a book, like there's all these characters that could translate into a card game. And so we started put the touches together and sort of making our own card game. And then we had all these few ideas, like it was the beginning of what Achroma is now. And we're like, hold on a minute, this is like actually really good. we sort of realised that we had something quite special in our hands, really. So we just kept pushing and pushing. So we worked on the story and the app sort of things, sort of as a choose your own adventure, kind of simultaneously, and we were kind of about ready to get Achroma the card game launched right around the start of the pandemic time.
Mm-hmm.
But we knew that we always wanted a physical card game where people would sit around and have like social encounters. That was what we wanted. So we sort of delayed it by there. And obviously, I'm sure many of you have heard the name Matt Vince, who is the artist. He was also a friend of ours from school. Like he had worked on some illustrations for the book for Rachel way before. So we got him involved in trying to do the cards. Yeah, and said obviously it turned out they looked great and we felt it played great. So we just kept pursuing it, and and we're still going.
So considering it's been, and this might be a question that catches you a little bit off guard. So considering you've been part of Realm Runner Studios for quite a long time now, even long before the game actually fully launched. What kind of drives you to keep working for Realm Runner Studios and Achroma? What do you still love making the game as much as you did before? Is there any kind of new challenges that are really kind of piquing your interest?
Yeah, of course. I love it as much as ever. So it's just getting to work and design on the new sets is great. You know, seeing things like this live stream and the community feedback is just it's really great. You know, so I know sometimes we have challenges, but there wouldn't be these challenges if there wasn't a genuine love for the game and what we and the universe and what we're doing, really. So in terms of challenges, it all just comes down to, like I said, we've tried to stress this before. We try our absolute hardest, but the truth is we don't have massive manpower of the the
Yeah.
£1 million budget games, so things
Yet.
can sometimes take a bit longer. But that is the biggest challenge of all. Like, we have all these ideas, we know all of these things that need to be done, but just getting them all in place is the biggest challenge. But no, we've sort of, we're hoping to get back on the steady release path of all the having a chronicle each time, and we're really pleased with the unlimited release being out there for everyone to be able to get their hands on whatever they need. So,
Yeah.
but to the original question, yeah, as I say, I wouldn't be doing anything else, So
Yeah. Awesome. So a lot, this isn't the first time you've been on, you've been interviewed by myself on the Achroma stream, and obviously, you've been on stream multiple times. People that have been in the community know you a little bit, but tell us a little bit about Chris outside of Rumrunner Studios. We know lots about you from in Rumrunner Studios. What sort of hobbies do you like? What sort of gamer are you outside of Rumrunner Studios? What do you like to do?
Wow, okay. Nobody normally cares about this sort of stuff before. I mean, in my background, so before working with Rumrunner Studios, I've never really settled on one thing. I've done a multitude of different jobs. I used to work in a traffic light factory as an account manager. I worked doing IT support for like 5 years. I've worked as a high-end travel agent for like 4 years. So I've got quite a broad experience in everything. Which is why, like I say, I'm happy just being operation manager, that you just sort of whatever
He's doing.
Yeah, whatever gets thrown at me, I figure out a way to make it happen. But let's say my biggest hobbies really is just gaming of all forms. Like, I love pretty much all board games. I'm always willing to give anything a go. I love video games of pretty much all varieties. I'm not so much a Call of Duty type person, but I like all like RPG stuff. I love like tactical stuff. I love. I'm sure like many people, I'm dabbling in the Baldur's Gate 3 right now. Like,
Yeah,
I'm sure
me too.
you are. And yeah, that's just. Other than that, I have a young family. It's me, my wife, and then my children are 7 and 3. And yeah, we just spend a lot of the weekends out and about, and I don't, and I just game when I can, and I look after the kids, and we're doing things like next week. My holiday is to the chocolate factory. That's where we're going.
Oh, very nice. That'll be good.
So things like that, really. The same. Obviously, the games I play is with Jack and with Dan and the other members of the Rumrunner team, because we're not just colleagues. We're friends for
absolutely
lifelong friends, really. So.
No, that is awesome. So what would you say is before Baldur's Gate, what would you say is like your ultimate favorite video game? Or what's your if you could play it 100 times over, you would?
Well, I mean, here's a weird dichotomy that's people are gonna find strange. If I two of my most recent favorite ones is, I love Persona 5. I don't know if anyone's played that.
I've watched a lot of Ria played a lot of it. Yep.
Yeah, so that's like a weird old school, well, not old school, it's like a JRPG with like anime style and graphics. And I also love all the Dark Souls and Elden Ring games and things like that. So
good, nice.
Those two games couldn't really be much further apart. But I love all that, and I love Ocarina of Time. It's one of my favorites ever.
Yeah.
Fun fact: I took a little while where I dabbled in the Ocarina of Time randomizer scene. That was a bit of a niche hobby, where they just it's basically like a ROM,
right,
that you can play on like a SNES N64 emulator, but they take all the items and they randomly seed them across all of the world.
So every time it's a bit of a bit. That's actually quite fun, actually. Yeah. Lewis says he enjoys watching randomizers.
Yeah, Ocarina of Time is my favorite. So I was really into that for a while. So
awesome.
But the thing is, each time you've got to, and if you're really good, it's like takes 3 hours to like beat the game. But
Yeah.
obviously, someone like me, it take like 4 or 5 hours. Like you'd have to sit down. It's a commitment.
Yeah.
You can't really. I can't do it in one sitting like all of the top people. Like so.
Yeah. Fair play. That's good though. And Nutrition says in the chat, so question, if you get the time, one of the things that brought me to Achroma was the pricing, knowing exactly what you'll get and how much for, etc. Was that a conscious decision from the very start?
Yeah, of course. You know, so the aim of Achroma is to get as many people playing as possible. You know, we made the world not as like the original intention isn't to be a massively for profit and get us all super rich. The original intention is that everybody enjoys the world of Achroma. That includes the card game, all the stories and the lore and the community, and get everyone in and involved. You know, but so that comes with being able to create the price point that's really affordable for everyone, and also gives us enough sort of there that we can put the money we make back into Realm Runners to make more products and keep the world flowing and keep the card game coming, really. So.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Lewis also says, no Halo, how rude. You're not a Halo fan?
No, not really Halo or Call of Duty or Battlefield.
No
any
running
of this
gunners.
stuff. No, not since GoldenEye and Perfect Dark, which shows my age, really. But yeah.
Very nice.
I guess Mass Effect is the closest thing, but that's not really. It has like FPS elements, doesn't it? But I also love that trilogy, like for the story and stuff. So.
Yeah. So my next question, obviously, if anyone else doesn't have a question in chat, let me know. But otherwise, this is kind of my kind of end question. It's simply just like, we now, the stream now knows, more about you and what you do for Achroma. Is there anything in particular that you can talk about that you're working on right now for Realm Runners? Where's the most amount of your work going at the moment? What's your main kind of projects at the moment?
So my biggest project is on the upcoming Dragon set. How much have we talked about and revealed about that? So see, you let me know where we're at, Charlie.
So they don't know much about the Dragon set. They've had a few cards shown to them. They've had the polar bear card shown to them, but only the artwork, not the actual card itself. They've seen artwork of one of the dragons, but again, They've seen no abilities and no keywords yet, but because we've raised over £100, they will get to see the keywords and the abilities at the end of the stream today.
Okay.
So yeah, how have you found these new, like without it's going to be hard without actually telling us what the abilities are, because even I don't know yet.
Okay.
How do you think these abilities are going to fall into the current game?
I guess without revealing too much, what I can talk about to maybe get the discussion going, and so that you guys can have a talk about this later, is the intention at this time, bear in mind everything is subject to change, is that the new keywords we add are not going to be kind of faction specific.
Okay.
Maybe take a different kind of approach and have a keyword that's sort of more character related, and characters spread across the factions, and another keyword which is more location and location based, spread across the 3 factions, and then there'll be actions and objects dotted that do these sort of 2 keywords. So that's all I can talk about. Obviously, I'll let you guys see it. I mean,
yeah,
this is obviously the testing phase. If this is terrible, we won't do it, but it's something a bit unique and a bit different. It does tie in with the story, which is what we always try to do. So that will make more sense when you guys know a bit more all about the story. When is a new? And Richard says, when is the new set released in pre-release? Soon is the answer. So
yeah, very soon. Did Chill say locations of keywords? Yes, Ricky, he did. Yeah, local locations with keywords spread across them.
Yeah. Am I glad Achroma won? I mean, the thing is, it's hard because I'm really cool with whatever happens. Let's say it's for me the best thing is getting to see Rachel's reaction more than anything, really. So obviously, I'm sure you guys know she is a big Achroma fan, And when Chroma won in the Curdle Hill set, she was pretty devastated. But right now, so Achroma won the Draco Temple. She was a bit happier with that. You know, to be
Yeah.
honest. But
And
it's great that you guys keep us on our toes, really, like I said. And just even having people care about this sort of thing it's so great for us to say you guys have such a big impact on us, like having everyone care about this sort of stuff. Because obviously we do as well. Yeah, I'm just really pleased that people contribute.
Absolutely. And I can say as well that I don't know when it's going live. I think there's still a few more bits to be planned, but I've done like one of the first proofreads of the lore piece that people are going to be getting, and all I'll say is that Rachel has clearly enjoyed writing this one. It is brilliant. Yeah, Lewis said you should have seen the Discord in the run up to the end of the event. Honestly, did you hear about the last day situation, Chris?
I did.
It was absolutely brilliant.
And I know a lot of you guys in the Discord were doing Achroma, and I actually was talking to a guy, a friend of mine, who I don't know if he uses too much Discord, but he said him and his son were playing tons of Achroma games on that day as well, trying to affect it. So you never know who is out there affecting the Achrometer.
Exactly.
Trying to push one another. So you guys got to stay on your toes. So.
We did it. It literally came down to the last hour. Antonomy says, I know we're unlikely to get the exact answer to this, but how many cards in the set were affected by the Achroma win? Do you happen to know that, Chris?
So it's hard to give an exact number because obviously the way it works is we already know the theme and the setting before we know whether Chroma and Achroma wins, but it certainly affects the lore text on 10 plus cards, and it will affect the actual printing of maybe 5 or so cards, depending on whether they're more Achroma, because we still have to balance the Achroma and Chroma set. But like I say, for example, the best example I could give would be going back to Curdle Cove. So obviously, if Achroma would have won, like there would be a very good chance that you guys wouldn't have got an Otrix card because she might have got captured and not got taken down to Curdle Cove. So there are kind of a fair few non-specific things that get put in behind the scenes that determine what exact cards and characters and things like that you get. Like one thing I can say for certain is that how much do I want to reveal here about the new set? So there were definitely a Drake or two that maybe wouldn't have got put in if Chroma had won. So that's the best that's the best I can do for now. So
okay, awesome. Which is weird. That's news to me as well. So yeah, so there are definitely going to be some more Drakes, is basically what we're saying to some degree. Yeah. Cool, awesome. Well, obviously, if anyone has any other questions for Chris, let us know. In the meantime, is there anything else you're working on, Chris, or any other things that do you think the community should know that you're working on?
So just to advertise that a few things. If anyone is watching and is London based, I'll be at Badger today from 2 onwards, and to let everyone know that the tournament. The next Achroma Grand Tournament is September 23rd. That's in the Five Realms Cafe down in Poole, where we normally have it. And we've had lots and lots of questions about tournaments further up north. And
I think Trisha said one about the Highlands.
Exactly, yeah. Highlands is a bit far, but just obviously let people know that we are aware of this and we're trying to work on it and figure out how we can get a tournament further up north. I say essentially the venue is the stumbling block. Like when we find someone who is happy to have us, we'll back up our stuff and up we come. And I'd love to run the Northern Grand Tournament kind of thing. So one of my big pushes for the next few months is more trying to get a bit more organised play up and running. So me and Charlie have already talked. I'm not sure how much we've seeded this idea that I want to host some kind of online tournament, sort of a big knockout bracket type of thing. We've sort of briefly talked about that, so there's no concrete plans yet, but that's something that we want to do coming up in the future.
Absolutely.
And just obviously we're just trying to help the community and you guys. If anyone knows shops that will have us, that's another of my big pushes, is just to make, so we just want Achroma to be available in more places and in more communities. So that's my other big push for the coming months. Alongside obviously getting the Dragon releases out, and then it'll be Flutterby Chapter 2, and then it'll be Norso Chapter 2. So
It'll just keep coming round.
yeah, happy to help with organised play. That's very kind of you, Lewis. Thank you very much. So
Thank you,
we
Lewis.
can obviously chat about that at some point. But so I'm just happy to hang around for another 10 minutes if anyone's got questions. If there's anything else you want me to talk about, Charlie, I'm happy to do that. So.
I mean, that we got through my questions quite quickly. So we'll see if anyone has any questions in. I'm trying to think if there's anything else we could. I'm trying to think if there's anything that I know of that I could ask you to discuss with the community.
Playmats coming soon. I guess we've mentioned that.
Yeah, we mentioned that a few times. Yeah, Playmats coming soon. Obviously, the pre-orders went live the other day. Oh, the single cards. Do you know when the single card? Do you know? I think the two main questions we've been getting people is, do we know yet when roughly they'll be available online? And the other question I've been hearing a lot is, at what point are we going to start selling singles for just all the other cards, not just the alt arts?
So whilst both of them things are going to happen, I don't have
No timings,
exact dates. I imagine the online part we probably will be targeting end of the month, start of next month. The reason I can give on that is because they're going to be through 5 realms as opposed to through Achroma for singles. And I guess the other thing I can talk about is I'm working with a company called Poker Grade, who I'm sure some of you know. I know Lewis has had cards graded by them before, and I'm getting a whole bunch of alt arts and different things graded. So we're going to have, hopefully in the next few weeks, cards in slabs with 10 markings, hopefully, fingers crossed, for that. So they're going to be graded cards that we might offer for sale one way or another. I don't know exactly how. Maybe some of them will be like an auction style. I don't know exactly what we're going to do. Get some plans depending on what the community wants. But I guess I can reveal I am trying to get a graded Curdle Hill promo that might well be available. So
and as I said, that would make some great tournament prizes too.
I agree, Lewis. I agree, absolutely. Yeah.
Awesome. Joe's. I've read a couple of questions actually. So Dickon says, "What sort of cards will we have in the sequel to the Rise of the Realm Runners?"
So there isn't actually a concrete plan for the end of Chapter 2 just yet. I suspect that we won't maybe get anything as large as Rise of the Realm Runners. But there are some things that we kind of have talked about as a team as to what might come after Norso Chapter 2 before the start of Chapter 3. So we've got some ideas for something that could be in there. So yeah, I can't really talk about that just yet.
That's fair. I will interrupt then and say, Anthony asked what rough timing will the GT be? Because that almost perfectly times up with a week off where we got booked. So I can answer that one. That the grand tournament always tends to be in month 3 of each season. Which week it falls on tends to just be when it works best for the Achromas, for the Five Realms Gaming Lounge or any of the stores we're going to run it at. So in terms of timings, when it comes to times, I'm guessing it'll be the usual: get there for 12, start at 1.
That's right. So we'll start signing people in from 12. First game will be at 1.
Cool.
So, and for those that obviously have been before, so whether we have a cut to a top 4 or a top 8 will depend on
amount of people.
Players that come.
Cool.
Yeah.
And Joe said, I missed the start of the interview. Sorry if it's been answered. What are your favorite palettes to play, Chris?
Okay, so for me, I'm not necessarily a massive Chroma or Achroma fan, which is why I like probably my two most favorite decks to play are Traders and Denizens. I like the things that are a little bit different, that's sort of it's just a bit of a breakaway from the standard. So feels a little bit unique to me, those decks. So that's why I kind of like them.
Good answer.
Honestly, so the thing is, I've obviously played thousands with every starter deck because that's what I do a lot of the time. Is I teach people with all the starter decks. So yeah, and I think for starting and teaching, let's say dragons and mages elite and occultists, you can't go far wrong with those. But if I was saying my favorite deck is probably Norso Traders.
Very nice. Cool.
What else we got? So I hope that answers Joe's question. So
I think so. I think everything else has been answered. So I mean, Sarah shouted hoodies. I know we are working on the merch. That is something we're working on.
Yep, it's still in the back burner. So
yeah,
but it's hoodies along with deck boxes are the last few things that we we can do. Obviously, I know as well. We've got Hen on a bit later. He'll talk about the RPG, but the RPG is another thing that I'm working on as well. So
yeah, I mean, I know you had a play test of the RPG the other day, presumably the beta. How are you currently finding the new beta rule set that will obviously be going out to everybody else soon?
Yeah, it's great. Like I said, I think for me, like I said, we've got a really cool character creation, so that people need to spend a little bit of time to get invested in the character creation. And once you've done that and you've made a character that you're super happy with, let's say it flows really, really great. So the only bad news is the other day is I had started to make a character which is Redeal Dax, which I'm sure you know.
Yeah.
From the play test, from the videos, and I had to dip out. So Hen had to step in, and he was Redeal Dax 2. He made my son, and he made him quite evil, which is very much like him. But I'm not sure I approved, if I'm honest, of that. So
that's good. I mean, we had someone the other day in our TTRPG one shot where someone played a pink cave salamander. That was their character. And they were being thrown around by the Norso troll and the dragon. It was very funny.
Nice. Yeah,
cool.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's all of the questions, Chris. So I think all of them come in. Thank you very much for being on. Obviously, enjoy your day at Badger. I'm sure you got a long day ahead.
Yeah, I've just seen Lewis is starting his own zoo in his.
Yeah, it would appear so. Yeah, either that or like dog pound company or something like that. Brilliant. Yeah. Awesome. But yeah, thank you very much, Chris, for joining us. Really appreciate your time and insight. And obviously, it's always nice for the community to get to know you as well. Because I appreciate that, I appreciate a lot of the team are often so busy behind the scenes. It's nice to be able to just have a chat.
Yeah, great. And obviously, all I could say is a big thank you to you, Charlie, for doing this whole event. And obviously, a big thank you to everyone that's donated. Obviously, it's very kind to say that people are donating the money. Obviously, we're really pleased to say it's all going to the charity. And it really does mean a lot to all of us at Realm Runners. So I know obviously Jack and Rich are away and can't be here, but I can say a big thank you for all you guys on their behalf. Just to say thank you for everyone that's donating and Charlie for running the stream. And I hope you make it through the rest of the day, Charlie. So I'll
thank you.
I won't have too much of a chance to check in because I'll be on the road.
Absolutely.
You guys in the chat, you keep him company and make sure he can get it through. All right. So.
It's gonna be good. Little under 9 hours. Well, something I realized when I was on my break before this interview is I was looking at something. Oh yeah, I've only got like 9 hours left, but I realized that's the timer for when the 24-hour stream ends. Then I've got the 2 hours of Achroma Weekly. So add a couple of hours onto that, but we'll get there.
I've given Lewis a 7 in the chat for his strange question.
No idea what that could be.
And unfortunately, I'm not going to be around to see the consequences of that. Maybe we'll find out. Maybe it's a Baldur's Gate thing. I don't know, but
yeah, it could be. Yeah, cat's creation. Perfect. Well, thank you very much, Chris. All the best, buddy. Have a great day today.
Thank you very much, guys. See you
Right.
really soon.
Cheers,
Okay.
mate. Bye. Perfect. There we go. If we get a big round of thank yous in chat there for Chris, had a great chat with him there. Again, it's just really, really good to kind of, give you guys a bit of insight speaking to some of the other, for some of the team members of Romero Studios. Because, you guys see my face every Sunday, but it's good to be able to talk to them as well. So that was a interview with Chris Hillman. And I'm sure we'll speak to Chris more in the future. But yeah. Thank you very much, guys, for the questions and for listening to us there. Alrighty. Whilst you guys are saying your thank yous, it is time to move on to the next section of the stream, which is going to be another tier list. So if you guys will give me just but a moment, and I need to get everything set up for this because it's a slight different change of scene. Go to tier list. Go to there. There we go. I'm off Badger and see you all soon. No worries, Chris. Have a great time at Badger. I hope it all goes well. Hopefully there's a good crowd and they'll all get to enjoy the game. Okay, so then we just need to load the tier list. So the next tier list we're going to be, so we did Curse of Curdle Hill at the in the evening yesterday. So now we're going to be doing Siege of Draco Temple. Yes, we will have a quick look at the totals before we actually get started on this. I'll just go full screen there for now. That is a good point. Let's have a look at the totals. Double check the orders if we had any more Dexter card orders. Not necessarily. And I see what happened there. So that's what that was, Chris, if you're still here. That £7 is thank you very, very much to Lewis, who just donated a further £7. The number Chris picked into the fundraiser. That is very, very generous of you, buddy, considering you've already donated so much. That is very kind. Thank you. I will pop that in now. Properties 27. Thank you very, very much. Very, very kind, mate. I wonder why you said, oh, yeah, what's the total now, Charlie? What's the total now? There we go. Thank you very much. Perfect. So we're going to be doing another tier list now. So for those that weren't here for our tier list yesterday evening or haven't seen us do a tier list before, let me go through with you guys how this basically works. So the reason why we do tier lists is they are fun and they are also a really good way for new and current players alike to have a chat and have a bit of a decision on which cards do we think work the best and which ones maybe don't work as well. So it means that when you then get to do your custom palette building, maybe you're trying to build a really competitive deck for, a night of games or for a tournament, you can, use this as a bit of a reference. Keep in mind that tier lists are completely subjective, so you may completely disagree with what we end up choosing. That is okay. There is no right and wrong when it comes to opinions on cards. And at the end of the stream, I will be releasing the links to all of these. So if you wanted to have have a go at your own tier list, you have a go at doing this tier list yourself, you absolutely can do. So how this will work is, firstly, I will call up with a card detail. So, for example, I might call up with, I'm just going to pick a random card. I might pick Achroma Games, for example. When I show a card, I will talk about how, I'll talk about the actual card itself, and I will tell you where I think it sits on the tier list. Then I will start a vote in the YouTube chat. So as a demonstration, this is just a pure demonstration one. We're not currently voting for anything. I'll put a vote like this into the stream. I know I just picked A and B there, and you guys can then vote on the letter that you think it'll go into. If there's ever a tie break, then I will be the one to break the tie break. In terms of how the tiers actually work, so this is purely how we've been doing the tiers for all of the other tier lists, so I'm going to keep it unanimous. Again, if you do your own tier list, you might decide to put the lines in the sand differently. So what we're saying is we're going S tier is any card that is really, really good, and you could put it into any palette and it would work very, very good. and it's very good by itself. It doesn't rely on other cards, so it's very, very good by itself, and it works in any palette you put it into. Basically, it's almost like a why wouldn't you put this in your palette. A tier is, again, very, very good, and it works by itself, meaning you don't need to pair it with other cards, but you wouldn't maybe put it into every palette. It's you know, maybe a bit more situational. Maybe you might be, you know, only Achroma palettes or only Chroma palettes. B tier is then cards that are very, very good, but they rely on other cards being built with it to be good. So if you don't build your palette with the other cards, this card now won't be very, very good. C tier is then cards that are okay. They're not bad. They're good cards, and they do work by themselves. Again, so they're okay cards, but they don't. The good news is they don't rely on any other cards to be good. D tier is then cards that are they are okay. They're not terrible, but they do rely on other cards to be okay. So, you know, you have to build them with other cards just to even get them to be okay. And then F tier are cards that you genuinely believe that they just don't really have a place in a palette that you would build competitively. You know, cards that they just don't really do a good job for the cost that they are. Again, I would hope that there's going to be little to no cards in F tier, because every card, in my opinion, has its place. But again, this is subjective. And this is a community tier list, so there will definitely be times where you guys will, you know, you will really want something to be A tier, but the community votes it as C tier, and so be it. It's a community tier list for a bit of fun. All right, this is going to take about an hour and a half to 2 hours maximum to finish, just purely because of how many cards. You will notice I am going to go through it quite quickly. We're not going to spend any more than like a minute talking about each card, because otherwise this will literally take forever. You know, do feel free to keep the conversation going in chat as I move on. Nathan, by definition, wouldn't this mean all legendaries wouldn't be able to achieve S rank? Not necessarily. We had some legendaries that went to S rank with the previous tiers. It all depends on, are they really good by themselves, and could you put them into any palette? I think, for example, I can tell, just as a quick example, if I just bring up the, this was the tier list we did for Curdle Hill earlier. So we said that Kara Curdle, for example, we put her as S tier, because what makes her ability amazing is you get to +1 and prevent 1 for every character and every location on your canvas. So it doesn't matter whether you're building your palette with Chroma, it doesn't matter whether you're building your palette with Achroma, she's still going to be super beneficial. So that's the sort of vibe we're going for here, is the S tier is, it's an amazing card, it works by itself, and it doesn't really matter which palette you put it into, it will be brilliant. So, with that in mind, let's get started. So first, fun enough, the first one that we actually do have here, because this is in no particular order, is Achroma Balanium. So this is a 5-cost location, -2 in the resolve, and whilst on your canvas, characters with any Achroma get protection from Chroma. I'm going to start this off with, I'm going to say A tier. It's between A or B tier. So I'm going to start the vote straight away whilst we discuss it. I should probably end that previous poll. So we're going to start the poll at A, B, and C. I personally think it's going to go... I'm going to say B tier. It is a very good card, but it does rely on you having multiple Achroma characters out, and it also relies on your opponent having Chroma characters. If you're playing versus Achroma, this is useless, and if you don't have loads of Achroma characters out, this is also not useless, but then doesn't become very good. So I would say personally B tier. So I'll give you guys about 15 to 20 seconds maximum to vote. So if you are currently in the chat with me, then make sure to get your votes in nice and quickly. Yeah, it looks like we're looking at B tier initially. Yeah, we've only got a few people voting at the moment, but that is perfectly fine. Looks like B tier it is. Again, if there's any tiebreakers, then it will be me that goes with it. That makes the decision. So the next one is the uncommon location of Achroma Blockade. So this is 3 cost, -1 in the resolve, and dragons can't attack as the ability. For me, this is going to go into D tier. It is so situational. It's only really good when you're playing pre-con versus pre-con. You know, if you're actually playing versus dragons, then it can become quite good. But when you look at the broader spectrum of everybody playing, you know, different realms versus each other, it really just becomes a 3-cost -1. So I really think that is D tier. I could even see people wanting to vote that even lower. So we're gonna go C, D, and F and see what people say. I personally want to say D tier. Yeah, I could see it going F. I could see people going F tier for it. Just because it literally is, it's super situational for playing against dragons. Obviously, it was a card created because for pre-con palettes, it works perfectly against dragons. But when you're looking at the greater mixture of Achroma, it's too situational. I'll give it another 10 seconds. And it looks like it is indeed going to be D tier. So we'll end the poll there. D tier it is for Achroma Blockade. So next then, we've got Achroma Claw. So Achroma Claw is a 2-cost object, -1 in the resolve, and the attached character is poisonous to Chroma. I would like to say B tier for this one. It is very, very good. There is something to say for Poisonous. Poisonous is always very good, but the fact it's only poisonous to Chroma does mean that it's limited to, again, if you're playing versus an Achroma palette, then Achroma Claw is suddenly going to become a lot less useful. If it was just attached character is poisonous, then I would say A tier. Is the fact that it's only poisonous to Chroma, in my opinion, makes it B. So I'll put the vote to A, B, and C and see what you guys think. Again, if you think I'm completely off, if you think, no, Charlie, you're wrong, it should be D tier or F tier, then please do feel free to shout in chat. So we're talking about Achroma Claw here. Not looked back at these cards since the changes of being able to attack in the main phase. Significantly better if you attach this and attack in the same turn now. Yes, that is very true, Nathan. That is very, very true. Objects in general have become much more powerful now, because you're right. Before the attack phase changes were made, you'd have to play Achroma Claw, hope it was there for a turn, and then attack with it. But the fact that you could now, yeah, do your object, then attack, makes it much, much better. So it looks like we are also getting B tier for that one. Lovely stuff. That is where I think I agree. So now we're moving on to a location. So we've got Achroma Haven. So this is a steal based on how many drakes on your canvas. For me, I actually want to put this down in D tier. Now, hear me out, folks. This is why. I've always thought this card was too expensive. I think, you know, this might change when we look at Chapter 2. Obviously, we don't know what Chapter 2 is officially going to be yet. But Achroma Haven, is... It's... To already be 4 cost is really expensive. So really, you want to have 4 drakes out to even make your money back, or, you know, at least a couple of drakes. And the issue is most of the drakes are quite weak, so they get taken out quite quickly, like Malum Drake and Impious Drake. And you don't actually have that many drakes that you can build into a palette. I think the maximum amount of drakes you could build into a palette, if my memory serves me right, is 8. 8 maximum cards. So due to that, I'm going to say, I personally think Achroma Haven is D tier. I'll put B, C, and D in case you guys think I'm wrong and you want to go higher. But I would personally say D tier on the basis that, it's a good card, but only if you can stack it with drakes. Otherwise, and yeah, it's just good. It's not really good, you know. Okay, I'll give that one another 10 seconds or so. Oh, I put B in the title. You're absolutely right. I did, Nathan. That was my apologies. I put B in it. Don't blame you. Like, no way to be. Okay. As long as your vote isn't going into B, that's the main thing. Yeah, my apologies. You're right. I did actually accidentally put that as the title. Yeah, looks like the people that are actively voting have agreed with me there. D tier is. Okay, so next then is Breath of Fire. Breath of Fire. That is a uncommon action. Erase a character and or a location. I'm going to say... I'm going to advocate here for S tier straight away. I think this might be the first S tier in my opinion. 4 cost is quite expensive, but the fact that you're getting to erase any character and any location of your choice is really, really strong. And again, go back to what S tier is. It's a card that I would personally recommend. You could put it into any Draco palette and it would be amazing. So yeah, I personally think S tier. I could maybe see if people wanted to go A tier if you think it's not worth putting in every palette. But those that know me and my palette building, I really value control cards. So I would struggle to vote anywhere else than S tier for this one in particular. And the fact that it's character and location, it doesn't matter if you're playing against a character heavy deck or a location heavy deck, you're going to get use out of this card. Compared to when we talk about Breath of Ice, Breath of Ice is literally next actually, so that's good timing. So yes, S tier for Breath of Fire. Our first S tier card. So then we've got Breath of Ice. So for me, Breath of Ice moves down to A tier. Is it a very, very good card? Yes. Does it work by itself, meaning you don't need to palette build it with other cards? Yes. But the reason why it's not going S tier is because it's only good against palettes that have locations. So if you go against a palette that is likely not going to have very many locations, like for example Sparata, if you play the squad leaders, the Achroma Squadron, they don't have a lot of locations. Lakringi tribe, for example, they don't have a lot of locations. In those sort of situations, you're not going to get much from it. So I personally want to go A tier for Breath of Ice. I will put S tier, I'll put A tier, and I'll put B tier. If anybody thinks lower than B, then let me know. And we'll see what you guys think. To me, it feels like a cheap card as well. Yeah. It's not expensive. Not expensive. So I think A tier. Looks like you guys are agreeing with me. Very nice. We'll end the poll there and go A tier for Breath of Fire. So next then, we've got our first character. So Cerulean Draco. So this is a 3-cost dragon, +1 in the resolve, and as an action, all other players must discard a card from their hand. I'm going to say C tier for this one. You don't need to palette build around it. It works by itself, but I think it's okay. It's nothing to write home about. It's not really, really good. It's just good. It works much better in multiplayer games because then you can get more people to discard. But in a standard kind of 1v1 or 3-player game, 3 cost for a couple of discard +1, it's good. Works by itself. I would say C tier personally. I could see people going higher though, so I can't see anyone going lower. So I'm going to do A, B, and C. I could see people wanting to go higher. So this is Cerulean Draco for those that are watching. You'd have gone lower. Would you have gone D tier? Or would you have gone even lower, Nathan? Would you have gone F? Interesting. Okay. Well, the votes are currently split between B and C. So I have to be the decision maker here. Considering that we've also got Nathan saying you would have gone lower, I will go with the lower option. So we'll go C tier for Cerulean Draco. Interesting to know you'd have gone lower. So next then is Chromatic Extinction. So this is one of your rares. Now, when we are thinking of the rares, you also have to consider, is it a rare you want to take up one of your 4 rare slots? So Chromatic Extinction, 4 cost, erase all characters or erase all locations, research 2. Oh, excuse me. So I want to say A tier again. Again, the reason why it's not S tier is because it does hit yourself, and you are also relying, for it to be good, you're relying on your opponents having multiple characters or multiple locations. Yeah, I'm going to say, I reckon A tier for Chromatic Extinction. Nathan, you say D fine, but I think I may have biased how I view cards. I'd be thinking of synergies and in dragon character deck, so in many other options, I'm bad reviewing cards on Citation. Yeah, it's the hard thing. It's hard to it's a hard thing with doing tier lists for a Chroma full stop, because you're not, it's really hard. If you just said, hey, we're doing a Chroma deck, which are the best cards, it could be much easier. But as soon as you say, hey, it's just for a good deck, it can be quite difficult. So for Chromatic Extinction, I personally think A tier. I'll do 4 options for this one, because some people might go differently. I'll go S, A, B, and C, but I personally want to say A tier for Chromatic Extinction. Erase all characters or erase all locations and research too. Okay, so right now it's split between S, A, and B. B is a little bit in the lead, though. I'll give it another 10 seconds. B for you? Is that because, like, you're saying that you have to rely on your opponents having, yeah, loads of characters or loads of locations out? Yeah, this does look like it is going to lean towards B tier, so B tier it is. The community has it. So next, then, is the common action of Chroma Overflow. Chroma Overflow. So this is a 2-cost action. You choose one color and you gain shards in your bank equal to the number of cards of that type on your canvas. I would say this is probably B tier. You know, this can be a really, excuse me. This could be a really nice boost of shards, but it relies on you having other cards that you've built around it that are similar colors. So this is like, you know, building a really blue deck or a really cyan deck or a really red deck, for example. Yeah, it needs a certain situation. And I think that's the same thing with Chroma Overflow. So I'm going to start the vote nice and quickly. And we're going to vote at, I'll put A, B, C, and D. And see what you guys think. So, Chroma Overflow. Compared to Quintessence, may have flipped that. Odd power level. Yeah, it's difficult as well. The one thing I'm trying to personally not do is compare these cards to other realms. Because as soon as you start comparing them to other realms, suddenly it becomes even more of a harder scope to tier list. But I don't disagree that Abundance is... I mean, Abundance we put in S tier earlier. And yeah, Chromatic Overflow is definitely not S tier. Because with the difference between Abundance and this one is Abundance, you can just play it anytime. Whereas with Chroma Overflow, you need it to be during... when you've already got a lot of other cards out of the same color. And yeah, it looks like you guys have agreed with what I said. We're going with B tier. So next, I know where this one's going. Next one is Chroma Storehouse. For me, this goes straight up to S tier. The fact of the matter is, if you play this even by itself, you can choose one color, gain +2, so therefore you've only actually spent 1 shard, and then you get 2 shards in the resolve. This is actually one of the only cards in a Chroma that actually pays for itself and then some on the very first turn. And the chances are you only have to start combining it with a couple of cards of the same color and suddenly it becomes amazing. Yeah, I'll still do the vote because I want to make sure that everybody has a chance to, you know, some people might not be typing, but I'll put S, A, and B tier. I'd be very surprised if this wasn't a unanimous decision. Yeah, me too, Nutritious. My wins for Dragon decks almost always rely on Chroma Storehouse, and I have at least one Chroma Storehouse even in all of my Achroma palettes for Draco. It's just solid game. So yeah, absolutely, that went straight to S tier. We agree. Next we've got a rare, so we've got Corrupted Portal. So this is 4-cost rare, steal 2 in the resolve, and as an action you can research 2. I think this is A tier. It doesn't rely on any other cards. And it's good. Would you put it into every single palette? No. Because not every palette do you want to have Achroma shards. Not every palette do you necessarily need the research. But are you going to put it, could you put it into most palettes and it do a good job for you? Yeah, you could. And it's a very, very good card. 4 cost for 2 steel. It pays itself back in 2 turns, and you're getting 2 card draw, even though you have to pay for them. Yeah, I want to say A tier. So we'll start the vote. I don't think anybody would go S tier, but just in case, we'll go S, A, B, and C, because some of you might think it's lower. And let's see where you guys think for Corrupted Portal. Couple of votes for A so far. Okay, I'll give it another 5-10 seconds. Yep, A tier for Corrupted Portal. Awesome. Next then is our next legendary, Darnacusk. So he is a 6-cost legendary. He has an action to draw 3 cards, and his X is number of dragon characters on your canvas. I want to say B tier for Darnacusk. The drawing 3 cards is lovely. That's great card draw. But the fact is, you're only going to get a decent resolve if you have at least 2 to 3 other dragons out, which, for those that have played dragons, know that's not always the easiest thing to do. So the fact that you have to stack it with so many dragons to even kind of get good resolve back, I reckon B tier personally. So we'll start the votes and we'll go A, B, and C. Let me know if anybody genuinely thinks it would be higher or lower than that. Nutritious, I'm heading out with the dog. Have fun. No worries. Thank you very much for joining me this morning in the stream and the tier list, Nutritious. I'll hopefully see you a bit later. Literally played him with no other dragons. And how did it work out? When you played him with no other dragons, did you still feel like you got good value out of him for the 3 card draw and the +1? Because if you did, then that would be a reason to go A tier. If you think that his resolve is kind of secondary. We have currently got a 50-50 split. So that means I have to be the tiebreaker. Being the tiebreaker, sorry for whoever did say A. Mine going blank, but had the location with the shards and with the cards in hand and mirrored it over 30 shards a turn. Oh, Vast Volataris. Do you have Vast Volataris? Keep in mind that you can no longer mirror Vast Volataris. Vast Volataris is a heroic card, so you can't technically mirror that anymore. But Mirror Sanctum and Vast Volataris are 2 very good cards. But yeah, I think Darnacusk is a B tier. In fact, you do have to pair him with other dragons to really be that very good status. So next then we have the character Draco Fledgling. So this is a common character, 1 shards. As an action, you can +1 for each other dragon character on your canvas. I'm going to say D tier for my little Draco Fledgling friend. He's okay if you can pair him with at least, a couple of other dragons. If you don't build him with other dragons and have those dragons out before playing him, he essentially becomes not so very good at all. So I want to say D tier personally for our Fledgling friend. So we're gonna go votes, and I'll put C. I'll put B, C, and D, and see what you guys think. I don't think anyone's gonna go F. Rich, smack myself in the face with the phone, dropping off to sleep. Oh no, you must be very, very tired, Rich. Bless you. Obviously, don't let me hold you back if you need to get some sleep. Yeah, it looks like you guys are agreeing me with D tier. Lovely. D tier it is then. So next then, this one I reckon is going to be very high up there. So we have Draco Graveyard. 2 cost, -1 in the resolve. Once during your turn, you can discard 2 cards and dig 1. For me, this is absolutely an S tier. The fact is, dig is so important. Being able to being able to dig for any of your cards, like your legendaries or your rares, is so strong. You know, being able to dig for Achroma Storehouse and play that again, it's just incredible. And it works in every single palette that you put it into. It doesn't matter which palette, it works. So yeah, I definitely think, yeah, S++, exactly. So we're going to go for a vote. We'll go S, A, and B, but I reckon this will be quite a quick vote, because I reckon most of you are going to go S. Chris, you've awoken with a terrible headache. Oh no, that is not very good. So what time you got work today, Chris? Yeah, multiple votes going straight into S tier, so I'm just going to end that poll there. Yeah, sorry, Rich, I'm trying not to yawn. S tier it is for Draco Graveyard. 4 PM, okay, that's not too bad. Next on the list is Draco Planum Library. So this is a 2 cost plus 1 location, and once during your turn, you may research 1. I'm thinking A tier, potentially S tier. I'm tempted by S tier. Again, I think it's very good. Very good. It does work by itself. The only thing that makes it A tier for me is the fact that the card draw you have to pay for. So that +1 you're getting every turn, you're also losing to the fact that you're having to pay for a card if you want to. So I'm going to put S, A, and B, and we'll see what you guys agree with or disagree with. You're going to say A, are you, Chris? That is where I'm leaning. Okay. Oh, sorry. I am getting very tired, so the yawns are coming in. I do apologize. So yeah, with a majority to A tier it is for the library. Next then is the promo card. So we've got the Siege of Draco Temple promo card. Where do we put the promo card for where do we put the promo card for the other one? I think we went A tier for Curdle. I almost feel like it has to be the same. Yeah, that's why I went A. Yeah, it's the fact that theoretically you never get the shards back for it. Yeah, true. Okay, well, I'm going to start the vote straight away on the promo card, and we're going to go for S, A, and B. I'd say A tier myself, but I could see why people would want to go S. For Curdle, we went A tier, so I feel like it should go in there for that reason. If there's a tiebreak, I'm definitely going with A. Oh, so sorry, folks. With 3 votes, yeah, it's going into A tier. Okay, next is Draco Hatchling. It would appear, not Hatchling, sorry. Whelp. Draco Whelp. So this is 2 cost action. If you have another character on your canvas, draw a card. I want to say D tier for this one. I know we said we shouldn't be comparing it to other realms. When you look at cards like Lone Survivor that costs 1 to draw 1. Look at Imp in Fall of Flutterby. Cost 1 to draw 1. The fact that this costs 2 to draw 1, and you actually have to have another dragon to do it, and no resolve, makes it a D tier in my opinion. I'll do C, D, and F. Nathan says, I'm just not a fan of the promo card. So expensive, and still usually means there's always cards that do it better, depending on your plans are to drain shards or gain shards. Yeah, I don't disagree with that, Nathan. If you're here as a Chroma player, then you know you might not care to put one of those in your palette, you know, because it's better to have a 3 cost plus 3 like Monastery Nest, for example. So I can definitely see what you mean by that. You're used to a tie, Charlie. Yeah, very true. Yeah, looks like you guys are agreeing with me there that we are going at D tier for the Whelp. So we'll go D tier for the Whelp. Okay, next on the list, we can probably do these two together, to be honest, because they're pretty much the same uncommon action. So this is Drake Ambush and Dragon Defenses. So Dragon Defenses is 4 cost, erase up to 2 drakes. Drake Ambush is 4 cost, erase up to 2 dragons. Yeah, I'm also thinking F tier. 4 cost to erase 2 characters. If it was just erase up to 2 characters, then this could potentially be as high as A tier. But the fact that it's specific to dragons and drakes, it's just so... Sorry. It is so situational that you're just not going to use it. Why would you not use something like a Breath of Fire? I could understand if people wanted to be nice to it and give it D tier, because you could argue that it does work if you, if you go against an opponent that has the other cards. But yeah, I think F. I think a good comparison is Pixie Prison and Giant Prism. Yeah, very true. Ricky, you're actually going to go D? It looks like people are generally, yeah, F- for Rich. F-. The only thing they've got going for them, in my opinion, is they're good trade fodder. They're good trade fodder. Yep, so that is F tier for those two, unfortunately. At least with the Pixie Prison, it's erase all pixies or erase a character. Yeah. Whereas of these, it's not like erase. Yeah, imagine if I was to just a buff for these, I would make those two erased up to 2 drakes or 1 character. So it's like a, hey, at least it works as a single character, if not the drakes. So the next one is our next legendary, Entombed Elders, 6 cost, steal 2. This used to be S tier in my books, because it used to be that you could mirror Sanctum it, but you now can't mirror Sanctum it. I want to say, I'm tempted to say C tier, folks. Is that bad? I'm tempted to say C tier for it. I mean, obviously, 6 cost for 2 steal. The bad news about that is that, I forgot to end the previous poll. The bad news about the good news about Entombed Elders is that it can't be erased. But it's going to take you 3 turns to give you the... It'll take 3 turns to pay itself back. And although before, when you looked at can't be erased, hey, it can't be erased. That's really good. But think of how many ways people can still get rid of it. Claiming it, restraining it, bouncing it, using Briscavi Deal or whatever it's called, and also Trade Deal to swap it round. Tempest, which now moves it. There's a lot of cards that can still get rid of your location, even if it can't be erased. Yeah. And you also can't erase your own one if someone else nicks it, you can't, exactly. So yeah, I'm going to start a poll here. I'm going to go, I will put A, B, and C, because some people might want to go towards A, but I'm thinking C tier as well. Heron, finally, break time so I can watch for a bit. How's it going? It's going great, thank you, Heron. We're currently in the middle of the Draco Temple tier list, so it'd be great if you want to get involved. We're currently voting on Entombed Elders. Yeah, 3 votes. You guys have agreed. C tier it is. Lovely. Okay, next is the... following the explanation, I would have voted D tier. Oh, I think the reason why I wouldn't go D tier for Entombed Elders is because it doesn't... The explanation of the tiers is C tier is an okay card, but at least it doesn't have to rely on something else. Whereas D tier is, it's an okay card, and you have to deck build it with something else to be okay. The good thing about Entombed Elders is you don't have to build it with any other card to be okay. It's just okay. The next one is the Floating Wasteland. So this is a 3 cost... Oh, you missed the vote. You're going to go D tier for Entombed Elders, were you? Sorry. Floating Wasteland is 3 cost, -1. And as an action, you can choose a player. They must discard a random card. I'm going to say, yeah, D or C tier, probably, Floating Wasteland. It's 3 cost for a -1, and 1 card draw is so. And it's a random card as well. Only 1 player. It's not like, think of Cerulean Draco. Compare this to Cerulean Draco, that a moment ago, Cerulean Draco was all other players must discard a card from their hand. Now, admittedly, they get to choose the card, but that's still all other players. Whereas here, where we talk about Floating Wasteland, it's only one player, and it's a random card. So yeah, I'm thinking D tier myself. Looks like some people have gone slightly higher than that. So I'm going to put the vote at B, C, and D. You might get rid of a good card, even better. Yeah, true, but it's random. You just don't know. It's risky. And it's a drain, not a steal, yeah. Yeah, it looks like it is going detail. I'll give it another 5-10 seconds for those that are maybe lagging behind a tiny bit. Yep, looks like D tier is where it's going. So next we have the character Glacy's Draco. So Glacy's Draco is a 3-cost, no resolve, and once per turn you can defend another character on your canvas. I also want to go D tier for this one. It's the fact you get no resolve for 3 costs. It's okay if you stack it with other dragons so that you can then get, things like strength in numbers. And once per turn being able to defend is okay as well. So I would also go D tier for this one. Is Sarah still awake, or is she finally gone to bed? She hasn't said she's gone to bed, but she's not here at the moment, so she probably has gone to bed. I wouldn't be surprised. B, C, or D tier for Glacy's Draco. Yeah, exactly. Mage Sleep particularly says a +1. Possibly. I know that one kid is staying with her mum, so it's only the one kid that she's having to deal with. Yeah, looks like we're going for D tier for Glacy's. Okay, next is the location, Great Cloister. So it costs 2, and it is a steal 1 in the resolve, and action is you can research 1. I would go C tier for this one. I wouldn't say A tier because, compare it to Draco Planum Library where you get the research every turn. So yeah, I think C tier is quite a fair one. This looks like you guys are agreeing with me already, so let's get the vote in nice and quickly. B, C, and I'll go D. Research assistance is now a thing. Yeah, that definitely makes it better. Definitely makes it a little bit better. Yep, looks like we're going C tier. Okay, next then we have the location of Draco. Sorry, the character of Draco Hatchling. 1 cost +1. I'm thinking C tier. S+. Yeah, it's a good card. It's a good card, and it doesn't rely on other cards to be good. It's a +1. If it only lasts the 1 turn, it's paid for itself. If it lasts multiple turns, it gets more. I'd say C tier. I could even be pushed for A tier. B, as it's in most builds. But keep in mind, B tier is supposed to be cards that are very, very good when they work with something else. So are you saying that it only reaches that very, very good status if it works with like strength in numbers and things like that? Or would you even go as far as say A tier, as in it's just, hey, it works in most builds? It looks like nobody's going for D, so I'm going to put the vote at A, B, and C. Yeah, so kind of C tier is supposed to be cards that are good. Sorry, C tier is cards that are good, okay, and they're fine by themselves. It goes up to B tier if it's very, very good with other cards, and A tier is very, very good, but no other cards are needed. Yeah, unanimously C tier there, folks. Lovely stuff. So C tier for Hatchling. Next is a rare card, Ignis. So Ignis is a 4 cost, +2 in the resolve, And when he attacks, you may erase a character or location from the same canvas with a shard value of 3 or less. Chris, I want to drive over to you and give you some energy to keep you going. Oh man, yeah, you have no idea. I'm starting to feel it in the front of, like, in my eyes. I will get past though. This is the hardest bit. Between kind of 10 and 12 is the hardest bit for your body. So yes, I agree with you guys. B tier. A, B, or C. The reason I'm thinking, I don't know. The reason I was thinking B tier is that he is good. Actually, no, he's A tier. No, he's A tier in my books. Because when Icus attacks, you can erase a character or location. You don't need to build him with anything else. You could put him into any palette, and he's going to do a good job. He's going to give you +2 every turn, so 2 turns he'll pay for himself. And when you do get attacks with him, you can erase a character or location of 3 or less. That's just good value. That definitely is A tier in my books. I don't know why I was thinking B tier. A or B could be very good, but not always. Have you splashed some Curdle on my face? Yeah, I have done, yeah. Yeah, exactly. He can get rid of 2 cards. Oh, okay, yeah. Change your mind from B to an A. Okay, cool. That means A does win. I did initially think, oh, yeah, he's situational. But then actually, no, he's not. He's just a really good character. When he attacks, he can erase 2 cards. Why would you not go for it? Next, then, is Impious Drake. Impious Drake, I'm tempted to go S tier. He's in my Danica sales playing yesterday. Very useful. Yeah. He's definitely an A tier. I could be tempted to go S. So he's an Impious Drake. It's a 2 cost, -1 in the resolve. And as an action, you can choose a player and they must erase a card from their canvas. Now, yes, when you first read that, for those that are new to the game, you might think, oh, that means that the opponent gets to choose which card they erase. That's not very good. Which, yeah, there can be some times where that's not very good. But more often than not, your opponent won't have anything good to get rid of, so they'll have to get rid of the best thing. On top of that, cards that have protection are not protected from their owners. So because they're the one choosing their own card to erase, protection doesn't stand. So for that reason, I'd probably go S tier for it, as it's such a good counter. But let's see what you guys say. It's definitely A tier. I'd be gobsmacked if anyone thinks B or lower. Reason it's an A and not an S for me is that you have to time it that it's the only one card. Yeah, that is true. That is very true, actually, yeah. Yeah, so, yeah, Heron. So, cards are not protected if you're the one erasing them. So, if you had a Dexter and a Materno combo on your board where they're both protected, and let's say you wanted to play a sacrifice card, like a Ritualistic Notion, onto the Materno, you can do it. Protection is protection from other people, not from yourself. So, because Impious Drake forces your opponent to erase one of their own cards, it bypasses protection. The only thing it doesn't bypass is cards like, where it says can't be erased. So, you can't bypass... can't be erased in the interim notes. It can't be erased. Yep, looks like you guys are agreeing. A tier it is. Awesome. Next then is our next rare, Impundulu. So Impundulu is a 3-cost rare, +2 in the resolve, and whilst on your canvas, Impundulu gives other characters on your canvas protection from Achroma. I want to say A or B tier. No, probably B tier, because it only really works if you need to have other characters out on the board, and the opponent needs to have Achroma characters, so it's quite situational, but it is good. 3 cost for +2 is naturally quite good anyway. So yeah, I agree with B tier. Let's start the poll. I thought with it being from an opponent's card effect, it would work. No. Yeah, Impious Drake. It's the same thing with Serrano, by the way, Heron. Serrano is the same thing. Yeah, I agree, Idol. If it was just a +1, it would go down to C tier. I agree. Yep, 3 votes. B it is. All right, next then is our rare this is our rare object of power. So this is Jade Dragon Pendant. 3 cost, 1 prevent. When this card is erased, return it to your hands. So yeah, it is a good job you didn't. No, Hod would have been okay, because Jamshid Orb says the attached character can't be erased. So it would have been bad if you'd have chosen Jamshid Orb, but if you'd have chosen Hod, nothing would have happened. In fact, you couldn't have chose Hod. You would have had to choose something else. So yes, Jade Dragon Pendant. I think this goes to a, I want to say C tier personally. I think when you consider that it takes up a rare slot, 3 cost for 1 prevent isn't very good. That isn't good. 3 cost for 1 prevent is not very good. Yes, okay, when it's erased, it goes to your hand, but then you've still got to play 3 shards to get it down again. I think personally it's C tier. It's good. It's good by itself, but it's and I wouldn't say it's very good. A few people have put A, so I'll put A, B, and C. Now that Sacred Robe exists, Dragon Pendant has gotten worse. Very true. And Sacred Robe is in here. This is including expansion cards. Ooh, where's my poll gone? Yep. B it is. Oh wait, that was B. Sorry. Wow, you guys voted B. I thought they would go for C for that one. Fair play. Okay, next one then is Loquitio Draco. Where's Loquitio Draco? Now, Loquitio Draco, I hate to be kind to our little dragon friend here, but this is one that I'm also going to probably say put down to, I think F. 3 shards to draw a card and no resolve. The only way you're going to get any resolve out of that is, you know, if you pair it with another card. I think D tier as at a push. You think minimum D? I think it could be between D or F, really. I'll put C, D, and F. I'd be very surprised if it went into C. I could see it going 50-50 between D and F. Looks like most of you are saying D. One person going F. Yep, I will end the poll there. Looks like we're going D tier. Next then is the legendary The Lost Fairies. With Loquatio, it's at least a card draw no matter what, unlike our Whelp friend over there. No, that is true. Yeah, that is very true. I guess if we were putting him into F, then Draco Whelp would have to be 2. Actually, that is very valid. So the Lost Fairies then, 4 cost, +3 in the resolve. Once during your turn, you may play 1 action card for free. This is S tier. Yeah, I agree, S tier. It doesn't matter what palette you build this into, whether it's an Achroma palette or an Achroma palette or a Chroma palette. It's going to be really, really good. The cost also a factor? True. So is that going back to Loquitio Draco, Lewis? I mean, we're talking about Draco Whelp versus Hatchling, so we're talking 2 versus 3, but even still. But yes, talking about Lost Fairies then, yeah, I personally think that it is, I want to say it's S tier, so I'm gonna vote at S, A, and B, because I could see people going for any of those. You would argue the second best legendary from the realm? What would you say is the first out of interest, Chris? A, seeing as you'd want a lot of action cards, yeah. I could see people wanting to go A because you do need to put a lot of action cards to make it really be good. I could see that. Love my lost play 4 cards. Oh yeah, love my lost play 4 cards in a turn, yeah. You think Tenebris is the best one? Lewis, you say it's certainly not S? So considering that the criteria for S is that it could be good in any palette that you put it in, I guess the only thing that would say that would make it not S is, yeah, you could say that you're going to have to put it in actions, but tell me, like, when are you not going to build a palette that has some actions? It's one of those things that are necessary, but the votes are in. It looks overwhelmingly it has gone to S tier. I do agree with that. Even if you only have some, it's still a 4 cost +3. If you're not using it every turn, it's not good. I don't know. I still think it is. I still think it's still a 4 cost plus, you know, still giving you a +3 each turn. Lewis, that again, it's if it's not S, it's F. All right, next is Malum Drake. Malum Drake. So this is a 1 cost with a -1 in the resolve. Nice and simple. I'm going to say C tier. It's okay. And it's okay by itself. It's a 1 for 1. It's a bit like the hatchlings are 1 for 1. I'm going to go C tier. Hopefully this is quite a quick one. You think A or B for Malum Heron? Even though it's just a 1, it's just a 1/1. Okay, looks like we are gravitating towards C, so I will stop the vote there and put it into C. Next then is Materno. So Materno is a 3 cost rare with +2 in the resolve. And all characters on your canvas with a shard value of 2 or less get protection. Yeah, as Chris said, if the Malum Drake was steel, then yeah, I would go then straight to A tier. All characters on your canvas with a shard value of 2 or less get protection. 3 and +2. I think this is A or B. You know, A tier for the fact that it is a 3 cost +2, which is a really good resolve. The ability only really comes alive if you build your palette with multiple cards that cost 2 or less. So you are then having to actually build your palette around Materno. And for that reason, I'm more likely to go B tier. So we'll do votes, do A, B, and C. Ooh, it's actually starting to split a little bit to A. Oh, looks like I'm going to have to be the deciding factor here. Yeah, it is a 50-50 between A and B, so I'm going to have to be the deciding factor. I'm going to go B tier, because I don't think she holds up to her own if you don't build it with loads of 2 shard characters. If you have gone for a very high shard palette, it's like, why would you put Materno in? Next then is Minima Draco. 3 cost +1 action. Choose another player. Draw a card for each character on the canvas. I think this is B tier. This is very, very good if your opponent plays 2 to 3 characters. What's the next tier goal? Is 500, I think is what it is, Heron. So 500. So we're £173 away from meeting the next tier goal. Right, let me get the vote started for this one. What did I say? I said B tier, so we'll put A, B, and C. My eyes are really starting to go. Could argue you can play him just to get his own just to get card draw. True, but don't forget you can't choose your own canvas. So if none of your opponents have a character out, then he would be useless because it's choose another player. It looks like you guys have agreed with me. We're going B tier. Please put cold water on your face, dude. Yeah, I will do. Once we finish this tier list, I'll take another short break and go and splash my face and stuff. I'm about to buy Dexter 2. I have a question about posted in the Discord when you get a moment. Yeah, no worries. I'll have a quick look at that right now. Okay, I just see that now, Ricky. So Hillman is obviously busy going out to Badger. I'm not sure who's in the store today. I think if you set it to store pickup, Ricky, for now, I think that's a good idea, because it's not going to be then sent out. And then even if they end up turning around and saying, oh, actually, no, we can't do that, then they could always just then ship it out to you and pay the postage. So I think it's quite likely that the answer is going to be yes, Ricky, although I can't say for certain because I don't work in the shop. I'd be very surprised if the answer wasn't, yeah, sure, we can do that. So if you want to put that order in, Ricky, it should be fine. Double play it when you have loads of other characters, when they have loads of other characters out. Yes, absolutely. Cool. Yes, that was Minima. So next one then is our next rare, which is Mirror Sanctum. So this is a 1-cost location, and you can deploy as a copy of another location, gaining all of its actions and abilities. Now keep in mind that what you cannot mirror is any heroic locations. I would also agree S tier is quite strong for this one. S or A tier. The only reason I wouldn't say S tier is because if you're not playing against somebody who has locations in, if you're playing against someone who doesn't have very many locations in their palette, and if you haven't built very many locations in your palette, then that is a situation where that card is going to get you no value. So for that reason, I would say it's potentially A tier, but I do agree. For the 1 cost to be able to copy any location, suddenly you could have a +3, you could suddenly have a Draco graveyard, you could suddenly have their legendary. It can be very, very useful. So we'll put S, we'll put A, and we'll put B. I remember there used to be a rule before that Mirror Sanctum didn't have an issue with copying heroics, and that was so strong. The fact you could have 2 Entombed Elders or 3 Chroma Storehouses was ridiculous. You'd say it's A because it's vulnerable to lots of Drain Shard abilities. Yeah, very true, actually. Yeah, it's very vulnerable. Yeah, it looks like we are voting for A. Yep, A tier it is for Mirror Sanctum. Hello, Marco! How are you doing, buddy? Great to see you. How is your day, mate? Is the one that copies characters a 3 cost? Something like that? I think so. How you doing, buddy? I am doing tired is the answer, because we're currently, I haven't done the maths recently. How many hours into the stream are we now, folks, if we've got 7 hours and 35 remaining? Yeah, 16 and a half hours in. Yeah, we're going. My eyes are really starting to go. I am pushing it at this point. I've got to push past this and bounce back. It was much stronger. Double Trouble heroic characters and Mirror Sanctum. Oh yes, you talk about Mirrors. Double Trouble is the copy characters one. Yeah. Anyway, the next location is Monastery Gates. 1 cost, and it is a prevent 1. I think this perfectly fits into C tier for the same reason as some of our other 1 cost, 1 resolve cards are. It's 1 cost, 1 resolve. It's an okay card that doesn't rely on anything else. So yeah, C tier. Yeah, it's been good, Marco. The night shift was very, very tough, but I was lucky that I had community members like Sarah and loads of others playing with me all night, so it kept me nice and busy. We've raised £327 for charity so far, which is amazing as well. Last few hours, you'll get your second wind. Yeah, right before bedtime. Welcome back in, Mark. Hello, I've got a few minutes. I'm joining. I'd say C2. Fantastic. Yep, that is indeed C tier then. Yeah, 1 prevent is good. Next then, I think we all know where this is going. Monastery Nest. Monastery Nest. So this is a 3 cost card location where you get a +3. I think most people would agree this would be A or even S tier. F. It would work in any palette, really. Most of you look like you're going A tier. So, okay, we'll put the vote at S, A, and B and see what you guys say. Marco, you say you're about to get a little bit more? Oh, that is very kind, Marco. As a reminder, for anyone that does want to donate, you can either buy a Dexter Master of Dragons card from down below, or you can donate directly to the fundraiser also at the link down below. Don't forget, folks, that if you buy a Dexter card, you do get added into our giveaway, and you can also get a free entry to the giveaway by typing in Dragon Ride into the chat if you haven't already. So where are we going with this one? Oh, it's currently 50-50. I'll give it another 5-10 seconds. That is a split, so I'm gonna go with where most people in the chat said. I'm gonna agree with A tier. I didn't realize there's a giveaway. Yeah, I think you've been out. I think you've been out of the stream the few times I've explained it. Yes, there is a giveaway we're doing. So you get one token for you get one entry for saying Dragon Rider, and you get one token if you buy a Dexter Master Dragons card. And so far, we've already, because we've reached a certain goal threshold, we've already reached the second 2 giveaway. Just in time to make sure Nest wasn't A tier. Okay, so next one is Monastery Keeper. So Monastery Keeper is a 3-cost character, no resolve, and as an action you can research X. X equals the number of locations in your canvas. I want to say this is B... You know what? I think D tier. It is a good card if you combo it with loads of locations. It's not very, very good. It's just good if you combo it with other locations. I have won a couple of games of it today, but that's been in a palette that has been specific around research and locations. Yeah, exactly. You need to build your whole palette around him, which makes him D tier. Just about to finish my break already. Damn, that 30 minutes went so quick for me. For me, as from now, oh my gosh, I'm trying to read this, but I can't tell if it's been written badly or if my brain is just not functioning. Just about to finish my break already. Damn, that 30-minute went quick. So for me, as from no, all the bad cards, S++++, and all the good cards, F. Okay, F minus. So that is split between C and D tier. So I will be the judge, and I'm going to put that into D tier because you need to combat with other people. The next one is a common character, Monastery Librarian, 2 cost to research 1. I want to say F. 2 cost. It's technically 3 cost to draw 1. I guess it has to go D tier because you look at Loquatio Draco. Loquatio Draco we said was 3 cost to draw 1. This is technically 3 cost to draw 1. What's the difference? Unless we're saying that Loquatio Draco is D tier because he's a dragon and therefore it can go well with strength in numbers. I guess that could argue that goes F tier for that reason. Yeah, I'm thinking D or F. Let's go C, D, and F and see what you guys think. He's a dragon. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the dragon does at least stack with strength in numbers and Darnacus and things like that. Yep, votes are coming in nice and quickly, so I'm going to go with F tier for that one as well. Sorry, buddy, you can go in between the wings. How about that? Okay, next is Monastery... nope, wrong one. Common location. Monastery Underside, 4 cost for 2 prevent. This one I would like to put into A tier. A or C tier. It's A or C. It doesn't rely on any of the cards. It's not B or D. It's going to be A or C. Is it? Do we think it's very, very good? Or do we think it's just good? Or do you guys think, yeah, somewhere in the middle? A in multiplayer, B in 1v1. Yeah, true. I just think it's I think it's just a very, very good card. Yeah, it doesn't get you back any gain, but 2 prevent is a lot. Location is hard to get rid of. Again, B tier is cards that would work well only with other cards. Whereas that's not the case with this one. You can play it with nothing else. Looks like we have got a split poll. I am going to go with what I think of it, which is A tier. Next is Mortius Drake. Mortius Drake is 4 cost -2 in the resolve. I guess... Oh, that's tough, actually. I'm thinking C tier. But then I find myself asking the question, well, we just put a 4 cost 2 prevent up in A tier. Why is a 4 cost 2 drain not? But I think my answer would be prevent is much better than drain, because prevent means that nobody will drain from you. It stops, it's a deterrent. Whereas -2 is so-so. Chloe, welcome into stream. C, as it's more trade fodder. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking C. Mark is thinking A because there's so few Drakes. We have had it confirmed that we are going to have more Drakes in the next thing. So, vote. I think it's going to be between A, B, and C. Let's see what people say. And hey, Charlie, I think it's amazing what you're doing. I'll buy you a coffee next time I see you. That would be amazing, Marco. It'd be really nice to have a catch up. Maybe next time I come down to the Five Royals Gaming Lounge, I could maybe pop over and say hello again like we did before and have a proper catch up. Yeah, there's definitely going to be some more Drakes in the next set. Morning, Chloe. Great to see you. Okay, right now it's split between B and C. I technically do need it now more than later, but I'm staying clear of coffee. I've drunk nothing but water, and I'm drinking Y foods as my meal source. I've been on an all liquid diet. Yeah, it's 50-50, and I'm going to go with C tier, personally. I appreciate what you said there, Mark, about the fact that it could be A tier because there's so little Drakes. But again, we're trying to base it less on other cards like that. You'd love what happened for brunch? Let me guess, a milkshake? Next is Nue. Uncommon character, Nue. So, 3 cost, prevent 1... action, choose another character, give them protection whilst Nue is on your canvas. I would say B tier. This can be very, very clutch. This can be very, very good. But it's relying on you playing it after a character that's worthy of protecting. And ideally, you need that character that's worthy of protecting to really then protect the Nue as well, so the Nue is just not going to get blapped next turn. Oh no, you dropped your phone again, Rich? That is not good. And cook breakfast? Oh, very nice, Chris. Oh, I didn't even start the vote. That's my bad. I think, what did I say? I said B tier, right? Let's go A, B, and C again. Yeah, exactly. A Nue protecting Glacius Draco is a really, really good combo. And that's why I think it can be in the very good status, which would be B tier. But again, it makes it B tier only if you time it right with a good character. Yeah, that seems to be the same as in what people are saying, so B tier is... Oh, sorry, C tier. No, I said B tier, didn't I? It's B tier. Yes, absolutely, Chris. So next then is Prism Stone. Prism Stone. So this is a 2 cost 3 object. I think this has to go into S tier. It has to go into S tier, right? It literally pays for itself and then some. You guys are thinking A? So you're not saying that this should go into any palette and be amazing? No, not S? Okay. I am clearly the minority here. So let's go A, B, and C. Yeah, it is an object, so it is more vulnerable. I guess that is true, actually. It is, I mean, regardless of the fact that it's an object, it's just more vulnerable because it's only 2 shards. So I could see that. Okay. If it was +4, then we talk about S tier? Okay. Or if it were a location. Yeah. No, that's true. That's all very, very, very valid, folks. Yeah, so A tier it is for Prism Stone. Next is the rare Prying Eyes. This is a 5-cost action. Look at another player's hand, choose a card from it, and immediately deploy it for free. This is a C tier in my books. It's okay, and it does work by himself, but it is very reliant on what your opponent has in their hand, if they even have any cards in their hand. Yes, it's giving you good intelligence, even if you don't take any of the cards. But yeah, I personally think this is C tier. I genuinely feel like if I was to close my eyes and put my head on the table, I reckon I could be asleep in 2 minutes. Okay, so we're looking at, 4 votes. You guys absolutely agree. C tier with me. I believe the only time I played Prying Eyes recently is with Lost Fairies, making it cost nothing. Yeah, that's a great use case for it. So next then, we have a common action of Ritual of... No, not Ritual of Knowledge. Search for Wisdom? No, what's that one called? Research Collection. There we go. So Research Collection. Each other player discards 1 card at random. You may put one of these cards into your hand. Yeah, it's shard fodder, isn't it? It's shard fodder. Chloe, absolutely. I'll get you your ticket now. Thank you very much for entering, mate. Funny in multiplayer, not so great in 1v1. Yeah, exactly. For that reason, I'm going to put the vote for... I'm going to put the vote into B, C, and D. I don't think it's F tier, because you are still getting discard and a card into your hand. But the fact it's random... I agree with Mark here. B for multi, D for 1v1. So I'd probably say C overall. But I could understand if... Yeah, the vote is for D. Yeah, it looks like... Yeah, actually, you guys are straight for D. Fair play. So next then is Relentless Research. Relentless Research. 2 cost, research 3. So when you think about it here, really, you're paying 5 shards to draw 3 cards. Or any number of those just to draw those colors. Draw those cards, sorry. My mind just completely went there. Yeah. I need to do the vote. I keep talking and they're not doing the vote. I'm slacking. Gosh, I've forgotten I completely lost my train of thought with that one. Wow, I've had a complete shutdown just then. Yeah, you can rearrange them back. So I'm going to put between A, B, and C and let you guys vote. My mind is completely gone for this one. What do you guys think? C tier? B tier, maybe? I'm inclined to go C tier myself, just for the fact of it's good and doesn't rely on anything else. It's not very good. Charlie's and Diney the almighty power nap. Genuinely, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so as it is a draw, I'm going to say C tier. Next is Ring of Fire. And it burns, burns, burns. So cost 3, steal 1. I want to say D tier, maybe. Yeah, I'd say D. Push C. Yeah, D to F. Let's get the vote going. It's just 3 cost for just 1 steal, and it's an object, so it's vulnerable. It's going to take 3 turns to pay itself back if it doesn't get erased in the meantime, which it probably would do. safer to nap. Hey, welcome back in, Iad. Yep, so it looks like we're going with D tier. Let's go. All right, then the other one is Ring of Ice. Object, Ring of Ice. This is 3 cost, no resolve. Once per turn, the attached character may defend another character in canvas. I also think this is D tier. The fact it's no resolve and all you're getting is the ability to defend. Yeah, you know what? I could even argue F. It could be even worse. You're not even getting a resolve. I actually agree with that. So I'll put the vote at C, D, and F and see what you guys think. But Ayad says, how am I feeling? I must admit, in the last sort of half an hour, I'm really flagging. Oh, my eyes. Like, my eyes are like, if I close my eyes for a second and just kind of go like, I can really feel my eyes start to go heavy. I'm having to really push through this current hour. Once we finish this tier list, I'm going to go freshen up, go to the loo, splash my face and stuff, and hopefully that will kind of push me through for the next few hours. It's currently 50-50. It's not useless, but there's much better for Dragon Protection. Yeah. I've not seen it be played at all since Flutterby and Warriors came out. Purely when you compare it to Ring of Fire, I'm going to go F tier. I'm going to be the... oh, wait, sorry. Yeah. F tier did win in the end. F tier actually did win. There you go. It won by 1 vote in the end, so that's not me doing the decision. You can't blame me. The next card is an action, and it is Ritual of Knowledge. So this one's interesting, because pre-expansion, I would have put this into F tier every day of the week. Mark says, sadly got to go. Keep up, Charles, and I'll be donating later. Oh, thank you very much, Mark. Really appreciate it. Enjoy your camping trip, buddy. Hope you have a great morning. Yeah, before the expansion, I would have said F tier every day of the week. But now that there actually are better cards to sacrifice, which you can take into account with this tier list, because we are doing the expansion cards as well, which we're almost on to, I would say this would actually go to... Yeah, it's probably still D tier. Yeah, it's not F. It's gone from F tier to D tier. It can be quite good if you're using it to sacrifice, if you're sacrificing a card that needs to be sacrificed. But yes, you need to be, it's good if you're using a sacrifice palette. So yeah, that does go to the definition of D tier, doesn't it? Also, Mark says, thanks, it's 41 degrees Celsius here. Hot damn, dude. That is nuts. I have no doubt you're taking care of yourself and your family with lots of water, sunscreen and stuff like that. But that sounds, you know, provided you're well protected, that sounds lovely. And somewhere with aircon. Oh no, you're camping. Of course there's no aircon. Hopefully a nice cold lake. Yeah, 3 votes for D tier. D tier it is. All right, we're doing really, really good, folks. We are currently an hour and 15 minutes in, and we've only got... Oh, actually, no, sorry. I thought we just had the expansion cards to go. Let's do all the expansion cards last. Let me just whip up all of the non-expansion cards really quick. Oh, I want to do the expansion cards last. Okay, there we go. So we are getting there still, though. So next one is Ritualistic Notion. So this is 2 cost sacrifice card. Erase any character or location. I am also going to say D tier. Even though there is now, again, better... sacrifice is now much better than it was. Maybe C tier, but it's the fact that you still have to have something on your board to sacrifice, something that you're willing to get rid of, or obviously one of the new sacrifice cards. I mean, I guess it is better than Ritual of Knowledge because you're not drawing 2 cards, you are raising something, so I guess that could go C tier. Let's go again. Let's go B, C, and D. At least you can still remove a card on someone's canvas. Yeah, it is a stronger action, I'll give you that. 40 degrees, can I leave, please? I have a big for extreme heat. Oh, no. Yeah, stay away from that then, Idol. All right. Yeah, looks like that is C tier. Next then, we got the rare Umbra Aqueous. Sorry, enjoying this as my... Sorry, enjoying this as it's my only palettes dropping off. Sorry, I confused there, Rich. Sorry, enjoying this as it's my only palette... Oh, missed it, see. Oh, I see, that's okay. Okay, so, yeah, Umbra Aqueous. 3 cost. It's a -2 in the resolve, and when you attack, you can raise a character. Sorry, when it attacks and raise a character, gain the shards. Yeah, I also agree this is B tier. I think what makes it B tier for me is that it's only really good if you stack it with a good couple of objects, because if you don't put an object on it, then the only characters you're killing are 2 or 1 shard costs, which are rare to attack. So I would say B tier. Let's start the vote. Yeah, exactly. Pair it with Sintamani Stone or some high-cost objects, and suddenly it does become very, very good. But without those high-cost objects, it suddenly would drop down a tier. Oh, I see. You're dropping off to sleep. No worries at all, Rich. Thank you very, very much for being in the stream all night. It really does mean a lot. Thank you for the donations as well. I hope you have a fantastic sleep. I just had a thought. Oh, that's dangerous, Chris. What are you thinking? Yep, so B tier it is for Umbra. Next is the other Umbra, so Umbra Igneous. Oh, you got a palette idea. Okay. So Umbra Igneous, 4 cost, steal 1, and whenever you attack, you may erase a location. I think this goes to A tier for the same reason as Ignis. The fact that you're for 4 cost, you're getting a strong character with a little bit of resolve, and every time you attack, you can erase a location. That's very, very good, and it works by itself. You're not relying on anything else. I'm going to put A, B, and C, but I think the vote should be A. All right, just the one vote for now, but that is fine because I agree with you, because I agree it is indeed A tier. You can do this. Thank you, Rich. I appreciate it, buddy. So yeah, A tier for Umbra. All right, let's do a bit of a speed round. Get through some of these a little bit quicker. So we're going to go with, so the next is the legendary Vortigern. I'd argue it's the best Drake out there since Vortigern and Tebris are both corrupted dragons. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I agree. So Vortigern, indeed, is an Achroma dragon. 5 costs, choose 2 of the following and erase all cards of the chosen colors, and it's a steal 1. Missed it again, A. You might be slightly behind on the stream, Rich. You might just have to click live again or refresh it. It might be that you're slightly behind the stream and maybe that's why you're missing them. So yeah, sorry, Vortigern, where were we? So 5 cost, steal 1, choose 2 of the colors and erase them. I think A tier. It works by itself. It is a good card, but you wouldn't have it in every single palette. But I can understand why people might decide to go B or C. Yeah, it's a good board wipe. It's a good board wipe. A tier. I'll give that a second for you guys to vote. Okay, yep. Looks like the vote has gone for A. You need what my mum gave me the idea with some eye spray with moisturizer lids. Yeah, I bet. Okay, Vortigern goes to A. So next then is Vast Volataris. Oh, good old Vast Volataris. This, to me, has to be S tier. Why would you not put this in any particular palette? It doesn't matter whether you're playing Achroma or Chroma or anything. This is going to become a great source of shards for yourself. I'm just going to start the vote now, but I'm pretty certain at the moment it's just you voting with me, Chris. I think Rich is still trying occasionally. We'll go S, A, and C and B. But yeah, I think we're going to go. I think we're probably going to go S tier. Yeah. Couple of votes. Let's go S tier. That's a nice quick one. Next we have Ruba Draco. Character Ruba Draco. He is an A tier in my books. 2 cost to pay 2 back. That's fantastic. Pays it back in 1 turn, and chances are if he survives the turn, you're going to get paid back more. You're floating in as well as parenting? Ah, fair play, Ricky. Busy morning, I imagine. So yeah, I'm gonna put the vote in now. We'll go S, A, and B. Although I think it's gonna be A. River is an A. Yeah, Ruber is an A in my books too. Yep, couple of votes there for Ruba Draco, so let's put him into A. Next we have Rock, who is he's a common character. Rock is a 2 cost, steal 1, and he must attack a character every turn if possible. I would say he's a C tier. 2 costs for 1 steal is good value. Obviously, his downside is that he must attack. I would go C tier myself. There's an argument for B tier. Sorry, D tier, I should say. I can't imagine anybody going B. So I'm going to put C, D, or some people might even go F. Yep. I think we'll go C tier for that one. Okay. Next is Sacrificial Ritual. Sacrificial Ritual. So this is 3 cost, sacrifice. Each of the player must erase a card. I'm going to say D tier for this one. It's only good if you're playing in a mass multiplayer game, because they get to choose which card they erase as well. So you're spending 3 to potentially only raise a couple of cards, and they get to choose it. Yeah, it's absolute D in my books. You know what? I could even agree with you there for an F, Ricky. I honestly could see that being F as well. We'll put C, D, and F, and we'll see what you guys put. Morning, Semper. I am tired. I am very tired. I'm hitting a bit of a wall, if I'm honest, Semper, but these tier lists are keeping me going because I know I have to go quick with them, so it's almost forcing me to just keep talking. But how are you doing, Semper? Did you have a good sleep? You going to join us for some tier list helping? It's gone 2-2. You know what? It's gone 2-2. I'm going to go F tier. I'm going to side there. Still in bed, mate. Very nice. Very nice. The next one we've got is Rummage. So Rummage is a 1-cost action that allows you to research 1. Once you've done that research 1, you may pay another shard to repeat the ability. I think this is C tier. It's good. It's a good card. You can get some good card draw. But the fact that you're effectively paying 2 shards per card, it's not very, very good. You know, oh, yeah. You think D tier, Ricky? Interesting. I personally think C tier. Let's see what you guys vote for. Yeah, looks like C tier is where it's going. So C tier is where it goes. Next, we have Tengri. Oh, boy, Tengri. So he's a 5-cost dragon, +2 in the resolve, and as an action, choose another player. They cannot deploy actions, locations, or characters during their next turn. I'm going to say C tier for this legendary. Is he good by himself? Yes, but he's not great. He's you know, yeah, S because I love him, but mechanically wise, yeah, I agree, C tier. It's going to take at least 3 turns to pay himself back, and his action only works for 1 person for 1 turn. All right, get your votes in for Tengri. Right now, the votes have only come in for D tier. Where would he be if it was all other players can't deploy actions? If it was all other players, I would probably say A tier. I think the big difference is the fact that it's only one player, so it's only good in 1v1s. And even then, it's only one turn. So people are going 50-50 between C and D, so I'll be the end judge. I'm going to say C, because he doesn't actually have to rely on other cards to be good. Next, we have Strength in Numbers. Strength in Numbers, to me, has to go A tier. No, it has to be B tier. It is a very, very good card, but you have to build it with dragons. So I'm going to say B tier for Strength in Numbers. Which is a shame, because I feel like it should be higher because of how much gain you can get from it. But the fact is, you have to do it with dragons. If you don't do it with dragons, it's worthless. Yeah, B tier. Yep. 3 votes straight for B. B tier it is. B tier. B tier. Okay. Then next we have got Search for Wisdom. This is an absolute F. Like, there's not a shadow of a doubt for me. 4 cards, 4 shards, draw 3 cards. Yeah, you get to keep one. You're forced to trade one, and you have to give one to another player. Yeah, it's an F. I knew this card before it even came. I've used this card quite a lot in my early Draco palettes as trade fodder. But yeah, it's not a great card. Okay, perfect. I wish it was a sacrifice card. Yeah, that'd be nice. So yeah, we are going F tier for that. Next then is the Draco Summer promo card. I don't know if I actually have that as a... Oh, I do have Draco Summer there. Perfect. It's a... I personally, this is a S, or I'd say even S or A tier. 2 cost for 2 steel? That's incredible. Like, why would you not put that into every single palette? I will put A and B as an option, but I personally say S tier for this one. Like, again, to remind people, the difference between S and A tier is S tier is it's very, very good by itself, and it works in every single palette. A tier is it's very, very good by itself, but it doesn't work in every palette. Tell me why Draco Summer wouldn't work in every palette. It's just 2 steel. It's just a free 2 steel. But looks like you guys want to go for A tier, so that is not a problem at all. A tier it is for Draco Summer. Yeah, forget what S is. SS. Oh, okay. Were you one of the votes for A there, Chris? Are you changing your mind? But it is Acrom, but because it's steel, Semper, even if you're playing as Chroma, steel still helps you. If it was Drain 2, cost 2 for Drain 2, then absolutely that would be like A tier, maybe even less. But the fact it's steel, it doesn't matter whether you're playing Chroma or Acrom. It doesn't matter what deck you put it in, it's going to help your cause. See? You know what I mean? All right, cool. So we'll change it back up to S then. Okay, and then we have... yeah, exactly. Chroma v Chroma. You need to hold your person down. Cool. Again... It's a tier list. It's subjective. We're all going to have different views at times. Tenebris. I think this one might split the room a little bit. So 6 cost, steal 3, and you may erase 1 location or character. I'm going to say... Yeah, you know what? I know what Chris is going to say, and I'm actually going to agree with Chris here. I think it's S tier. Could you put him as the legendary for your dragon palette? Yes, you absolutely could. Because again... 3 steel is still going to help you towards a Chroma win. It's going to help you towards an Acrom win. And you're getting to erase a character. Yeah, you know what? I'm not even going to do a vote. Oh, no, I will still do a vote. No, let's not be silly. Let's not be silly, Charlie. I'm getting tired. Must always do a vote. We must do politics. All right. Yep, that is 100% S tier. S tier for Tenebris. Lovely. True, 3 seal is huge, and his best action in game, I'll agree, S. Lovely. Plus his OR is the best. I agree with that. Cool. So now we've finished with all of the base cards. We're now just going to go quickly through the other cards, the expansion cards. So most of these should be relatively quick, so a lot of these are quite similar. So firstly, we have the object of Cursed Crystal of Arcus. 4 cost, the attached character cannot attack and is erased at the end of the controller's turn. For me, this is F. For me, this actually goes straight down to F. They can't attack and they're erased at the end of their turn. Why would that's just erasing with extra steps. Why would you not want to just play a Breath of Fire for 4 shards? You know, compare it to Breath of Fire. Why would you not just spend 4 shards on a Breath of Fire to erase it here and now? Why would you want your opponent to wait and have 1 extra resolve? Yeah, I think F tier, personally. Maybe that's too harsh, but I just can't see a time where that's going to be useful. So, yeah, votes. C, D, and F. No, I've not actually seen anybody use it. Not well, anyway. I've seen some people that have ran it just because it's new. Yeah, and a chance for a protect to be placed. It gives them a chance to actually remove the objects. Yeah, exactly. Yep. All agree, F tier. Next is Scorched Stones. So I don't actually see many people playing this one, but I like this. 2 cost for a +2. I think this goes solidly into C tier. The reason I wouldn't put it into A tier like Ruba Draco, because Ruba Draco is a 2/2, is because objects are easier to get rid of. So for that reason, I would say C tier. But honestly, if some of you want to vote for A tier, I wouldn't blame you. So I'm going to put A, B, and C. B to C, downgrade from Prism? Yeah, exactly. It's a downgrade from Prism, which is currently an A. So it looks like it's 50-50 between B and C. So therefore, I'm going to put it into... Oh, that's the wrong thing. I'm going to put it into B tier, because if you were to stack it on a character that had protection or multiple other objects, it then becomes very, very good. So yeah, it's B tier, actually. I'll go B. Can we think of Ignis with Scorched Stones and think of the Chroma Overflow Witness? Yeah, absolutely. That'd be awesome. So we have next Invictus Charm. It's a 3 cost +1, and when you dispose of it, the attached character cannot be attacked until your next turn. Yeah, but Ignis gets picked on. He does indeed. I think this is D tier. It's quite low resolve, and you've got to get rid of it to then say your character can't be attacked for a turn. It doesn't actually give you protection. It's just you can't be attacked, so people can still play. People can still play, like, you know, people can still play actions and stuff to get rid of it. Yeah, I think we can. I think we seem to be in sync here. We're all syncing up with our gradings here. I think we agree D tier. Expensive for it, might go higher with the getting shards back. Yeah. I've only had 1 vote so far, but most of you in the chat have agreed with me D tier, so yeah, let's go D. Next is, I can never say this one properly. We're overrunning. No, that's right. It's okay. I as long as we can get this done within 2 hours, I'll be fine. So as long as we can get it done by 11:30, I'm happy. So Vajra Dori, or however you say that one. 1 cost for +1. I would put that in C tier. It's worse than Scorched Stones, but it's not terrible. Do you guys agree with me? C tier for this one. It's an Orium drill. Yeah. Yep, 3 votes straight away. Perfect. Ah. C tier. Next, Crown of Claws. 3 cost, steal 1. And an action to steal 1 too. I want to say A tier for this one, to be honest. If it wasn't for the action, I would say C tier. But the fact that you're spending 3 to get a guaranteed steal 2 this turn, and then as long as it stays there, it is an extra steal 1, I do think A tier. I'm going to get the vote going straight away. I don't think it's S tier, so we'll go A, B, or C. Yep, you guys are agreeing with me there, so we'll go straight to A tier. I'm trying to get through these ones quite quickly now. So Impundulu Feather is the next one. So Impundulu Feather, dispose. All characters in canvas have protection this turn. Prevent 1. I think that is an absolute A tier as well. It's so good. 2 cost for 1 prevent is okay. But the fact you can dispose and all your characters have protection, that is basically just like a, hey, you can't touch me. No one's going to attack you, and no one's going to use corrupted. Yeah, you do need characters. That is true. That is true. So if people want to vote for B, that is a reason to potentially go for B. I'll put between A and B. You do need characters. That is true. A has taken it, though. A has just taken it. Next is Draco tier. 2 cost to dig for a character. I mean, it's 2 cost to then dispose to dig for a character. I would say this is A tier. It's not S tier because it's only for a character, whereas Draco Graveyard is S tier because it's everything. But digging for a character, 2 cost is pretty good. That, you know, it's cheaper than Revival. It's cheaper than you know, Mrs. Potts, those sort of things. So I would say A tier as well. I'll put A, B, C. Yeah, I guess it does depend on what you're digging for, and I guess you do have to have a character out. Yeah, you know what? That does actually convince me to go B tier, because it's like you do have to have a character out to be able to then dispose of it, to be able to then get the character you want back. So I guess you could argue B tier for that reason. Yeah, it looks like I might have just convinced someone at the last second, because we've gone, yeah, three votes, 3 votes towards B, I think that is. So B it is. Next we have Battle Bow of Arcus. Now this is a card that I really wish was better, but unfortunately it doesn't stack up as much as you'd like. 2 cost for a +1, and for the strength increases for the number of cards you research this turn. So if you played Monastery Keeper, if you played Battle Bow of Arcus onto a different character, then Monastery Keeper, you could get some really cool stuff. Yeah, I'd say D tier. It's really difficult to pull off. I would also agree, D tier. It's not terrible, because even if you don't get any use out of its ability, 2 costs for a +1 is so-so. But yeah, you're right, it needs too much help to make it work. Yep, you guys absolutely agree, straight to D. Next is Dragon Tooth Kunai. Now, I think this goes straight up to A tier. I could even be argued towards S tier, but I'm probably going to lean towards A tier. 3 cost for a +1 and be able to dispose of it to drain 2 shards. Because it's a reaction, it's like if an opponent goes to attack your character, you could dispose it to then erase their character, or you know they play a Breath of Ice, not Breath of Ice. They play you know, they play a card and you could dispose and get rid of it. It's just really powerful. So yeah, votes will go S, A, or B. This was in my Lost Fairies No Canvas for You deck. Perfect. Yep, straight away, 2 or 3 votes for A. I will take that to the piggy bank. A it is. So where are we next? Oh, that's not the music ended, has it? No, music's not ended. Next is the Corrupted Prism Stone. So 3 cost. You must pay 3 shards each time for this attached character to attack. So I also think this is an F, because yes, the idea with this is that you put it onto your opponent's character, so they have to pay 3 shards to attack. But you still have to pay 3 shards to put it on them in the first place. So at most, you're stopping them from doing one, you know, you make them do an attack and hey, now you're both down 3 shards. Chances are that they will pay the 3 shards and then they'll just attack something to get rid of the Prism Stone, because they can then just say, hey, when I attacked your Minima Draco, the 3 shard damage you do back, I'm going to do it onto the Prism Stone. So yes, you're getting rid of 3 shards, but yeah. Exactly. Putting on something like Copper doesn't slow it down enough. Exactly. You know, they might not actually want to attack with that card. I personally think F. I'll put the vote for C, D, and F. But I would just not use this card. Okay. A little bit of a mixture, but it looks like we are going for F. Sorry, Crystal. Next we have Sacred Robe. Not Sacred Robe, sorry. Sacred Robe. This is 2 cost for 3 prevent. For me, this goes straight up to A tier. 2 cost for 3 prevent? Yeah, it has to be A tier, right? Again, it is an object, so I admit it is more vulnerable. But still. Yeah. Absolutely A tier. As soon as I saw this, I was like, gimme. Yeah, it's really, really good. Yeah, that looks pretty unanimous between the people that are voting right now, so we're going to go with Sacred Robe in A tier. Next, we have Stolen Dragon Egg. So this is a 2-cost card, steal 1. If you sacrifice this card, immediately steal 3. I would say B tier for this, because it's only very, very good if you are able to sacrifice it. I wouldn't say S tier, because you need to have sacrifice cards to make it good. And it is very, very, very good card, but with sacrifice, it doesn't work with anything else. Oh yeah, absolutely. I agree, Chloe. I love it in all of my sacrifice decks as well, but that's the thing. It only works in sacrifice decks. So therefore it has to go in B. Very, very good. Yeah, very, very good, but in sacrifice. I imagine that's what we're going to do with some of these other sacrifice cards coming up. Materno's Egg. So this is 3 cost, reveal a dragon with a shard of 3 or less, and dispose of it to deploy a dragon with 3 or less. I think this is B tier. Eggs and Scorch as a killer? Yeah. I think this is B tier. This is a very good card. You can reveal a dragon and then play them for free. But it relies on you having those cards in your palette to get them. Ricky might even go C. Fair play, fair play. So I'll put the vote at B, C, and we'll put D in there as well. Yep, so it looks like the vote's going for B there for that one. All right, we're getting there, folks. We are getting there. Now we have the Tome. So the Heavy Tome. So 2 cost, research 1. Once during your turn, keep a research card for free. Dispose, reveal a card of research. Yeah, I also think this is absolutely A tier. The reason why I think this is A tier is because look at what you're getting for 2 cost. You get to research 1 straight away, and you get to keep that card straight away. So you get basically it's a free card every turn. It's a free card. And if someone does then get rid of it, well, you can use the dispose effect and suddenly reveal a card of research anyway. So yeah, literally amazing. I mean, could you argue S tier? You know what, I'm going to do the poll one more time because I didn't actually consider S tier. I know we voted A there, and I know I shouldn't really be duplicating the polls here. But you know what? I changed my mind. Does anyone want to change their mind to S tier? Because you could argue, could you not put that into any palette and it'd be good? Because it's essentially a free card draw every turn. Even if you have no other research cards in your palette. You do need the characters, yeah, true. But even if you only have 1 character, it's worth it. And there's only one person who's ever built a location-only deck with no characters at all. It's gone 50-50. Yeah, Sintamani Stone was S as well. I'm gonna do the overruling. I'm gonna put it into S. I might be wrong there, but I'm gonna do that. Next we have Sacrificial Uvu. 2 cost, steal 1. If this card is used for sacrifice, you may use the sacrifice ability twice. That absolutely has to be B tier in my books for the same reason. I would love for it to go higher because it is a very good card, but again, it only works in sacrifice palettes. But when used in sacrifice palettes, it is so good. So yeah, that's gonna be B tier for me. Yeah, it has to be B tier. It can't be A tier just because it's not good by itself. Not really. You need it to be good with the research. Well, with the sacrifice, sorry. Yeah, we're going B. A, but then I'm biased towards sacrifice. That is fair. That is fair. Those damn Uvu and Ancient Rituals, yeah. Speaking of which, or not yet, we've now got the... Is that an action? It is an action, isn't it? Is that Ancient Rituals? No, that is meditation? Search for power? No, what is that one? Oh, this is the common action. No, which one's... Is that an object? Oh, yeah, it is. Draco Temple Scroll. There it is. So, yes, 3 cost plus 1, reveal an action. I would say C tier. It's okay. You have to have an action in your palette. I would go C. Yeah, I think C tier, folks. Okay. Yep, all good. C tier it is. Next, we have Dark Tolly. 2 cost. Attached character cannot be erased when sacrificed. I'm going to say... I don't think it's B. I actually want to say D tier. Of all of the sacrifice cards, it's okay when used with sacrifice palettes, but it's just okay. I'd rather not use Dark Tolly. I'd rather have things like Sacrificial Uvu and Stolen Dragon Eggs. I'll put B, C, and D, but honestly, I'm leaning towards D for being okay with research palettes. Looks like we've got... Yep, majority is going towards C tier, so C tier it is. Yeah, I get that, Chloe, that's fair. And then what is next? Next is the rare. So this is Ornithopter. 4 cost plus 3. When it's erased, you may attach it to a location instead. You may only do this once. I'd say this is B tier. This is very, very good, but it relies on you having a character out and a location. If you can do both of those things, that's a it's a plus 3 that sticks around. Looks like you guys are in unison there, so I'll let you guys put in the vote. I'm going to already put it across the B, though, because I can't see you guys doing anything. A, purely as it gets a second chance. I was thinking that, but you still have to have it. It only gets a second chance if you put it on a character whilst you've got a location out. Otherwise, it's no second chance. Yeah, we're going towards B tier. All right, Claw Slash is the next one. Claw Slash, 2 shards to drain 3 shards from any card. That, to me, goes into S tier. That, to me, is S tier. 2 shards to drain 3 shards from any card. So it doesn't matter whether it's a character, a location, an object. Yeah, 2 shards to get 3 damage. Huge. Huge. Ricky does think A. Semper and Idol think S. I've been advised of the benefits of this card only recently. Yeah, it's so good. I pretty much run every one of my Draco palettes nowadays, Chloe. I run 2 Claw Slash, 2 Breath of Fire, 2 Breath of Ice as like standard, my 6 control cards. You're right, it is not a Fireball, but it's hard to compare cards between realms, but I do agree Fireball is objectively better. But we are going to go S tier for Claw Slash. Next then we have Draco Corruption. Sorry, Drake Corruption, I should say. Drake Corruption in my books goes to D tier. It is only good if you're playing it around things like Achroma Haven. In fact, it's only good if you're playing it around Achroma Haven. And even then, it's okay. You know, it turns one character into a Drake so that you can then get one extra steal from your Achroma Haven. But then you are having to erase a card to do so. So yeah, I could see why you'd want to go F. Honestly, I would also say F. I think it's going to be between D or F. Let's see what people say. It is very situational. Yeah, four votes straight for F. Damn, there's a lot of cards going to F for poor Draco. Next one is Crucial Discovery. So this is reveal an object, then reveal an action for 3 cost. I would say this is B tier. 3 cost for 2 card draw is good, but very good actually. But it does rely on you having objects and actions in your palette. I personally think this works really well with sacrifice palettes for that exact reason. I don't know, Senpai. I don't think it would be A in my opinion. I mean, I will put A as one of the options, but purely on the basis that you have to have an object and an action that you want to find for 3 cost. Yep, B has won that one. And then Research Assistance. Research Assistance. So this is a 1-cost card, and you get a +1 for each card on your canvas with research. Now that doesn't include that. It's not which cards have the word research. It's which cards have the keyword research. So this can, if you build it into a very research-heavy palette, I would say it's C or B. Yeah, I'd say it's C or B. I'll put B, C, D. It doesn't, yes, it does not count itself. That is correct. It does not count itself because it doesn't have the keyword research on it. Okay, 4 votes for C tier it is. Next is Scorch. So I did try looking at it, but didn't get enough on the board to really count. Yeah, me too. So Scorch is Sacrifice and Steal 2. I think this goes into B tier because, again, it is very, very good. No, it is good, but again, it's only good in a Sacrifice palette. Because if you're not using a Sacrifice palette, then you're getting rid of one of your own cards to steal 2. Would be better if it was when you play the research one, yeah. You think B for Scorch? Yeah, again, I'm thinking B as well. So vote, we'll put, I did see an S, so I'll put S, A, and B. Sab. But again, I think most of the Sacrifice cards belong in B. Yeah, exactly. You could just use a Draco Summer, which we have put into S tier. Yep, 5 votes quite happily for B there. All right, 5 more cards to go, folks. 5 more cards. Next, we have Meditation. So Meditation... Well, where did I put Meditation? Oh, no, Meditation isn't... No, where did I put Meditation? There it is. So Meditation is 3 cost. Choose a character. If they're still on your canvas at the start of your turn, immediately draw 3 cards. Yeah, I think that's also a strong A. 3 shards for drawing 3 cards is really strong. Yes, there is the condition that character has to stay alive, but you could put that on a character of protection. You could put that on your opponent's character and then just don't attack that character. I also think A. Yeah, exactly. That's for your character. Lewis does think C, in fairness. So let's go for A, B, and C and see what everyone comes up with. I can see why people might go down the route of thinking it's C, because you are still having to rely on your opponent and then not erasing that character. in a multiplayer game, you choose someone else's character and hope that somebody else then erases that character. Because then it's like, well, if somebody erases the legendary, then oh well, I don't get my ability, but at least the legendary's gone. If somebody doesn't erase the legendary, well, that's a shame, but at least I get my 3 cards. Yeah, it looks like majority has gone for A tier there. In fact, if it works, you can draw 5 cards. I mean, 5 cards in 1 turn if you include your 2 draw trade steps. Yeah. Yeah, easy for opponent to forget about it, yeah. So the next one is... I can never say this one. Kyoso Kyugeki Jujitsu. Or Jutsu, not Jujitsu. I can never say this one. 2 cost, choose up to 5 cards on any canvases, drain 1 shard from each of them. I want to say D or F tier. Yeah, it's a really cool card. Two shards to be able to target 5 cards is really strong, but it's the fact it's only draining 1 shard from each, and there are not enough 1 shard cards that are likely going to be out that are going to make this useful. Yeah, it looks like most of us are going to go F. So we'll do C, D, and F in the poll. Yeah, if it was 2-2, I mean, even if it was a case of it costs 3 shards or even 4 shards to play, but you can drain 2 shards from any 5 cards, that would be much better. Yeah, that is a 100% F vote. Oh, poor Draco. Look how many Fs it's had. I'd love a card that was draining a total of 5 shards from up to 5 cards. That would be very good, Chris. Yeah, I like that idea. So the next one is the uncommon action, Ancient Rituals. No, Ancient Rituals, sorry. Search for Power. So reveal a card with a shard value of 3 or more. I think this is... I'd say D. I'd say C or D tier. It's okay. It's okay, but let's be honest, if it was 4 or more, that could actually be really useful. Because you could use that to cherry pick what your legendary or a rare. But let's be honest, there's a lot of cards that are going to be in your palette with 3 shards or more. So spending 2 shards to get one of them that's going to be random. Yeah, I think D tier personally. It's not useless, but I definitely think D. I mean, it could be another contender for F. It could be. Undo the Draco nerf. I mean, I think Draco has had a buff. Like, a lot of the Draco cards that have come from the expansion have been a massive buff. Dragons are even stronger. Drakes are stronger. Sacrifice decks are stronger. It's just that it could be better. You know, all the other realms got a buff along the same side. Yeah, D tier takes that one away. 2 more to go then. The first one is Ancient Rituals. So 3 cost. Sacrifice, erase a card from your canvas. Each other player must draw 2 cards. I think this goes alongside Scorch, Sacrificial Uvu, and Dragon Egg. I think this should go B tier. Again, fantastic card, brilliant. But you do have to put it into a sacrifice deck. S in multi, B in 1v1. Yeah. Who knows? The second Chronicle I will be getting without fail could change everything. I reckon it will. From what some of the things I've heard. Yep, lovely, straight into B. And then lastly then, folks, is Bathed in Achroma. Bathed in Achroma. So this is a 4-cost action. This turn, you may erase cards on any canvas when you sacrifice. This turn, you may play your next sacrifice card for free. For me, this goes into D tier. I know this might be controversial for me. I think D tier because really, to make this work, you need to have this in your hand and at least 1 sacrifice card and something on your opponent's board you want to erase. That's 3 things you need as a minimum. And really, to make it be even better, you need to have multiple sacrifice cards in your hand so that you could play several this turn. So I would even go as far to say D, but by the looks of it, you guys are all agreeing B. So it looks like I am outnumbered here. So I will still put, I'll put B at the top, I'll put C, and I'll put D at the bottom for me and see what you guys think. D, Plate of Lost Fairies. Yeah, if you trigger with Lost Fairies, then suddenly that's going to become even better. But now you need Lost Fairies and that in your palette and a sacrifice. You know, so in that situation, you need Lost Fairies on your canvas, this in your hand, and an action in your hand. You know, a sacrifice action. Again, it's quite situational. Obviously, when you get it to work, it is very, very good. I guess that could be why it goes B tier, because, yeah, when you do get it to work, it is very good. And, yeah, looks like it is going to B tier. There we go. So, would you look at that, folks? That is our final tier list. If I come out of the presentation mode, you can see it better, and I will just save that as a download image. So there we go. That is the final tier list. If I just zoom out a little bit. Final tier list for the Siege of Draco Temple Chapter 1 Chronicle with expansions. I will post that in the Discord momentarily. I'll post it in the Discord later. And then I'll also post a link so you guys can have a go at that tier list yourself should you want to. But honestly, I'm mostly happy with that. There was a lot of agreement with that one. I think that is a good tier list. Well done, folks. Now, this did overrun slightly. This is the time where we're supposed to be playing Achroma Games. I don't think there's going to be time for it. Apologies for anyone that is specifically waiting or wanted to play. What I'm going to do, folks, is I'm absolutely bursting for the loo. Good luck the rest of the stream. Off to do some jobs now. No worries at all. Thank you very much, Chloe, for being around. Really appreciate it, buddy. Yeah, I'm absolutely bursting for the loo. So what I'm going to do, folks, is I'm just going to run to the loo. I'm going to get a drink. I'm going to stretch my legs for 5-10 minutes. Only 5-10 minutes maximum. And then we'll come back and get ready for, obviously, the next interview that's happening at midday. So I'm just going to go on a quick break. I'll also, when I come back, I will also check the, update the numbers as well. So I'll be right back, folks. I'm going to splash my face and stuff like that as well. Hello everybody, I am back. So we do have a new total, so I'm just going to add that on now. We've had a further... Oh, so I need to just do the maths here. So we're at a nice even number now. Drum roll, please. We are up to £360 on the dot. Thank you very, very much to the couple of people that donated via the fundraiser, as well as a couple of people that have bought the Dexter cards since then. That is incredibly kind, folks. I will not disclose who ruined it. Very, very well done. That is amazing, folks. Thank you to everybody that has donated. I may have gone and had a nap. That's perfectly fine, Sarah. How was your nap? I hope it was well. Are you going to fix it? Yeah. So yeah, we are now back. I've splashed my face. I've had another one of my Y foods. In fact, I haven't actually finished that yet. And stretched my legs, so I'm now definitely feeling more awake. It's still going to be a bit tough, but we'll see. Obviously we overran with that tier list, not going to lie, folks, and I imagine we're probably going to overrun with some of the other tier lists, so I will just kind of set the expectations now that there might not be very much time for games until near the end of the stream, but unfortunately that's just how it's turning out. But hopefully you guys are enjoying the tier lists. I've been quite enjoying them. So what's going to be happening in about 17 minutes time, we are going to have an interview with Henry. I will just give him a message to make sure that he is going to be around. Let me just double check that he is there. And then yes, and then after that we'll be looking at the next thing. So as we've had, it's been a few hours since I've done it. I am going to just quickly go through the usual content just to give people a bit of awareness. For those that don't know, I appreciate some people have only joined the stream in the last few hours. So you're currently watching the Achroma charity live stream, 24 hours, where we have just over 6 hours remaining. So about a quarter of left. Where on the Discord are the tier lists posted? I haven't posted them anywhere yet. Let me post them to the Discord now. I was going to post them all at the last minute, but I'll put them in Discord now. Oh, I forgot it's the World Cup right now. How the Lionesses doing? Okay. I don't mind talking about it in stream. Are the Lionesses winning right now? So there you go. Here is the Curdle Hill and Draco Temple tier lists from stream so far. The next two are happening shortly after midday. There you go. Those have been posted for those that want to have a look at those. But yeah, so going back to these images then. So for those that are new to the stream, don't know what's going on. So yes, we are going to be doing community tier lists. We've got interviews to go. We've been doing playthroughs, giveaways, and also lots of Achroma Games, all to help raise money for Dexter's Arc in memory of Dexter, Constantine, that all. So let me tell you a few details about the stream. So we have got a donation goal that we are trying to aim for. As you can see right now, we've already revealed the new Draco factions and keywords, we've reached that boundary. We're going to be revealing them later on in the stream. We've already hit the giveaway tier 2, so that has unlocked. And our next goal would be 500, which would reveal Dexter's secret. And that, again, would be later on today. So here is the giveaway prizes whilst I have a drink. So giveaway tier 1, you can see we're giving away 4 boxes of first edition Flutterby and Wishwell combined. Tier 2, we are giving away a Warriors of Wishwell collection and Fall of Flutterby collection. And tier 3, we're also giving away 5 of any Achroma palettes. These prizes will be given out individually. They've been given out individually, so there will be up to 11 winners. How to enter? You can type in Dragon Rider into the chat before 6 PM on Sunday if you've not already. And you can also have 1 extra entry for everybody who purchases the Dexter Master of Dragons card before 6 PM on Sunday as well. The winners will be drawn at the end of the stream. In terms of the schedule, it is here on screen. We are currently in the last 6 hours. So what you've got ahead of you guys is we've got an interview in 15 minutes with Henry Soffe-Hill. We've then got the Fall of Flutterby tier list. We'll then hopefully have a little bit of time for some Achroma Games in between if this one doesn't overrun. We'll then go straight into an interview with Dan Renton. And then we'll go straight into the Warriors of Wishwell tier list, which will take us up till the end of the... so it'll give us an hour, I think, at the end. And then we'll be going into the Achroma Weekly stream. There we go. Cool. So what is all of this stream for then? Well, it's all about this little dude. So this is Dexter. So Dexter is the son of the Achroma creators, Jack and Rachel Constantine. And he was just 5 years old when he was diagnosed with the children's cancer rhabdomyosarcoma, which is an aggressive children's cancer, which he was diagnosed in 2019. Dexter fought hard and strong for years, going through 9 rounds of IVA, 33 days of intense proton radiation therapy, numerous biopsies, lumbar punctures, and blood transfusions, and 6 months of maintenance chemotherapy, which gave him and his family 15 months of hope that the tumour had been killed off. In March 2022, his 3-month scans showed aggressive growth from the original tumour, and they were informed he likely had a year on chemotherapy to get rid of it. But on May 6, 2022, scans provided that the treatment were ineffective. Dexter was given 4 to 6 weeks, and he spent that time at home with his family, where he fought on for over double this time until he passed away on the 27th of July, 2022. He was just 7 years old. Dexter's Ark was created by Jack and Rach to be a fundraising platform with the support of the registered charity Alice's Ark, and all funds raised through Dexter's Ark go towards the non-animal testing research into rhabdomyosarcoma, the children's cancer. Now, Dexter is not gone forever. He has simply realm-hopped into the Draco Planum and is immortalized as this heroic character in Achroma, Dexter, Master of Dragons. If you'd like to read more about Dexter and his story, then please read the following links below the stream. There is some really, it's nice information to read. See the strength in Dexter's story. It is truly inspirational. And if you'd like to support the cause and help fight cancer, then please consider purchasing Dexter Master of Dragons Achroma card for £10, where all £10 goes to charity, or you can use the link below stream to donate directly to the fundraiser. And thank you to absolutely everybody that has donated so far. We've already raised an incredible £360, maybe even a little bit more, because I reckon we might have people trying to get that number back to funny number. We have indeed had a further number. So there we go. Let me update it for you. Properties. We are now on... There we go. We're on 663.69. Thank you very much to Lewis there for the further donation. Very, very kind. I appreciate it's all for smiles, but hey, it's all money towards charity, so we appreciate that. Kaz says, I love that first photo of Dexter. He looks so happy and cheeky. It's beautiful. It is. And genuinely, if you haven't already, Kaz, have a little read of Dexter's story. It is obviously very sad, but what inspires me so much when I read that story, because I didn't unfortunately have the fun times of actually meeting Dexter. I didn't get to meet him myself. But from reading that story, what really inspires me is just how they describe that throughout the entire process, he never lost his sense of enjoyment. He never stopped being a fun, upbeat kid that's wanting to enjoy his time. And even when, he probably knew that it was looking bad, he never stopped being his amazing self. And I think that what inspires me. And you're right, that photo really does capture that what they've described for him. It is very, very beautiful. Cool. So, like I said, the next thing coming up is an interview. Okay, so Hen will be ready very, very soon. So I'm going to jump in the channel waiting for him. So where am I going to? I'm going to there. And we may as well go into the correct channel here and get this all ready for him anyway. So we're just going to basically sit here and just chat for 9 minutes and just chill whilst we wait for Henry. In fact, you know what? I may as well sit on this screen, to be honest, and then we'll sit here. There we go. So yeah. It's been good. It's been a really good stream so far, folks. I can't believe that in 8 minutes we've reached the 3/4 of the way there. £363.69 is an incredible amount to have raised so far. So again, thank you to everybody that has raised that money. And it's been really fun. I think massive shout out to everybody that helped me through the night shift so far. I genuinely was surprised at just how many of you were able to stick around for so long, play games with me, and keep me going. I think we got this. We've got this. The worst is definitely over. Loads of new stuff in the Discord. I'll read all that when I can. But yeah, how are the Lionesses doing? I need to see now. Oh, Spain have the victory. Not ideal. I watched quite a bit when I couldn't sleep last night, but wasn't chatting. Oh, that's okay, Kaz. That is perfectly fine. Genuinely, like, I can see the viewer count, so even seeing that there's like 3 or 4 people there, it genuinely makes a massive difference to the morale of a streamer. You know, it's when you're sat there and you can see the number is literally 0, and you're like, I'm literally streaming to nobody right now. That it can be quite daunting. Shall we do a quick adventure game through whilst we're waiting for Hen? Let's see how we can get. We haven't done any adventure game throughs. Let's see if I can quickly get one going. I haven't even had a chance to use this scene. Let me just get myself connected again. Okay, let's do some adventure mode whilst we wait for So you can currently see here, if I go to my profile, progress, you can currently see that I've got a decent amount of progress. Curdle Mine, I still need to find 3 things in Curdle Mine. I need 4 things in Wrangled Woods. I've completed most things. I need 4 things in Clunker. So maybe if you guys can help me complete it, let's go for Curdle. Let's try and explore Curdle Mine a bit. And maybe see if we can get some more progress in Hex Clunker. So the longer you spend in this mine, the more it feels like it's never ending. Every turn is another area you've already been, and only landmarks are the uniform rotting wooden posts. So okay, we're going to run forwards. You approach a junction with paths going right, left, and straight forward. You cannot see far down the paths due to a thick fog in the woods. Okay. I'm gonna turn left. I don't know. We've joined this adventure midway through. Let's go left. We'll go left now. You find another crumbling stone tunnel with no discernible differences from the last. Okay, so we'll turn right then. You continue past an overturned minecart, hoping to soon reach the end. Should we continue walking? Let's keep going, shall we? You reach a dead end. You're exhausted from endless walking. You lean against the wall to rest to let your feet stop aching. And suddenly the wall behind you feels a bit unstable. The dust falls. The dust starts to fall from the ceiling onto your head. Wait, have I just died? No, okay. We didn't die. We just got our head crumbly. Okay, well, I guess we got to turn back. So I guess we got to turn back again. So this is where we turned left, wasn't it? No death. No. Let's trudge further down the left path. After so many identical corridors of bland rock, you find something new and almost jump with joy. There are scorch marks on the walls and indentations on the floor, which you're able to make out as footprints. Ooh. Let's follow the footprints. You follow the footprints that lead you to an opening in the roof of the mine with a light shining in. Do we want to run towards the light? Or do we go back? I mean, I don't really want to leave the mine, but I guess we'll lead towards the light. You make your way through the woods, searching for anything relevant that might be helpful. Only find twigs and broken branches. You hear heavy mechanical footsteps to the left. Okay, so we want to go towards the Hex Clunker because there's 4 things I haven't unlocked there. So let's go investigate mechanical footsteps. So as you make your way through the woods, following the colossal hexagonal footprints and debris, you hear the whirring and clicking getting louder. You stop for a second and lean against a tree. As you rest. Oh my gosh, blame it on the unrest, folks. You stop for a second and lean against the tree. As you take a rest, you notice the footsteps have stopped, replaced by the sound of mechanisms grinding. Bright lights flicker near in the distance. Let's head towards the light, folks. Hiding among the fallen trees and debris left by the machine, you edge closer. You can't believe your eyes as you make a huge 4-legged mechanical vehicle lowering itself onto the ground in front of you. Let's take a closer look, I guess. You creep into the shelter of another fallen tree. Take a closer look. Peering over the trunk, you make out a silhouetted figure pulling and tugging at something on one of the legs of the machine, muttering to himself. There is another figure holding a long staff walking along the front of the vehicle. Suddenly, you feel something on your shoulder. Stop right there. Don't move a muscle. A woman's voice booms behind you. Okay, folks, so what do? Do we freeze? Do we make a run for it? Or do we use one of my abilities? I've got Achroma Flare, Revival, Turn Back Time, Prying Eyes, or Abundance Quintessence. What do you reckon, Kaz? You want me to Achroma Flare him? Yeah, alright, let's do it. You go to harness the light within your relic, but the magic sum slowly dies. Your magic is being diminished. Oh, so basically that did nothing. You feel a thud on the back of your head. Okay, that didn't work. And you slip into unconsciousness. You wake up laying down on a hard, cold surface, and you feel yourself rocking from side to side, slowly with the motion of heavy, thunderous footsteps. Okay, what should we do? Should we... I'm just gonna open your eyes. Your head is throbbing as you slowly open your eyes. However, you see nothing. You can feel a cloth covering your eyes. Okay, should we attempt to move, or should we call out for help? To attempt to move? Okay. As you wriggle, you feel your hands are bound behind your back, as are your feet. I wonder if I can do an ability. I mean, I'm bound, right? So I'm not going to be able to do an ability. Can I do Prying Eyes? No, nothing happens. Okay, so I guess we have to call out for help. You call out for help. A shrill voice shouts over the whirring and thudding of mechanical footsteps. Our guest is awake, Phyrexia. So they are, replies a gentle voice near to you. So, now, no need to struggle. She lifts the blindfold off your eyes. The blindfold lifted, you find yourself looking around the interior of a mechanical vehicle. Sorry to do this to you. It's a formality of the Mage's Elite, and I must bind you with a Muon trap until we can ensure you're not a danger, Phyrexia says, holding your relic. So any clues on what this is, little one? And with that, we've got Hen joining. We will come back to this later. Hello, mates. We were just doing some adventure games whilst we were waiting for you.
Yeah, hold on, let me turn you down, because you're in the other room and I'm hearing too many of you.
That is, I mean, is there ever too many of me? And yes, we've just checked out on the less than 6 hours left.
Would you like to see my face?
We would quite like to see your face. Yeah, we would. That'd be nice. That'd be nice.
Hi, babes.
Let me bring up the screen because just pop this out. And now suddenly everyone can see you. Hello, mates. How you doing? Good to see you. Welcome in.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Busy this morning, so glad I got on.
Yeah, tired?
Yeah.
Fair play. Well, welcome into the 24-hour live stream where we've just ticked under. We've got 6 hours left now of the 24 hours. So we're in the third quarter. We are doing pretty well. So essentially, mate, this is going to be like a 20 minutes, half an hour little interview. I know a lot of people in the stream already know who you are, but there's probably a lot of people that don't. So it's kind of like a bit of a Realm Runner Studio interview. So we'll talk about some ins and outs and stuff. So do you want to start by introducing who you are in when it comes to Realm Runner Studios?
I am Hen. I'm a junior game designer, usually working on all the role-playing game stuff at Realm Runner Studios, but also help out wherever needed, pretty much. I'm a jack of all trades over there, so...
No, fair play. So how did you get into Realm Runner Studios? How did that happen?
So, I am a massive nerd, always wanted to work in a gaming shop, and so one day I opened my own. And similar time, Realm Run Studios was opening the Achroma store. Started chatting, and I nerded out hard enough about role-playing games. They sort of turned around and went, "Cool, send us a pitch." And I looked at them and went, what? Sweet. And now I'm here. So
basically, yeah, you chatted so much about your RPG, your engine. They were like, "Hey, yep, let's turn this into something Achroma related."
I think I was talking to Dan, the brand manager, and I was just like, Curdle Hill's such a cool world. And I just spurted off how I'd make it a setting in existing systems. And I think I went on way too long. He should have shut me up.
Fair play. So what actually made you want to work for a studio? So, they approach you and say, "Hey, yeah, we really like your idea. We want to make it." So what made you want to actually kind of work for them then?
Well,
what drives it?
I studied music, believe it or not, and that was going to be my career, and gaming was going to be my hobby. But then suddenly, I was proving to everyone in pool that I am a fat geek, and it shows. And so now that's my main career, and music's the hobby. So it was like this opportunity, sort of like this. I'm quite young for people in the industry, only 18, if people even know that. And I don't look it, I know. And it was sort of almost like this massive opportunity, and because Realm Runners is such a small, intimate team at the moment, there's so much room for growth and development.
Yeah.
And so I knew joining that team would allow everyone in the room to grow from that edition, grow from the experiences. I knew that obviously people in the team know about role-playing games and such, but I've been swimming in role-playing games since I could learn to speak.
Yeah.
I was naughty in getting the Dungeons and Dragons starter set at the age of like 5, even though it's 12 plus. And now I talked my way into
You've
it.
Properly grown into it, yeah.
Yeah. So I definitely bring a unique spin on the team, and I've learned so much from them as well, how
Brilliant.
different things just work in the industry. So it's really nice to have that outlet of this sort of professional nerdism.
Yeah, of course. And by the way, for anyone in the chat, if anyone has any questions for Henry whilst we actually do, I've obviously got a list of questions, but please do put any questions you've got for Hen in the chat, and I will ask them all for you as well.
I can't see the chat, so Charlie's going to be my perfect translator.
Absolutely, yeah. I definitely won't change it all into swear words. So... when you've been on the stream a few times before, like a lot of people would have recognized you. And I appreciate that you have a nice presence with some of the community, both in the Five Realms Gaming Lounge and obviously in Hidden Gem as well. But for those that maybe don't, hang out with you in pool as often, it's nice for people to be able to get to know you as a person, as well as just not just Henry, the guy that works at Realm Studios. So you've already mentioned a little bit about your music and getting into RPGs since you were 5, but tell us about yourself outside of Realm Studios. Imagine you're on a date. Imagine you're on a date with me right now. Tell me about yourself.
Don't treat me like that. So I'm doing quite a bit. I'm at Realm Runner Studios now. I'm also helping out at the Five Realms Gaming Lounge.
Yep.
Using my experience from my shop. And my main goal at the moment is just to make the nerds in Pool a massive community, because I feel like geeks just need to come together, because we are a unique specimen that get excited over the weirdest stuff. And there's a bond together. Yeah. I'm going through a music rebrand at the moment, if that's interesting.
Okay.
Recording lots of music demos and stuff. The music's a little bit mature, a bit alternative, a bit, I don't know how, but they found me, Gorillaz-esque.
That's pretty cool.
Early Panic at the Disco.
And is that just by yourself?
Yes, I'm a solo artist. I've done a decent amount of band work, actually. I fronted for some, not the actual bands, but like I've done Fall Out Boy, Bare Naked Ladies.
Like tributes and stuff, yeah.
Linkin Park, yeah.
Awesome.
So, Linkin Park hurt.
Yeah. And something that obviously I know about you, but it'd be nice to tell other people as well. So obviously where you're sat now is one of the places you run and work is Hidden Gem, and obviously one of these rooms is the RPG room. So you run a lot of RPG sessions, don't you? Like that's also part of your weekly thing. You run loads of them.
I teach people how to play so many games. I'm running demos every week. I'm currently in the dungeon room of Hidden Gem. It's currently misshapen because there's a Mortal Kombat thing going on today.
Cool.
So all the benches are like splayed out and stuff, and it's all a bit manic. Also, we have a resident crocheter, Rhiannon, who's in the YouTube video for the role-playing game. Made us an awesome eye for it. So.
That is really cool. That is awesome.
This is just my favorite cushion now.
Kaz did say about the skeleton in the background. Is that your ex?
So this is Barnabas, the second, previously the fourth. And he watches over. He has his own Instagram account.
Amazing.
Which is Barnabas the second, previously the fourth. And yeah, he just talks about how good he looks in the photos for our promotion. So
brilliant.
Yeah, he's great fun. Every campaign I run for people, there's a Barnabas. So
has to be. So a few comments in chat. We've got James Barron says, "Why is he so damn handsome?" Very nice. Can you answer that?
I've been working on it actually. I was.
Thanks for noticing.
Yeah, thanks for noticing. I've lost about 2 stone in the last year.
That's actually really commendable. Nice, dude.
Yeah, so it's maybe Realm Runner keeping me super busy is helping. It's trying to make all this content for everyone is definitely good exercise and good because it's doing a good thing, you know.
Now, Kaz, up a couple of questions for you. So the first one Kaz asks is, who's your favorite Achroma character and why? I think I know.
I don't know, actually. Tides have changed. One option's Pim the Imp, which is Kaz's Achroma role-playing game character.
Who Kaz is going to be playing in the one shot that you're doing with me next week as well.
Yeah, a little orange imp. So it was an imp born in Sparata, but he came out orange, and he is a realm runner and can breathe fire, and it's hilarious, and he loves cheese. And so there could be a super serious scene going on, and then you just hear Kaz going, nom, nom, nom. But official character, because I feel like that's my favorite player character, which has been made. My favorite character, I'm going to give 2 answers. One of them is a character no one knows about yet, so I'm going to keep that to myself.
Okay.
But he is super cool. There you go. There's a gender. He is super cool and will be featured in more role-playing game content once stuff starts coming out.
Cool.
And then it's gonna have to be. Go on, Charlie. Guess.
I don't know why, but my initial thoughts is Perfarius.
Close. It is Countess Isadora Curdle.
It is Isadora. Yeah.
It is Isadora. I've adored role-playing as her in Salem Adventures. I did a good half a session where players were mortgage broking with her as Mara Curdle. It was still fun.
Yeah.
It was. They found an NPC. He needed to get his house back, and so they waltz up to Murky Manor and be like, "Let's discuss mortgage." which was hilarious.
Awesome.
She did rip them off, but
Yeah. And Kaz also asks, if you had to create a new realm name right now, what would you call it?
oh, I haven't thought this before, so this is
Yeah.
really on top.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what I would answer that, to be honest. Yeah, new realm name. So not just like what would be in it, but what the name be.
Cricks.
Say Twix or Crit.
Cricks.
Okay. Where's that come
So
from?
like, I'm gonna say it's more like a plenum of all the different afterlives from all the different worlds.
Oh, that would be cool.
So you've got sort of a Valhalla as its own place, and
Yeah,
sort of
yeah.
their
But it's
own
kind of, but
place.
it's one realm. It's kind of like, yes, the
One
afterlife
realm.
realm. That would be
and so
cool.
different borders are and different factions will be different spirits from all the
Yeah,
different.
like a joint hell.
That's just an
Yeah.
idea.
I like that. That sounds cool. I would enjoy that.
I had to do edgy, didn't I? I had to.
Yeah, absolutely. Cool. I mean, Lewis has asked us also, Isadora, are you thinking how strong Corrupted Muon Trap is after some shenanigans?
So, in some playtesting for the
Are you
role
rethinking? Yeah.
I'm not rethinking, but I'm reminding that can be used against players as well. So I've just been super nice.
Fair play. Okay. Because obviously, yeah, obviously we are working on the beta token. Actually, that brings me on to my next question anyway. So coming back to Realm Runner Studios, what are you currently working on at Realm Runner Studios? And, what can you discuss about it? Like, what's your current main focus?
Can I discuss? Well, not that, I'm joking.
Yeah, what are you currently working on?
I'm currently working on mainly the Achroma role-playing game. Within that, I am working on a batch of adventures that are going to come with the initial release.
Cool.
So
lots of one-shots people can run.
Yeah, when you buy the product off the shelf, within that you're going to get access. Whoever bought that product will get access to 4 adventures, one set in each realm.
Mm-hmm.
Varying level difficulties. They should all be done within 1 session for sure, or 1 to 2.
Yeah.
They are introductions. You'll get all the content needed for each adventure with that as well. But later on, we will be visiting each release and giving that sort of content out and sort of expanding further and further. Obviously, initial release, everyone's going to get all the chapter 1 abilities and all that stuff, but it's going to get super exciting when we're going bit by bit in chapter 2 and the later chapters, trudging on, getting them those abilities and those characters, and sort of being able to build more and more with it. But yeah, I'm currently revising the Draco adventure.
Okay. And is that to come out with the beta document, probably?
Yeah. That should be in the beta document. I know the Norso and Salem ones are definitely in there.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a different Salem adventure. So the Alpha adventure is unique to the Alpha.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be a completely brand new Salem adventure.
Cool.
Set in the past of Salem.
All right. Interesting.
Giving some lore information about some of the Curdles and the Von Rufo Society.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm wondering if I can say a working title for the Draco adventure. I feel like people want something from me. No.
It's right. I don't want to get you in trouble. So you don't have to if you don't need to. Like maybe that's something we could release on a future stream potentially if we get an idea of it. But the main thing, so you're working on the RPG, you're working on the beta document. Obviously, that can hopefully be in the hands of people that pre-order soon. Is there
play testing going on?
Yeah.
The feedback has been super useful. People think they're being rude, but the most vocal ones are the most helpful. So they're all doing fab. People that are just enjoying it, people that are like going this, and I'm like, yes.
Yeah, because this is exactly what we want. We want the community to help shape this RPG with us, right?
Sure, the world is so expansive and unique and close to a lot of people's hearts. I know the creators hold it so dear, and a lot of people found this world in a time of need, and it sort of helped them So this, when you explore it, you want to make sure it's authentic, but also fun and interesting for new people. And it's a lot of things on the bullet point list, but we are hitting them currently, and it's been super fun, super fun.
Great. Well, see, I can't wait to to get the debate document out to everybody. Really excited to try some of these adventures, because I know I beta tested one of them recently with you, and it was a lot of fun. So hopefully people will enjoy it. And
I've got your one shot coming up soon.
Yeah, and I've been playing. I did a session at Bash earlier this week with 5
How's that been going? I'm going to interview you now.
Oh, okay, yeah. How's that been going? Yeah, it's genuinely, it has been going good. Like the group I did on Tuesday, it was in person at Boards and Hobbies. All 5 people. Not only had they obviously not played a Achroma RPG, they'd never played an RPG. Full stop. So they were completely learning it from scratch. And you know what? Credit to them. They might be some of the best role players I've ever had in a team. Like they just completely. I said to them at the start, hey, I said to them, you'll get out of this what you put into it, sort of thing. And they went crazy. Like some of the, I won't spoil it now, but some of the role play that they did was just ingenious. So much so that like there was one bit which I can't say out loud because it will spoil it for those that haven't done it, but there was one bit that was like ahead of them, and it's a relatively simple thing to get past. Like it's super simple. And before they had an opportunity before approaching this thing to do any last preparations, and they made this absolutely massive convoluted plan that was absolutely genius. And I was like, I almost need to make the next bit more complicated just so that they can get past it, to be like, hey, well done for doing that crazy plan. But it was really
some
really
of the
good.
role play has been crazy in the play test. It's been super fun. Rhiannon's been playing in the play test, and she's been playing Ren from the YouTube videos. And so at our playtest table, we're acting like that's all been canon and everything, and we're speaking about Kai relatively as a character. And they found out that in that pocket, which was great about the role-playing game, is each table has its own canon universe of Achroma, right?
Of course.
So in the main canon, this hasn't been mentioned or confirmed or even breathed upon at all. But in that playtest canon, Sorcerer Preferius is Ren's dad. So...
Nice. Now let's ask as well, by the way, on a separate note, when are you making an RPG screen for Achroma? Do you know if that's something we're working on?
I have all the relevant information to get the info bit and the inside and such, but the main meat of that is a design.
Yeah, it's the artwork and the product
design work, really.
Yeah.
So that's probably going to come after the core adventure art and the product has been properly processed through and ready. Then the screens are definitely going to sort of like, they can easily fall into place. I think there's sort of been a pause on that at the moment because we want to make sure the game's correct, and then we can put the relevant information over and let our incredible artists do their work on it, because all the different screen opportunities, like I'm going to have a collection of screens. It's going to be incredible.
I can't wait. Like, I think that's, and it's a similar thing that we were talking about when I had Chris on the interview earlier today, is that there are so many amazing ideas that are under the hood for Achroma, both from the card game, the RPG, and other avenues. And, a lot of it is moving. We want it to move faster, but it's just a case of right now, it's the excuse the old fashioned term, the manpower to kind of get it actually out there. So it's like we're all chomping at the bit to get it finished.
Yeah, it's like we're all working so hard, and as a consumer myself, I know the frustration, right? Which pains me even further. Which I'm like, I want to give them to it now, but I know if we give them to it now, we're going to kick ourselves.
Yeah,
because we could give them something so much better, and it's not that far in the future. There's so many things that we've released. That massive Kickstarter with all the expansion cards. I haven't even looked at them all yet. I've been going, I like these ones, and then like there's so much more to explore myself personally. All the different tournament formats. We did the Achroma tournament.
Yeah, absolutely.
Friday. That was a blast to monitor and ref. That was insane insane deck. I won't talk about it too much if it's too left field, but it was such like an interesting. It was like watching the game for the first time again.
Yeah.
Sort of everyone playing differently.
It's all right. Tell us a little bit about it. So, we got about 8 minutes left. So, if we were to, tell us a little bit about what happened on Friday, because that is still to do with Achroma.
I will say first, Achroma.tools did a incredible article on the event that was written up by our very own Lewis, who is often popping up in the chat. He did a great piece on it. As soon as it came out, I started scrolling through it, and it was really interesting read. He broke down his deck, and then sort of each round of the tournament and how the decks influenced each other. What I did enjoy was that we had the winner, which was Lewis, which was very close. I know, like, Lewis is an incredible player, but it was close. There was some newer players, like someone, a man called Mike made the top cut. First time playing an Achroma deck. Built it an hour beforehand.
Fair play.
That's it was a spiral deck, so that was great. He bought Hod with his in-store credit. He won from the to improve that on, but it was really fun. There's lots of interesting decks and different builds. There was a no character but Acer deck run by Baron. The article talks about that a little bit more, and it was almost unanimous that the favorite deck of the night was Rhiannon's deck.
I heard about this one, yeah.
It was a Chroma deck in an Achroma tournament, but she kept splatting the other person's cards to force them to do a Chroma win, so they would break the rules and lose the round.
That's brilliant. Love that.
It was so fun.
The first time the pledge card actually gets used competitively.
So I lent her my pledge, and I saw it do its work. I'd never thought gaining 4 shards before you've had your first go would terrify someone before. Usually that would be great. But they were just like, why have we got so many shards? I'm just going to spend them all. Then they run out of hand, and then all the cards get splat. And I know what she wants to do next time, because the celebration tournaments will happen every season. And be towards. So if Chroma wins, it'll be Chroma Celebration. Back when Chroma Celebration. I already know that someone's going to make a Salem deck and try and reduce themselves to 0 with Bribe.
Oh.
Because if you can, you can't play a card to put you down self to 0, but if you're on 3 and you play Bribe, you have to give them shards to resolve the action, and then you lose.
And if it was a Chroma, if it was a
Chroma
tournament, and you can't win by Acrom. Very nice.
So you're just running around to every table, just shooting yourself, and
amazing. So a couple of points in chat then. So James has said, can't wait to run the RPG. Ricky also says, on the RPG, no point in rushing as we have enough to enjoy. Kaz jokingly says, Lewis said it's doubled in size. Please stop. It looks like a Funko Pop now. It's just because we're having a nice conversation. And Ria's deck was funny. Well, awesome. Thank you very much for the interview, Henry. It's just great to give the community, an insight in what you're doing for the team, and also just an insight into you. So people, because I said earlier that I'm quite often the person in front of the camera, so it's nice to kind of remind people that we're actually a very big team with some very interesting, fun people doing loads of stuff in the background.
I'll be annoying the community plenty sooner or later. As soon as the role-playing game content comes out, I'm going to be screaming at them through the screens.
Amazing.
With you, Charlie. We're going to be a role-playing team once that comes out. Yeah, especially when we maybe if there's more role-playing game videos on the YouTube online over a couple of friends.
Should be.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you very, very much, Hen. I really do appreciate you being on the stream. If we can get a round of thank yous in chat for Hen, as always, that would be fantastic. I appreciate you're now going to work for the rest of the day, so enjoy what you're getting up to.
I'm running an event this evening, so it's
busy,
yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much, buddy. Enjoy the evening. I'll see you soon.
You're doing a great job.
Thank you very much, buddy. I wish me luck. Cheers, mate. Bye.
Bye, guys.
There we go. And there goes Hen. Thank you very, very much again to Hen for joining us for an interview. Great again to get his insights and to give you guys a bit more of a, a vision of the rest of the team as well. Perfect. All right. I'm going to take a quick 4-minute leg stretch just to get a drink and go to the loo. And then when we come back, we're going to be doing the next tier list. So we're going to be doing the Fall of Flutterby tier list. So if you want to join me for that, then make sure to be around in the next 5 minutes. But I'm just going to go refill my drink. I'll be right back, folks. All right, folks. I am back. How are we all doing? So let me just double check the orders to see if we've had any more donations at all. All good. All right, so now, folks, we are moving into our third tier list, nice and swiftly. As we are going to get through this nice and quick, because I appreciate we've these tier lists have been overrunning slightly. I maybe underestimated how long it would take to get through these. So we're going to get into this nice and quickly, and we're going to go through the cards. And yeah, I'll spend about 30 seconds to a minute per card maximum. There might be some cards where for this one I might even skip the vote altogether. If people are typing in the chat and they're clearly like, oh yeah, that's clearly a C tier, then I might just go, okay, yeah, C tier. So, for those that haven't joined in any of the tier lists so far, here is how it works. So firstly, palette building is purely for fun. It is subjective, so keep in mind, folks, that the opinions of people in the chat and my opinion is purely our opinion. If we get to the end of this and you think people have done it all wrong, that's okay. You can have a go at it yourself if you want to do your own tier list. This is not definitive. This is not official Achroma. This is just community tier list. It's also fun for people that are trying to learn how to palette build. Let me turn that music down slightly. For those that are learning to palette build, this can be really useful because it can give you an early indication of which cards you should be definitely looking to get into a palette and which ones you probably don't need to get into a palette. Hate to say it, Daydrifter S tier. And how was I, guys? You were proud? I did it amazing, Henry. It was absolutely fantastic, as always. Wouldn't have it any other way. So in terms of how it works is I will bring up a card. For example, I might bring up Copper Joss as an example. I will explain how the card works. I will then say which tier I think it should be in, and then you guys can vote for which tier you think it's going to be in, and we will then put it in whichever one has the most votes. If there's a tie break, I will take the tie. As in, I will choose the tie. In terms of how the tiers work, so looking at the very top, S tier. S tier is a card that is amazing, really, really good card by itself, so it doesn't rely on other cards to be good, and it can be used in any palette. So no matter what palette you put it in, it's going to do you amazing. A tier is a card that is very, very good, and it's very good by itself, so again, it doesn't rely on other cards to be good, but it might not go into every single palette. You know, it might go into only Achroma, only Chroma. A B tier card is a card that is very, very, very good, but it is only very, very, very good if you pair it with specific other cards. C tier is then cards that they're just okay. They're all right, but they're all right by themselves. You don't have to combine them with something else to make them good. D tier is then cards that, again, they're okay, they're all right, but they're only okay, they're only all right if you pair them with another card, and therefore you have to kind of build them around something else. And F tier is essentially a card that is just, it's not good. It's just not good, basically. Imp is great, so Pim does make it at least. Okay, well, whilst you're here, Henry, I normally went in the same list, but shall we do a couple whilst you're here? So, let's start with Imp. Let's make Imp the honorary first for this one, for Kaz and co. So Imp is a 1-cost character. Action, draw a card, and it is -1 in the resolve. Honestly, I think this is S tier. I'm not even joking either. I think it's S tier because 1 shard to draw a card and get a -1, it's genuinely awesome. Even if you're playing a Chroma deck, you use it to keep your, it's a free card, and you get your opponents to take them down. You get to take your opponent down a shard. I'm going to say S tier, so we'll put the voting at S, A, and B. So if you can vote using the chat nice and quickly, I'll give you guys no more than 10-15 seconds to put your vote in. Yeah, not free, but almost. You're not getting a shard back, but you're dealing a shard's damage, but also drawing a card. S, baby! Only A when compared to Lux 1 Villager? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I have no idea where Imp actually is right now on this list. I haven't actually looked. Can anyone spot the Imp? Oh, there they are. Yep. Absolutely. End poll. Looks like 5 votes. Which one did Henry also say? Jokes. Wincy. Okay, let's do Wincy as a speed run. So Wincy, what do we think about Wincy? So he is a rare character, 3 cost, +1 in the resolve, action, draw a card, and splat X for each other character and location on your canvas. Yeah, for me, he also absolutely goes to S tier. He's kind of like an even better Huxon, drawing a card and getting basically an extra +1 for each character and location. I personally think he's S tier. He could go into any palette and be good. Again, we'll put the vote in nice and quickly. For those that haven't done a tier list before, we do go through these quite swiftly, and that's purely because we've got a lot of 90 cards to get through, so we can't, unfortunately, dilly-dally. So it looks like most of the votes are between S and A, so let's vote. S, A, or B, folks. Again, I think it could work in any palette. Put him in an Acrom palette, and he will give you splat 1 for every one of your Acrom characters and locations out. He's always card draw. Yep, it is looking quite unanimous. S tier. So S tier for Wincy. And then what was the other one that Henry said whilst he's still here? Because I appreciate he's got work to do. He said jokingly Daydrifter S tier. So let's do Daydrifter. Daydrifter is a 1-cost creature, which gives you an action of +1. I'm going to say this is D tier. He's okay, and he's only okay if you pair him with something like Role Reversal, or Yana, or Splat Teacher. Really, if you don't pair him with one of those 3 cards, it would then be F tier. So I would say he's a flying more friend. He's very, very cute. Crazed Citizen got an F, but the difference with Crazed Citizen was there was no real way to yeah, no, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, Ricky. He did get F, but that was because, I guess, yes, he pairs with Isadora, but that's about it. With Daydrifter, if you pair him with Role Reversal, it's actually really good. You play it for 1, you get your 1 back. It's basically a free creature, and then you Role Reversal. Yeah, there's no synergy with Crazed. At least with this one, you can get some synergy. So I do still think it's in the lower end. I think it's either B, C, or D. I personally think D tier because, yeah, again, it's okay when paired with other cards, but it's not okay by itself. I pin my celebrate with cheese. What do you guys think? Okay, bit of a split. Someone's gone for B tier, but it looks like the majority of us are still going D tier. So yeah, D tier for Daydrifter. So now we have Drakon. So we'll just go in the order of the cards now. So now we've got Drakon. So Drakon is a 2-cost +2 on the resolve. I personally want to say A tier for Drakon. It pays for itself. You're not going to put it into every single palette. But I mean, I guess you could argue this is S tier, but no, I'm pretty certain when we looked at some of the other tier lists, we had a few 2-2s in A as well. So we'll put the vote in straight away, S, A, or B. I personally think, yeah, that's it. We gave Ruba Draco A tier, didn't we? B, at least it pays for itself, works well with other cards. Yeah, I think it's the fact that it works well by itself is what makes it A tier for me. It also does work well with other cards, but it could be by itself. Yeah, Ruba Draco with even more opportunity, and we put Ruba in A tier. Also, welcome back, Chris. Myself is on the MacBook now, no longer stuck on the phone, and most importantly, in bed. Very nice. And good timing, you're joining us for the next hit list. Yeah, looks like overwhelmingly vote for A, so that is where we're going to go. So next then is my favourite boy, Fungua. Yes, he should deserve to be in the S++ tier. But actually, I still think I would still say... No, I'm going to say... I'd say C tier. I'd say C tier. I really rate poisonous characters because poisonous is very, very strong. But it's the fact that he has no... Yeah, it's the fact he has no resolve. We put Rabid Dog in A tier because of that reason. It was poisonous with resolve. The fact that he's got no resolve, I want to say C tier. He's good by himself, but he's not really good by himself. You know? So we will start the poll there. So I'm going to put A, B, or C. Henry just wants to go straight to F. You want to watch the world burn. I think C. He does work by himself. It's just a shame he hasn't got resolve. It looks like we are going C tier. Yeah, that's a nice clear vote. So next we have Achroma Worm. So 1 cost, 1 prevent. When does Hen ever not want to see the world burn? Let's be real. So Achroma Worm is 1 cost, 1 prevent. I also want to chuck that into C tier personally. It's a good card. It's a 1 cost for 1 prevent. It's not anything special, but it's not anything terrible either. I would go C tier for that. I'll get the vote straight in for you guys to see whether you agree or disagree. We'll go 1 up and 1 down, so we'll go B, C, and D. What do you think? I was going D. It's a bit pathetic. That poor Achroma Worm. He's trying his best. He's a bit pathetic, ain't he? B, Villager without the secret and burst gain. Are you talking about the Achroma Worm? Oh, you're saying he's at B because of Villager without the secret in the first game. Well, yeah, I like how you're just comparing everybody to Villager. It can't be equal to Funguar? Why not? Funguar is good by himself because he's poisonous. Chrome Worm is good by itself because it gives you that 1 prevent. But actually, no, Chris does have a point here. This is actually a very valid point. You place it down, and it's going to get killed before its next turn. It's a free kill, so you're not actually going to get the prevent. The only time Chrome Worm is going to work is if your opponents have no other characters on the board. So you know what? Actually, that does kind of make me agree. Yeah, D tier. And a lot of you have gone for D. So yep, D tier it is. You rate poison more. That is fair enough. As an Achroma player, that with an object haunts me. So next we have Ravaged Elite. So this is a 2 cost -1. This has to be A tier. A lot of the Achroma cards in this realm are going to be A tier. 2 cost for Drain 2 is massive. You know, even if you're playing in a Chroma deck, having a couple of these is really, really important. Yeah, you know what? I'm not even going to do a vote. I'm gonna for the sake of brevity, there's like 4 of you in chat that say A. I completely agree. A tier it is. S if there was more Squish Report. That's fair enough. So Ravaged one. Ravaged one is a 1 cost action Squish 1. Personally, Mike, you'd say A as well. Welcome in, Mike, by the way. For Ravaged one, I'm going to say D tier. I'd be close to saying F tier. The only reason why I'm not going to go F is because at least he is a pixie, so that does synergize with things like Spiral and your Achroma factories. And he is a good opportunity to use Role Reversal. So for that reason, I would say D. Yeah, good filler with Achroma Breach. Let's put in a vote for this one just to be safe. So C, D, and I'll put F there. Yeah, that is D tier. Very nice, folks. D tier it is. So next we've got Senior Painter. Senior Painter. So 3 cost, +1 in the resolve, and a splat 1. So it's effectively a 3 cost for a +2, but you have to have another card out on the canvas. I would say B tier, personally. I'd go C. This is currently playing on the Hidden Gem Telly, and the cafe is playing on. Hey, that is awesome! Welcome to everybody in the Hidden Gem Cafe. Hope you're all having a fantastic day playing Mortal Kombat and chilling, having the amazing food there. Thank you for all for tuning in. This is the Achroma charity live stream. We have 5 hours and 15 minutes left. We've done almost 24 hours now. Almost 19 hours. So, right, where were we? Yeah, Senior Painter. You guys are saying B and C? Okay, let me put out a vote for this one. Let's see what we think. Obviously, those at Hidden Gem, you can always jump in on your phones if you want to get in the chat and do the vote. So we're gonna go. Let's go with B, C, and D. I don't think anybody went A tier, did they? No, no one went A. So let's go B, C, and D. I'm gonna give each vote maximum about 10-15 seconds, folks, and that's not because I'm trying to catch people out. It's purely because we have to get through 90 cards. Yep, and as soon as I can see a clear winner, I'm ending the poll. That is mostly votes for C, so C tier is right next to Funguar. You're going to flop on the end of bed at the end of stream. I'll see you on Wednesday when you catch up with sleep. I've got work tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. at Kidlington. I will not be sleeping till Sunday. Next then is Trainee Painter. So Trainee Painter is a 1 cost. He gives you a +1 and a splat 1. For me, I want to say A tier. He pays for himself and then some in 1 turn. And then he becomes a great target for Role Reversal. He's great for, you know, going with things like Wincy. I'd say, and free with Fountain. I would say A tier at a push B tier, personally. I'll start. I don't think he's S tier. I think that's maybe pushing it a bit too far. So we'll go A, B, and C and see what you guys think. Okay, yeah, with 5 votes already in, it's looking. Yeah, I know, Anthony. Yeah, poor Funguar in C. We all love him. It's just that he just has no resolve. Yeah, that is overwhelmingly A. So Trainee Painter all the way up into A tier. Well done, buddy. Next then is Carmella Traitorius. So 2 cost, -1 in the resolve, and it allows you to either erase an action or an object. I again think she is A tier, potentially even S tier. Yeah. Again, as a reminder for those that maybe have just tuned in at the Hidden Gem, the way the tiers work is S tier is a tier that is like you would put this card into every palette. No matter what palette you put it in, it's going to be good. A tier is it's very, very good by itself, but you maybe wouldn't put it into every palette. B tier is cards that are only good if you pair them with something else. C tier are cards that are good by themselves. D tier are cards that are okay, but they need other cards, and F tier is bad. So in this situation with Carmella, I think most people are saying S because really you could put her into any palette because she's just there to be an amazing way of spending 2 to get rid of a location or object and then still get a -1. So I will put the vote in, but it does look like it's going to be pretty unanimous. Although having C cards in palettes are essential. Yeah, absolutely. You can't build your cards with just S, A, and B. Can I stage a coup to get Fungwa into S tier, please? Yeah, we need to make a cute tier. Fungwa will be up there. Like an honorary cute S tier. Yeah, overwhelmingly S tier there, so S tier for Carmella. Next then is School Librarian. Can we get some love for the school teacher? We got 2 shards, no resolve, and the shard value of cards whilst in player's hand is reduced by green. For me, I want to say D or maybe even F. The main reason is that she gives you no resolve. She's not a painter, so she doesn't stack with any of the painters. And yes, you're getting card reduction of green, but really, how many cards actually have green that you're regularly going to be playing? Okay, I guess there is Splat Square, I guess there are some of your legendaries, but green is not that common in compared to some of the other colors. Yeah, I'd say potentially D. Exactly, how many cards have green? Not that many. So this is probably going to be quite a low one, so I'll put it as C, D, and F and see what people think. Really fast. Can we? So right now we've got 2 votes for F tier. Anyone else voting? This is on School Librarian. Ooh, right now it's 50-50 between D and F. Okay, it is still 50-50, even with 6 votes. So I'm going to end the poll there, and I'm going to be the final decision. I'm going to go with D tier, and the only reason why I'm going to go D tier is because if you did build a palette that was as much green as you could, I think there is still like at least over 10 cards that are green. So in that case, she actually would be okay. Like, she'd be okay. Next is our rare card, Dovetail. So she's 4 cost, 2 steel, and a splat 1. I would say she's A tier. Flora Overgrowth, yeah, cost 1 S2. You think C tier, Lewis? I'd be interested to know why you think C tier. I'm going to put it between A, B, and C. I don't think anybody's going lower than C. I'd say A tier on the basis that 4 cost to effectively get 2 steel and a plus back every turn, provided you've got one other card on your board. That's pretty good. But you could argue that B, because you need to have the extra card out. Yeah, great in Spiral and Chroma Squad. She's great in Yana deck, but also good alone. That's why I'm thinking she is very good alone. Yeah, Steel is always better than Gain. Yeah, I agree, Chris. Yeah, it looks like it's just edged over to A, so A is where it's going to go. Next is Splat Teacher. So, Splat Teacher. 3 cost, plus 1 in the resolve, and the shard value of cards whilst in players' hands is reduced by yellow. This one is definitely more useful. You've got a natural resolve and also yellow, which is more prominent in... excuse me. More prominent in Fall of Flutterby. So I also would agree B tier on the basis that it's a very good card with other cards involved. But again, looks like we're relatively near the middle, so I'll put it as the middle and see what people vote. Reducing cards does hurt when you need to trade. That is true. But Spirata can normally make up for it because you've got a lot of shards to trade. I pretty much include a Splat Teacher in all of my fairy decks. Okay, yep. I'll give it a couple more seconds. But that does look like we're going with B tier. Our first B tier. Thank you very much, Chris. So the next one is Matron. So Matron is 4 cost for Resolve 2 and makes Cyan cheaper. Now, I'm putting this in the same camp. I'm going to put this as probably C tier. 4 cost for 2 Resolve is okay. I mean, there is something to say for expensive characters because they also are harder to kill. And, you know, if people play, you know, the most common shard count character is 3. So if you play a 4 shard, then she's automatically going to be stronger than most other characters. In 2 turns, she pays herself back. So I think that's an okay card by itself. The fact that it also reduces Cyan is just like a little benefit. So I would personally say C tier myself. But let's see what everybody else says, whether you agree or disagree. I'll go B, C, and D. To be fair, though, you do like... you do like the community service of reducing everyone's yellows. Yeah, I do. Yeah. All right, we got, 4 votes. Pretty overwhelmingly for C, so C is where she'll go. Next, we have Morag. She is another one of these really good cards here. So 3 cost for a Steel 1 and a Squish 1. I also think she needs to go into A. 3 cost for a Steel 1 and a Squish 1. Yeah, potentially B. I think what makes me want to go in B, I was also thinking that. What makes me want to potentially go into B is the fact that she's heroic, meaning you can't have 2 of these out. Whereas at least with the Ravaged Elite, in other words, you can have 2 out. Yeah, exactly. Heroic hurts it. So that could be a good reason to go B. It's looking quite strong into B. Yep. I'm going to call that 4 votes for B. Morag, you go to B. Squad Leader. This for me goes into B tier. Squad Leader is one of the best cards, but only when you play in a painter palette. Without the other painters, she's a C card. A bit like Matron, 4 cost, 2 gain. But with all the other painters, she suddenly becomes really, really good. Yeah, I agree. She should have became heroic when we did the errata. I completely agree. So we'll put votes for A, B, and C, although I think it looks like we're mostly agreeing here. Finley just finished work for the last hour and a half was not fun. Oh, sorry, finally finished work. The last hour and a half was not fun. I'm sorry to hear that, buddy, but glad work is all finished. You're just in time for the Fall of Flutterby tier list. Yeah, that's looking overwhelmingly B as well. To B you go. Firetender. Now this one is tough because most of you are going to start making references to Ray with this one. But keep in mind, we're trying to be subjective here towards just chapter 1, not necessarily Realmless. So Firetender is 3 cost plus 1, and you can find a card with red 3 or less. I think even before Ray existed, you know, you could find a full palette. Or maybe you can find a full palette, which is still pretty good. I also agree C. Yeah, I'm leaning towards C. You could argue, there is an argument for B, because you could say it's very good if you have a really good card to find. But I'm leaning towards C myself. Yeah, Infirmary is another one, actually. Yeah, find your Infirmary, play your Infirmary, then get your Spiral back or your Copper Joss back. Yep, with 4 votes, that is definitely C tier. So C tier for Firetender. Now we have the rare Mrs. Potts. Mrs. Potts, once per turn, you may dig for a fairy character, 3 cost plus 2. She is A tier to me. Not S tier, because you might not always be building a fairy deck. You might be building pixie deck. But considering how many good fairies there are, she pays for herself in a turn and a half. So you say B because you need fairy decks. No, I guess that is true. I'm split between B and A. Hen split between C and B. Funny enough. Okay, we'll go for a vote. We'll go A, B, and C. I still lean towards A, to be honest. If it was me, because even by herself, she still is a 3 for a 2. I mean, I guess, yeah. I guess in non-fairy palette, you are just talking then a 3 for a 2. Yeah. Yeah, no, yeah, that's fair. And it looks like you guys agree that, yeah, it's definitely B tier. I have been proven wrong. Next, then, is Serrano. 4 cost, steal 2, and as an action, you can make each other player erase a character location. Yeah, I have a feeling that a lot of people are going to agree that this is S tier. You're going to want to put this in most of your palettes that you build for Sparata. In any palette, whether you're playing Chrome or Acrom, 2 steal is 2 steal, and the ability to get people to erase characters and locations, considering that also completely negates things like protection, is far too strong. So yeah, it looks like overwhelmingly yes there. Hen despises Chroma already, so this could cloud his vision of Chroma cards, maybe. How are you doing? I'm doing good, thank you. I'm doing good. Yeah, overwhelmingly S tier. Let's go. Next, then, is Our Lady Copper Joss. I think we all know where this is going as well. You think A tier? I think S tier for Copper Joss, surely. Again, put her in any palette, and she's going to be giving you a net 6 gain. And she can't be attacked. I mean, I appreciate that I appreciate there are better legendaries for Chroma decks, but could you put Copper Joss in any of your Acrom decks and she be beneficial? Yeah. No, I think she is good in Acrom decks. And again, this is just me personally, because Acrom decks always need to have some form of gain. Yeah, Acrom needs shards too. That's my thought process. Like, I don't doubt that there are cards that are better to put in an Acrom deck, but could you put Copper Joss and she be really good? Yeah. A cause of Ray. Oh, a cause of Ray. But keep in mind that we're not comparing these directly to Ray Hen. We're doing these... It's a bit hard, but we're trying to rate these cards purely based on Sparata alone. Because if we start comparing them to the other realms, it then just becomes like a whole wider spectrum of thought process. That's what we've been doing for all of the other tier lists anyway, is we're looking at just within the realm. Okay, it has split the room a little bit, but it has just edged towards S tier. She's good as seen as Pixies is very high cost. Yeah. Okay, so she goes into S tier. Next, we have Dr. Cornelius Hugh. 6 cost, +2, splat 1. You choose 2 colors, and the shard value of those cards are reduced by the chosen shards. I want to say C tier. Yeah, I'm thinking C tier. He's okay. He's not terrible. You know, you're technically getting a +3 every turn, but you're also giving potentially other people the chance to get their stuff cheaper as well. Unless you know for a fact you're playing against Acrom, and even then, against most Acrom palettes, you're still going to be coming across people that have, you know, some Chroma. Ree's cosplay is S though. What? Oh yes, yeah, that was at the previous one, wasn't it? In the long run, you're helping yourself with the colors. True. Looks like D tier is currently in the lead, though. Yep. D tier has won that. D tier for Mr. Hugh. Next, then, we have King Craven. 6 cost, -2. Cards cannot... yeah, Raiders counter. Yeah, very true. Is a Raiders counter. Cards cannot gain or steal in the resolve step. I would say is it C or A? Is he very good by himself, or is he just okay by himself? I don't really think he needs to go into B or D tier, because remember, B and D tier are the tiers where you rely on other cards. I don't think this really relies on other cards. It's basically, do we think he is really good by himself, or do we think he's just good by himself? But I think the lack of steal is intended, because the whole point is that you can then drain. What you do need to do with King Craven is you need to build him into a palette that has lots of trade fodder. Okay, well, let's put up the vote. This one, I think, might split the room a little bit. So let's go A, let's go B, and let's go C. I don't think anybody went for D. Yeah, majority of votes going C tier. Fair play. I was leaning towards A myself, but nope. We are going to go C. Next is Spiral Traitorius. I think we can all agree that in this particular realm, he definitely has to be S tier because he's 5 cost and all of his steel is based on pixies and fairies, and all of the characters in this realm, apart from a couple of creatures, are pixies and fairies. Yeah, he's always going to be great. And even by himself, he's a steal too. Yeah, you know what? I'm not even going to do a vote. It's quite unanimous from the chat there. Oh, to be fair, no, I will still do a vote because I realized 3 of those were Hen just spamming it. So I will, I mean, it probably still is going to be S tier, but just in case, like, you know, in case A tier sneaks it, I'll ask the community. He's just the perfect hybrid legendary. Yeah, he really is. Yeah, but before he counted as 2, I could have maybe been convinced A tier. Yeah, okay, that was unanimous. That's fine. Spiral S tier. Now we have Sprat Morail. So this is 4 cost, steal 2, splat 1. At the end of your during your end step, you may draw and trade. So I want to say, you think S, Baron? I was gonna say B tier personally. I think he can be very good if you have him in a palette that is a trader's palette. Like, you could argue why do people use Sprat Morail instead? Sorry, why don't people use Sprat Morail rather than Raiders rather than Ray in traders? Yes, I appreciate you can find Ray with Fire Tender, but other than that, you're getting only a tiny bit less resolve, but you're getting to do the draw and trade. Great ability, but you're always going to choose Joss over him. Yeah. Okay, so let's go with voting. I don't think anybody was saying A, so let's go B, C, and D. You might be biased. Yeah, looks like that is overwhelmingly C tier. So C tier, you're going next to Spiral. Oh, sorry, Sprat, sorry. King Craven, that's the one. Next then, we've got some objects is the word I was trying to say. So Achroma Bomb. See, Achroma Bomb, I'm going to say C tier. What I don't like about it is the fact it's action squish rather than squish every turn. Because we do know that we have things like Factory Overalls coming up, which is actually a 2-2. So I would say C tier. It's a solid, okay card by itself. I'm going to put that straight to vote. Exactly, it's weaker than Ravaged Elite. And we have to consider that the Factory Overalls are coming up. Yep, we've had only had a few votes on this one, but people are agreeing with C, so let's go with C. Next then is Ballistics Belt. This is a 2 cost +1 with a splat 1. So this does pay for itself in 1 turn. I would still say C tier though. I would still say C tier for the same reason. Yeah, similar to Achroma Bomb. Excuse me. Oh, we've just ticked under, guys. 5 hours to go. 5 hours to go. We've done 19 hours. Okay, yeah, 2 votes for C. Ballistics Belt is going there then. And then Toadstool Cannon. Toadstool Cannon. 2 cost, 2 prevent. Now, personally, I think this one should actually go up to A tier. I know that the other 2 were 2 for 2, but both of Acron Bomb and Ballistic Spelt were actions. They were their secondary point came from an action, whereas this is a 2 for 2. I actually want to say A tier for this. 2 prevent for 2. It's pretty strong. And you can likely make it cheaper as well. Yeah, it's a solid object option. Yeah, Sacred Robot, 1 less prevent, very handy. Yeah. Ooh, it's currently split between A and B. I'll give it another few moments in case anyone else wants to vote. Looks like we've just got 2 people voting at the moment, so it's been split. So we'll go with my vote, so I'll go with A. Next, we've got the rare, which is Achroma Corruptor. So this is 2 cost, and when the attached character attacks, you may erase a character or location, and it is -1. I want to say B tier for this one, and here's why. I put you on the TV and Brooks just staring at you. Oh, that's cute. I want to say B tier rather than A tier, and the reason why is that this is only... No, actually, no. That is wrong. It is A tier. I was thinking about the fact that you only really want to do... A lot of people see Achroma Corruptor, and you think, oh, that means I can erase 2 things at once, which is true, but you have to have another object on your character, otherwise your Achroma Corruptor is going to take the damage and disappear after 1 turn. Yeah, exactly. It works better if it's with a stronger object. But even when it's just on 1 character, you could still use it to erase a character before the hit is taken. So I guess I could still see that being A tier. Honestly, I am pretty split between A and B. So I will let you guys do the deciding. Unless it's a tie, then I'll be forced to do the deciding. Okay, unfortunately, it has been split again between A and B. Considering I went... No, I will go A. I will go A. I'll go with gut. Next one is Prism Sprayer. Now, this one's tough because I would say that Prism Sprayer is better than Achroma Corruptor. But you have to have 2 characters out. If you don't have 2 characters out, this becomes much worse. That's what I mean. It's S tier, but do you not agree that it's only very good if you have multiple characters out? It's not good by itself. You know, it's not good when it's on the canvas with just itself. Again, I think I'll let the community say what they want about this one, but I honestly think B tier. I'll put S, A, and B because it's not going to be lower than B. But I honestly think B tier. Because you have to pair it with your other characters. Ooh, it's currently split. The reason some people don't like it is because it's only found in character palettes. Yeah. Ooh, it's a direct split, folks. It's 1-1-1. So therefore, I'm going to have to go with the middle and go with A. So next then is the action of Blackout. Blackout is 2 cost, and it drains 3 shards from all locations with any chroma. I think this is A tier, personally. 2 shards to erase multiple locations is incredible. The only reason it doesn't go into S tier is because it's not going to work if you're playing against Achroma. But against any chroma deck, that card is absolutely brutal. So I think A tier. You're saying it's only really against location, so maybe even B? True. We're currently on 2 votes. I'll see if anyone wants to split it. Okay, no, it is an even split. I am slowly moving down my chair. I'm getting lower and lower. I'm going to go A tier. Considering it's split, I genuinely think it's A tier. Bounce. Bounce, in my opinion, is S tier. I'm going to get the vote started right away. I think Bounce is S tier. It is a fantastic card. You can use it to counter things like things with protection. You can use it to bounce a character so that it then erases all of the... Oh, hello. I seem to have lost my live chat. Oh, there we go. Sorry there for a second there, folks. I lost you guys, the live chat. Let me just bring you back. There we go. Yeah, start a poll. We're going to vote. We're voting for S, A, and B. We're voting. Keep up saying error. Yeah, what in the chat? It's still we're still streaming, aren't we? Okay, cool. So yeah, this is for bounce, folks. So bounce, 2-cost card, return 1 character location object to its own hand. You can use it to bounce a card that has been claimed or restrained. You could use it to bounce a character to erase all of its objects. There's so many really, really useful uses for bounce. Yeah, I think we all agree there. Bounce is S tier. Next is defensive position. So that is 2 cost, and your characters all get protection until your next turn. I think this is B tier. B or A. B or A. It depends on you having loads of characters out. If you don't have loads of characters out, it might not be that worth it. When you do play it, it's really good because if you play it at the start of your turn, it means you can use it to do all of your attacks with protection and then still have a full turn where you don't have to... where you can't have your characters attacked or killed. So I personally think A tier. Ooh, it looks like it has just gone towards A tier. A few of you wanted to go S tier for defensive position. Interesting. But no, the end result was A tier. So next we have Dismantle. 3 cost to erase an object and draw a card. This card has definitely gotten better since the expansion because there are now many more objects to dismantle. However, I'd still put this at C tier. 3 shards to erase an object, draw a card. I'd rather have a Carmella for 2 shards and have potentially a location instead. So yeah, I would say C tier. You think you have an art of that one? What, Dismantle? What's the art Dismantle? But yeah, are we agreeing C? Yeah, C looks like it's going to be it. C. Excessive paint pots. I think this is D tier. Draw the top card of your palette and trade it. It's a bit of a gamble, but only 1 shard. You're not guaranteed. Sorry, you're not going to lose any cards. I think it's D tier. You know, I think it is D tier. It could work well in a deck that is actually focused around trading or a deck that has got loads of high shard cards because it's a cost 1. But then again, no, maybe it is F. Because why would you have that card? Why would you not just include another 6-cost card and hope that you get that? It's like, why would you not replace it with a card that you want to trade rather than the gamble? Yeah, it's F tier. You've convinced me there, Sarah. So we'll put C, D, and F, but I think F. Yeah, I agree. I don't like gamble cards. Okay, so that is going to F tier as well. When was the last time you ate some solid food? Yesterday at 5 p.m. Since then, I've had a litre and a half of liquid food and lots of water. Oh, did I put it in D? My bad. F tier. Whoops, my bad. So next one is Full Palette. So this is 2 cost for Splat 6. I think we can all agree this is S tier. Does anybody have any disagreements with S tier? Z. Yeah, it has to be S, right? I'm not even going to do a vote for it. I don't think anyone's going to disagree. It's just brilliant. Chris. Why you gotta be the person? Oh yeah, it's S. Yeah. So next one is Snuff Out. So Snuff Out is 2 cost, and as action you get to squish 2. I would say this is A tier. A 2 cost action to get 2 drain. Yeah, 2 for 2. It's a twofer. I don't think Snuff Out goes to S tier, but I definitely think that is going to be an A tier. I'll put the vote at A, B, and C. Oh, well, you think you've split decision, the one with 2 hands? Yeah, A tier. Nice. So, what is the next one? Advanced Scouting Party. So Advanced Scouting Party is 5 cost, draw 3 cards, and trade 1 of them. I would put this into B tier. You think A or S? I think B tier. I think it's good trade fodder, but that's not enough to put it in A or S just because it's trade fodder. I think B because it's good if you build it into a palette that you know is going to have lots of high value trade cards. So when you draw 3 cards, the chances of you getting one of them that's worth trading is quite high, and then the other 2 just become great trades. Yeah, usually trade fodder, but good if needed. So therefore, yeah, I think B. So if I've had 2 votes for A, anything going different? We've had 1 going for B. But no, A does take it. All right, A for Advanced Scouting Party. Next is Flutterby. Flutterby is 2 cost. Choose 1 location, 1 character. They cannot gain, steal, prevent until the start of your next turn. I would say C tier. It's a good card. It doesn't rely... It doesn't rely on anything. It's just okay. Looks like we're getting C tier for Flutterby. Next then is Giant Prism. So this one is 5 cards. Erase all characters with any Achroma. Gain +2 for each card erased this way. I would like to say B tier for this one, yeah. I think it's very situational to your opponent having all Achroma cards and you not having any. You need to be able to have really, a good couple of them out to make it worth it. Otherwise, it's good trade fodder. Yeah, B. Now I've got the pleasure of picking up Brooke's hair. She's leaving around. She's shedding a lot. Oh, bless her. You think C for that reason? Interesting. Okay. Looks like it's going to end with B tier. Next then is Role Reversal. Role Reversal. 3 cost. Swap a character on your canvas with a character on another canvas. I would like to say B tier. Because you're going to have to build it around... You're going to have to build your palette around having characters that you'd want to trade. And you're going to have to then hope that your opponent has a character that you want to trade. Because if you don't build characters into your palette that are like relatively weak, then you're going to be giving them something good overall, you know. Some people have put S though, so I'm going to put S, A, or B and see what you guys think. Some of you going S tier for Role Reversal. Okay, S tier's won that one. Wait, how did S tier win that one? I zoned out for a second there. S tier won that? I wanted to go B. Wow, fair play. Okay, Role Reversal is an A tier. What we got next? Skynet. Skynet is 3 cost to erase a character with any chroma. I think this is C tier at best. You know, when you look at... I know we shouldn't be comparing to other realms, but 3 cost, and it's only characters, and only characters with chroma. Like, again, we shouldn't be comparing to other realms, but look at Fireball. There's just erase a character or location of any type for 2. And this one's 3. And it's Achroma, so it's very hard to reduce it as well. I'll start the vote now, but I personally think C tier for this one. I'll put B, C, and D. Defo C? Yeah, 3 of you have just gone straight for C, so that one's pretty unanimous. Next is Split Decision. This is another card that I would like to put into F tier. You draw 2 cards, you get to deploy one of them now for free. Unless that card that you draw and you play for free is 5 or 6 shards, this is pointless. Because if you get anything that's 4 shards or less, then you're not actually gaining any shards from it, and you're discarding a card to do so, and it's completely random what you play. You might not even want to play it at that time. I think I will do a vote, but it looks like F is going to win. I'll put C, D, and F. It has to be F in my books. It's such a tough card to make work. Oh. Yep. We've just edged over towards F tier, so F tier it is. So next is Double Trouble. So Double Trouble's been a bit of a tricky one, because it used to be S tier, definitely, but it's obviously now been changed. So you can't duplicate a heroic character, and once deployed, this card becomes a copy of a character on your canvas, gaining all of its abilities and strength. It doesn't gain actions, though. It's once deployed, so you can't do it to copy a Serrano and suddenly gets action. For that reason, I think it's a B tier, because you're going to have to build cards in your palette around it and hope that your opponent plays something that is worth double troubling. But you could argue that it's A tier because it doesn't need a palette to work around it to make it work. You could chuck it in any palette and it could be good if your opponent plays the right time, the right character. Yes, of course you can, Heron. Yes, that is very true. You can still have a copy of Heroic if it's not on your side. Yes, you just can't copy Heroic on your side. Yeah. Looks like we got an even vote right now. Okay, so I'm going to end the poll there, and I'm going to go in the middle. We're going to go B tier. Next is Infiltration. Infiltration. 4 shards. Cards on other canvases cannot gain, steal, or splat until your next turn. Arguably, it won the game earlier when we played a 3-player game, so it's hard because I know that most of you are going to be looking at this and saying that it's wow, okay. I just had a moment there. I just had a moment there where I must have been on autopilot speaking, and then I came off autopilot, and I genuinely was like, what was I just saying? Like, I genuinely had no clue where I was going with that sentence. I couldn't even remember what I was saying. That was the weirdest sensation. I genuinely had no clue what I was saying there. Okay, let's just do a vote, because you guys are on... You guys know what you're talking about. Vote, honestly, I think... Oh, dear. I don't need food. I'm not hungry, and I'm energized. I don't have the shakes or anything. I'm well energized. It's just my brain is shutting down. That was really surreal. I just couldn't understand what I was saying. Yeah, maybe a banana would be good, but don't have any. I've got banana flavor Y food. It's called Happy Banana. Anyway, what's the vote going for? You guys gone for B. Great. You guys know what you're doing. Next, then, is the location, Achroma Factory. So, Achroma Factory is a 2-cost. I can't. I'm losing. I'm losing it, folks. Oh, I haven't even finished the last poll. I'm losing it. Achroma Factory is a 2-cost location that allows you to squish X. X is each pixie on your canvas. I'm personally thinking this needs to go down into B tier. It is very, very good, but again, you have to build it with your pixies. If you don't build it with pixies, it is obviously useless. So I think B tier, because it is very good when you do. Main thing is you were conscious of that, yeah. Yeah, that's already a couple of votes for B tier. I will take that. B tier it goes. S in hero, though. Oh, S in hero, A in heroes. I see in heroes palettes. Yeah, I would agree. Cogs Village, then. So Cogs Village is a 1/1. I think this is one of those cards that just goes straight to C tier because it's okay by itself. It doesn't need anything else to make it okay, but it's not fantastic. So yeah, C tier every day of the week for me. We've still got one more interview to do. Poor Dan is getting the last interview slot with me, and he's gonna. I'm gonna be like, so, "How you doing, mate?" We've got a current split between C and D. Any more votes for Cogs Village? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We'll do the interview for you. No, please do. Like, genuinely, I would love it. Ask as many questions as you can in chat, folks. For Dan. I'm sure he'd really appreciate it. Next is Corrupted Groves, 3 cost, and it reduces the shard value of player's hand by Achroma. I want to say this is D tier. It's quite expensive. You know, after playing it, you would need to play a minimum of 3 cards to make it worth it. Oh, where did my thing go? Oh, hello? What did I just say? No, not Achroma Factory. We were just in Curdle. I think it's D tier, so we'll put it at C, D, and F and see what you guys say. Or does anybody think B tier? One vote for D. One vote for C. Get your folks. Get your folks in votes. Get your votes in, folks. Get your votes in, folks. D tier, yep, is going to come out on top for Corrupted Grows. D tier, D tier, D tier. So next is Lava Fountain. 3 cost, +1 to reduce by red. I would say this goes into C tier. It's okay as it is. It doesn't need other cards to be good. But it's not good enough for B tier, in my opinion. Yes, there are more cards that could be reduced, but yeah, I think this goes into C tier. So we'll put B, C, and D. And whatever you do for this, folks, we'll do the same for Water Fountain, because it's pretty much the same, right? Unless do pipe up in chat if you say that actually Water Fountain should be somewhere different if you value blue shards being reduced over red. So it's going 50-50 right now. As it is 50-50, I will end the poll and I will do the deciding vote. I'm going to say... As a Draco Temple player, I like my blue variants of Achroma shards. Yeah. I'm going to say C tier. They do work okay on their own. Actually, no, D tier. I changed my mind. Because 3 cost for 1 shard is actually not very good. You need to do it with some coloured shards of that variety. Yeah, I changed my mind. Next is Lost Property. So this is 3 cost, prevent 1, and you get to find an object. I would say this is B tier. So it's very, very good, provided you have a good object to find. If you've built your palette with a really good object to actually find here, B tier. Just without a good object, C tier. You think you think D actually? So you're saying that you think it's just yeah, actually you're right. Yeah, when you do I completely forget about factory production line. It is just better. So yeah, you know what? I'll still put it as B, C, and D, but when you actually compare it to that action, yes, you're right. It probably is D tier. It's okay when you pair it with a good object. Okay. Yep, that is looking overwhelmingly as C, so I'll stop that there. C is where it goes. And then Soaking Stone. So this is 2 cost for 1 steel. I think this goes solidly into C. It's very just it's an okay card. It does its job. Do we all agree at C? Yep, 2 votes is enough for me. Soaking Stone can go to C. Then we have Blueprint Swirl. Do we have any naysayers for it not being straight into S tier? Just tell me in chat if you think it shouldn't be S tier, because that's where I'm gravitating towards straight away. Because, I'm sorry, 2 cost that pays itself back, and as if you have... What does it do again? So, no, because Achroma Dex A. So, Blueprint Swirl, it costs 2, and you gain 1 shard in the resolve step for every colour present on your canvas. So, just for having Blueprint Swirl out alone, you have blue and cyan. So, it's already a +2. For every other color present on your board, you will gain a maximum of 6. So the maximum this card could be is a +6. The minimum it can be is a +2. So even in Achroma decks, you're still going to have some color shards. I think even in Achroma decks, it's still a +2 location. That if you suddenly put down your spiral, that's suddenly going to give you red and yellow. If you put, unless you're talking fully Achroma, but even then, you're still going to have some chroma there somewhere. Your breach has like no colors. Okay, you know what? I'll put it to a vote. I thought this one was going to be more unanimous, so I'll put this one to a vote and see what people think. Because I can see why you go. I can see why you are saying A for this one. I'm just going to vote between S and A. The point at hand is, do we think that it could work still in an Achroma deck? Because my thought process is it's still a +2 location. It can in some decks, but not all of them. Alright, fair. And it looks like the community does agree with you, so fair play. A tier it goes. Sorry, Blueprints, well, you're getting knocked down a peg. Next is Infirmary. 3 cost for a +1, and you can dig for a fairy. I think this is B tier. Digging is very, very powerful. It's the reason why we put Miss Potts there, but it relies on you having a fairy. Yeah. You know what? I'm not even going to do a vote. That's 3 people that have instantly said B in chat. That'll do. Pixie Prison is the next one. So that is a rare card. 3 cost, +2. You can either use it to erase all Pixie characters or just erase 1 character. Lewis, F. I think this is C tier. I don't think it's good enough for A. I think it's still good by itself. It's still good by itself. 3 cost for a +2 location means that that's going to pay itself back and then some on its second turn. It's an action to erase a character, and if you happen to be playing against Pixie characters, you can do a board wipe. But otherwise, if it wasn't a rare, I would agree. The fact it's a rare. If it wasn't a rare, Lewis, if it was a uncommon, I would actually put that up to A tier. It's the fact that it's rare that I put it down to a C tier. That's where I do agree with you, that the fact that it's a rare brings it down in my books because it's not really worth the rare slot. Rare, but it's too F. I'm going to put B, C, and D. I'm not going to put F because that is too harsh. It's still a card that can get you some nice gain. It's cheap and it can erase a character. Like, that's the same thing that Carmela... well, it's the same thing that Serrano does to a degree. I appreciate Serrano could potentially get more characters, but then again, that has the character. I think F is being too harsh. It's a control card that also resolves that, which isn't that's common. Like, I'm not doubting it's necessarily the worst rare. There might be well, I mean, so far, have we got any of the worst rares? No, yeah. Hey, Ashley, welcome back in. Yeah, I'm not necessarily denying that it's not necessarily the worst rare, but does it have a? It doesn't necessarily mean it goes straight down to F tier. If there was like 3 rares in D and we agreed that they were all worse than those, then sure, F. But right now, the lowest rare that we've got is in B tier, so you could argue C or below. It looks like people have gone for C tier, so that is where it will go. Okay, so next then is Castle Gates. I think Castle Gates is a B tier for me, but being the worst rare makes it unplayable. It's not unplayable, it's just it's unfavorable. It's not unplayable. It's not a card that if you got given a random deck, let's say that it was like there was a game mode where you weren't actually choosing your palette, you were just getting random cards and you got that card. It's not going, oh man, I've got that card, that's it, I've lost. It's just, hey, there could have been better cards I had, but it will still do a good job. You know what I mean? That's why it's not F. But anyway, so we're talking about Castle Gates. I want to say B tier because, yeah, I think that it's very, very good, but you need to be doing it with Pixies. Yeah, but this isn't about random, it's about palette building. True, but again, I agree with you that it's the worst rare, but as long as it's below where the other rares are, then is it not in its correct place? Also depends on how much deck building you consider. Yeah, very true. Okay, yeah, that is a decisive vote so 4 votes for B for Castle Gates. Next then is another rare, which is, where has it gone? Cocoon Lantern. So this is once per turn, when a character is erased from your canvas, gain the character's shards, and it is +2. Yeah, I agree this is C tier, maybe even D. It does the job. Well, you guys think B or A? I guess it pays itself back in 2 turns, and once per turn, if you lose a character, you get the shards back. It does rely on you having some characters. Maybe go towards B tier then, I guess. Looks like we're a little bit split on this one, so let's do a larger vote. So let's do B, C, and A. Let's see what we get. If someone kills it, you get the shards? No. If someone kills that card first, Cocoon Lantern, you get nothing. You get nothing! You lose, sir! No, that's all right, Ash. Oh, it's a pretty even vote right now. Yeah, it does say character. I'm going to... Oh, well, the vote... Ooh. You lose. Good day, sir. It's currently split between B and C. There was a couple of votes for A, so I'm going to go in the middle and go B, which does put it above Pixie Prison, in fairness. Next then is Splat Square. Splat Square. Now that has to be an A, or, well, I don't know. I guess you could argue a B because you have to have characters, but I think even without the characters, it's still a +3 draw a card, and most palettes you're going to play are going to have some characters. It's very unlikely you're going to do nothing but locations. So I would also agree A. So 3 of you say A in chat. I've only got 1 vote currently at the top. Oh, no, now it's kicked in. 3 votes. Yep, there we go. 3 votes for A. Very nice. Next then is Throne Room. So 5 cost for 2 steel, drawing a card, and choosing a color, and that can't gain steel or splat. F. See, is it weird that I'm almost tempted to go S tier for this one? Yeah, because... think about what you're getting. For 5 cost, you're getting 2 steel, and the 2 steel, keep in mind, steel benefits Achroma players and Acron players. You're then getting to draw a card. That's fantastic for everybody. And you choose 1 color that can't gain steel or splat, and you would choose even if you're a Achroma player, you would choose a color that you know isn't going to be very prominent for you. But you are technically right, Ash, that it can't work in all decks, because if you were to do a deck that has lots of multicolored cards like Dr. Cornelius Hugh, then you can't really pick any color, can you? So I think for that reason, it's probably going to end up being A tier, but I could see it being S. So we'll put S, A, and we'll put B. Heron goes straight to C. I don't think it's going that low. There's no Magenta Radiant Inspirata. Yeah, that's true. So you have got A option. B even, 'cause you have to build around it. To a degree. Interesting. I would have thought that one would have gone towards S or A, but no, that is... I'll give it 5 more seconds, but looks like that one is going to swing towards B. Yeah, I agree with you, Lewis. I agree. I think it's much... Okay, it's now gone to a split. It's gone to an A-B split. I'm just going to end the poll there, and I'm gonna put it up to A tier, because I think that does deserve to be A tier. Even though, yes, you could argue that you need to do some deck building around it, by itself, it can still be an incredible card, even if you haven't built your palette around it. Next, then, is the legendary Guardians of Flutterby Falls. I think this is a S tier for me. Splat 4, being able to defend your characters and prevent 4? Yeah, that's... Again, I appreciate it's not your first choice in an Acron palette, but in an Acron palette, having prevent as an Acron palette is really useful. Having +4, I think it's S tier, but I think a lot of people underrate it. People go for things like Copper Joss, but look at Copper Joss. Copper Joss is a natural, sorry, is a +6, right? So Guardians is only 2 less gain, but you're getting 4 prevent, and you can defend with a strength of 6. There's just so much going on. Honestly, I don't know why we don't see it being played more often, Lewis. Yes, I think that is the one reason. Yeah, I think that's the reason why you see copper dross and things like that more often. Is you're absolutely right, Ash. Is that once it's gone, it's gone. There's no way to dig for it. Whereas there's loads of ways to dig and find. Yeah. I mean, I'll put the vote to you guys. I still want this to be an S card. I just think, even though yes, it is hard to find and it is hard to keep out, the card itself is just so strong. I wanted to go in S, but maybe I'm just a bit biased because it's my favorite artwork card. Ooh, it's currently split 2 votes. I know there is 4 of you still in chat. 2 more people technically could vote. I'll give it another 5 seconds. It looks like S might just take it. For the old art, S though. Yeah. Alright, yeah, it looks like S does take it. S tier for Guardians. Okay, so now we have the Fall of Flutterby promo card. I'm pretty certain we've put all of the other promo cards in A tier, haven't we not? Where did we put the Draco promo card? Oh, yeah, we went A. Yeah. We went for A for all of them. So I'm just gonna put it straight to A. We're not even gonna vote. We've already done that. We've gone A tier for all of those. Obviously we don't have we have 1 less card here, folks, because we don't currently have a seasonal card, so we don't have, the Sparata Fool or whatever it's gonna be called. So now we're gonna go straight to the expansion cards. So we're almost done. So starting with the objects. So Hawthorne, to begin with, is a 1 cost and dispose for prevent 3. I think that is like D or F tier for me. I don't know. Has anybody gotten much use out of that? F. It's an interesting concept. The idea, I guess, is that you would put it onto a character and then you would, if someone then tries to drain from you. Well, the reason why it's an F, actually, is because the reason why it's F is that the whole point of, I know where people are going with this, the whole point of dispose is you want to dispose as a reaction. But keep in mind, you can't dispose in reaction to resolve. So if somebody played a Salem Spring promo card and targeted you, you could then dispose on your Hawthorne. So for like targeted abilities, sure. But when it comes to resolve effects, you couldn't then dispose it. And you could dispose and be like, hey, I prevent 3 so you don't drain from me. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's F. It really does have little use. You could argue D tier at a push. At an absolute push, but I guess, yes, it is stronger in 1v1 because you could just do it as soon as they have prevent. Yeah, that's the only other thing, actually. You're right. It is good for the cost. 1 for 3 prevent, even temporary, is good. Okay, well, that has gone to D tier. So fair play, guys. It seeps up to D tier. Next, we have Silver Sprinkles Plant. This is 1 cost for 1 prevent. What did we put for Chroma? What did we do for Chroma Worm again? Didn't Chroma Worm go, or not, was it Chroma Worm? Yeah, Chroma Worm went D tier. Are we all in agreement that goes D tier because it's just as bad as Chroma Worm? It's 1 for 1. Anybody complaining if I just chuck him in there? Yeah, Chroma Worm is D, so surely that's going to be D as well, right? You'd argue it's worse? No, we really don't like prevent. We do. There are some. Look, we've got Toadstool Cannon up in A. We just don't like prevent that is really small because objects are easier to get rid of. All right, we'll do it as a vote just to be safe. Considering there is unsure, we'll do C, D, and F. Yeah, it's not that we hate prevent. It's just that we don't like cards that The issue with low prevent cards like this, Ashley, like a Achroma Worm or this plant, is you play it thinking, hey, great, I've got 1 prevent. But then the next turn, it's too easy. Just, I have a 2-shard character. Whack. Now you have no prevent. It's too easy to remove when it's so low. Yeah, objects are obviously harder to play and easier to get rid of. So, yeah. Of course I can, sweetie. What are we going with? Yeah, D tier. D tier is where it goes then. Next is Release the Fireflies. So I unfortunately, this is one I can't bring up on screen. The button's not working for me, but I can tell you, Release the Fireflies, it's a 4-cost action. It allows you to give any card on your canvas protection, and it then allows you to drain 2 shards from any card. So it's control, and you can give any card protection. So you can give your Guardians of Flutterby Falls protection, you can give your Wincy protection, you could give your Achroma Worm protection. I personally think this is S tier. Why would you not run it in every palette? You can. It's a way to erase a card. Erase something with 2 shards and give protection to something permanently. For me, it's permanent S tier as well. I would be quite upset if we didn't go S tier. What's the cost? 4 shards. But 4 shards to give something permanent protection and erase something that is 2 shards or less is huge. Yep, that is overwhelmingly... Well, I say overwhelmingly. It's only 2 votes, but yeah, that's S. Most poison cards are only 2-shot cost. S tier? Yeah. For some reason I put S, but some reason it put S, but A. Okay. I'm still going to go with... That would have been a tie, so I'll go with that. Okay, so the next card is Wincy's Spectacles. So we've got the common object now, I think. Also, uncommon object. Where is it? Wincy's Spectacles. So 3 cost. Dispose. Reveal a 3. Sorry, reveal a card with a shard value of 2 or less. Yeah, I also don't like this one. 3 cost, no resolve, and when you get rid of it, you can reveal a card with 2 or less. But yeah, it has no resolve as well, right? Yeah, I think that's probably F tier. Okay, so that is, yep, F tier for Wincy Spectacles. So next then is Splat Grenade. Squish Grenade. Squish Grenade. So 2 cost, and when you dispose it, you can -1 for each card with Squish on your canvas. So that is the key word Squish, not characters that have been squished. So you're talking like Ravaged Elites, Ravaged Ones, Morags. Yeah, it can be quite good. Yeah, I wish it wasn't, but yeah, it's basically it's okay if you manage to get loads of your pixies out. It's very, very situational. So I also agree with D. So let's go with C, D, or F. Sorry, folks, I was just replying to an important message. So yeah, that's absolutely D tier for Squish Grenade. So Wing Clipper. For some reason, it keeps putting the wrong vote for me. C. Oh, very strange. Maybe refresh the stream. I have no idea why that'd be doing that. Wing Clipper. So 2 cost. The attached character. Yeah, I'm only seeing 2 votes at the moment, and I know there's 3 of you currently: Heron, Idle, and Lewis. So I don't know. Maybe if I'm not seeing your vote, Heron. Oh, and there's Ashley as well. So, but yeah. So Wing Clipper, 2 cost, and it allows you to attach it to a character, and they can't resolve or attack. Yeah, I also think A with this one. It's easy to get rid of, but the only way to get rid of it, Idle, is to play a ability. So you have to like play a card like Fireball or Carmella or something like that. But then they're wasting a control card on the Wing Clipper because they can't attack. If it was just they can't resolve, I would agree. But the fact they can't resolve or attack. The only thing that I don't like about Wing Clipper is it doesn't stop splatting. So if you Wing Clipper Copper Josh, you can still splat 3. So I do think it is an A, in my opinion. But I can see that people are unsure. So we'll go A, we'll go B, and we'll go C. Looks like that's where generally people see it around. Yeah, you just leave it there. You play it onto your other opponent's canvas, and then you just don't attack into it. And then they're forced to erase that object. But I guess what makes it a B tier is you could argue that your opponent has to have a character worth putting it on. Otherwise, it's then useless. You could argue that. So yeah, right now I've only... I've had 3 votes now. I've had 1 for A, 1 for B, 1 for C. Okay, I'm going to end the poll there, and we're going to go for B tier, right in the middle. Okay, we are getting there, folks. So we now have a not Chroma Bomb, the other one. Not Chroma Bomb, the other one, Charlie. Chroma Canister. Yeah, 3-way split. So Chroma Canister. Cost 2, resolve is +1, and if you dispose for it, you get +1 for every card on your canvas with splat. I think this is B tier. It's good on its own, but actually, if you can dispose at the right time, that actually can be quite strong. Lewis thinks C. Fair play. We'll get the poll going straight away. We'll say B, C, or D. So it is a it's a 2 cost +1 in the resolve, and when you dispose of it, you get +1 immediately for every card on your canvas with the keyword splat. So it's not every card that's been splatted, it's just every card with the keyword splat, which there is quite a few. But we've had 3 votes for C, so that is where it will go. Then we've got Factory Overalls. Factory Overalls, I would personally say, is A tier. 2 cost for a guaranteed -2 is pretty good. I mean, I guess you could argue B tier because it has to go onto a character. But again, we have put objects higher before for that reason. You know, we put. Don't forget that we've put. Don't forget that we put Toadstool Cannon in A tier for that reason. So I personally think A. But so I think this is where I personally think where we talk about B meaning, oh, you need to build other cards. I'm talking about like specific cards, Lewis. You know, if it's a case of, oh, it just needs a character. Yes, you could argue technically you got to put characters in your palette then. But again, how often does anybody build a palette that doesn't have at least one character, at least one thing? So that's why I think this one still gets into A. Is this the realm with the most S tier? I think so. I think so. Curse of Curdle, who had 8 cards, and Draco had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cards, and we're already up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So yeah, so it is. But needed to have something to play on means I can't. It can be a dead card. No, that's true. That is true. And we are going for B tier, so fair play. B tier it is. Alrighty. And if... Oh, yeah, I know. I agree. So next we've got the Fallen Stone Key. So 3 cost, -1, an action, reveal a location. I'd say this is C. No, I'd say this is D tier, actually. I think it's D tier. I think if you, well, it would be B tier if you build it into a palette that has very, very little locations so that the chances of it getting you a good location is really, really high. Just realized we put Wrangled in S tier, Monstrous in A tier. Yeah, that's how it got voted. That's how it got voted at the time. But yeah, so let's get a vote going for Fallen Key. So this is that one again here on screen. The drain does help a lot. True, true, true. I'm going to go with A, B, and C. Oh, I actually said D tier, didn't I? I said D and I didn't even put that as an option. Whoops. Yeah, if you build it with only a couple of good locations in mind, then suddenly it becomes quite a good ability. If you've got quite a lot of locations, then it's kind of, yeah, meh. It looks like the end result is going to be C tier, though, so that is fine. That goes to C. Okay, so now we've got Circle of Dovetail. This is a 3 cost, steal 1, and draw a card. I think this is a solid C. 3 cost for 1 steal and to draw a card. Yeah, I think that's okay. And it's okay by itself. Yes, okay, it does need a character, so you could argue D tier, but I think it does do a pretty good job by itself, as long as you have 1 character. It's a better Ring of Fire. Yeah, or maybe even B tier. All right, well, we'll go B, C, and D. I personally think C, but it could go B. Alrighty, we have... Yep, that's looking like it's actually going to go B tier, so I'll end the poll there. B tier for that one. Well done, folks. Now we have the Lectern, which is here. Teacher's Lectern. 2 cost, 1 prevent, choose 1 color. The shard value of those cards whilst in player's hand is reduced by the chosen shard. So, yeah, it's a shard reduction. 2 cost for 1 prevent. I'd say C tier myself. 2 cost, 1 prevent. Could be worse. Although then again, we have put 1 for we have put 1 for 1 into D's. Let's see what you guys think. It's a very unique object, isn't it? Yeah. It's gonna be either C, D, or F, isn't it? It's not gonna be B. Alrighty, leaving yourself on my MacBook whilst I do some washing up. No worries, enjoy your washing up. Thank you very much, Chris. Appreciate you being here, mate. We are almost done with this tier list, folks, and then it will be time to chill and maybe get some games or adventure games in before the next interview. Okay, yep, we'll go D for that one. Yeah, no worries, Chris. Now we have the goggles, painter's goggles. So 3 cost, once per turn, when a player splats this card, they may draw a card. I think this has to go D tier, unfortunately. There's no resolve. It's cost 3. And if it wasn't once per turn, if it was every time you splat this card, you may draw a card, then that could be epic. That would be like a rare. But for only once per turn, really, to get the value out of that, it needs to stay on your character for 3 turns, and you need to splat it 3 times in those 3 turns to be able to draw 3 cards to then make that worth it in my mind. So for me, that makes it D tier, potentially even F. How many games have you played and won? That's a very good question. I unfortunately did not keep track of how many games, but I would say probably, I'm not sure if Lewis can check. I know, Lewis, you can check on the app. I'm not sure if you can check daily, but I would say that I've probably played about 30 to 40 games, if I was to make a prediction. And I'd say I've won probably about 50%. I've had a decent amount of wins. All right, so yep, oh no, sorry, we've only had one vote for Painter's Goggles, and you agree with me, we're going to go D tier. So D tier it is. So now we have one of the rares of, we have Craven's Katana. So this is 4 cost. Each time you attack with Craven's Katana, you can reveal a card with Achroma. Yeah, I said I was going to keep track, Aaron, and then I completely didn't after the second game. Just completely lost it. So yeah, what do we think for this one? I'm going to start the vote already. You think F tier? I mean, I definitely think, I would say, I would probably put it at, I'd probably put it at D tier. Yes, it's getting you no resolve, but a 4-cost object is still pretty good. No, you're not. I do think it is F. I do think it is F, because actually, going back to your argument before, Lewis, the fact that why would you put that, it's too expensive. It's the fact it's a rare slot as well. Yes, okay, you could get some card draw with it, but 4 cost, then you have to make attacks with it to actually reveal a card. You know, if your opponent puts no characters out, you're getting then 0 value out of that. Yeah, I hate to say it, but I think that's the first rare card of the day that actually is going into F. It's a bit of a shame. Beautiful artwork. Next is the uncommon object of Dr. Hugh's lab coat. This is a 6 cost, +2. Action, cards cannot drain or steal in the resolve step until your next turn. Now, I think the biggest thing people are going to say about this card is, yes, it's great trade fodder. And for that reason, I think it could either be C or B tier. B tier because it's good with it in a trade deck. C tier as it's just it just works, you know? It's not a terrible card. It does its job by itself. So get your votes in. This is for Dr. Hugh's lab coat. Right now it's split between C and B. Okay, I'm going to end the poll there. I'm going to break the split. I think C tier. Okay, we're almost there, folks. Fungoir eggs. Fungoir eggs. 2 cost poisonous. I'm going to say that is A tier, personally. 2 cost for a steal and poisonous. CD? CD? Really? Not even B? You know, I can understand it maybe being B because you need a character. But it's poisonous. It's a poisonous and a steal for only 2 shards. That's the same as Rabid Dog, and we put Rabid Dog in A earlier. I appreciate this as an object, so maybe that would knock it down to B. Surely it can't be for higher than Fungoir, but it has to be, because Fungoir doesn't have a resolve. Like, I appreciate Fungoir's a character, and Fungoir's egg needs a character to go on it, but Fungoir's eggs at least has resolve, so which makes it into B tier, because it can be very good with other cards. Yeah, it is an object, so therefore with a character, it could be very, very good. So I'm going to put B, C, and D. I'm not going to put A tier. Rarely does adding 2 strength and poisonous matter. I think there's a lot of times where you do play games and there is protection on the other side that you suddenly think, damn, I wish I had some poisonous right now to get rid of that, to get rid of those protected cards. What, Fungoir not S? Yeah, we all know that Fungoir is S in our hearts, but unfortunately his ability is not great. Well, we're currently voting for Fungoir's eggs, folks. Currently there's 1 vote for D. Like, when you compare it to the other things we've got in D tier, do you really think it's on par with the goggles and the lectern? As a bare minimum, it should be C, surely. Lovely, sweetie. I'll check that in a moment. Okay. I'm going to end the poll there. That is actually a direct split between B, C, and D. So I'm going to go C. I will settle for C. Let me just check Discord quickly. All right, so next then is Flutterby Catapult. 2 cost, and once during your turn, choose 1 location, 1 character. Those cards cannot gain, drain, steal, prevent until the start of your next turn. I think this is a B tier. Again, if you can get it onto a character, it is really strong. 1 character in 1 location every turn that you're saying, nope, that can't gain stain until the next turn is really strong. And it's not even like whilst Flutterby Catapult's on the board. So if you play Flutterby Catapult, choose the character location, and then they get rid of the Catapult anyway, they still can't gain, drain, steal, or prevent until the turn after. Bullet says, Bullet says B. James is saying, Lewis is saying C. Okay, well, I think B, so I'm going to put, well, we'll put B, C, and D, as I don't think it's A. Okay. I'm going to end the poll there. That is we've only got 2 people voting at the moment, and that's a 50-50 split between B and C. So I'm going to take the executive one and go B for that one. Go up. I think it's worth it. We then have Corrupted Ballistics Belt. 3 cost. The attacked character cannot attack, and they must pay 2 shards during their resolve step. Yeah, I also think this one is a C. It does fine by itself. It's a nice way of stopping someone from attacking, and it means they got to pay 2 shards. However, are all the votes going through? I don't think they are. I'm only seeing 2 votes for the last few votes. I mean, let's do a vote now. If I do a quick vote now for this one, so we'll do vote. I think it's C tier, so we'll go B, C, and D. Can you all vote and then put an X in chat to tell me you voted? And I'll see which ones I see. So do your vote and then tell me if you've done your vote. So 4 of you are saying you voted. For me right now, it's saying 2 people have voted. That's very strange. It might be worth all of you just refreshing the stream. You did B. You went B. All right. You know what? For these last ones, folks, just to get through these quickly, I'm not going to do a poll. So for these next few folks, I just want you to type in chat, and I will just simply count it up. How about that? So it looks like we had a relatively even split for that one. So I'm going to go, considering I went up for the last one, I'll go lower for this one. So we'll go C for this one. So yeah, if you guys can type in chat for this one, and I'm just going to count up your votes in chat. So there's not going to be a poll. So Fairy Book Bag. So cost 2. It's a +1. Reveal an object or action. I think that is B. It's very good if you have some good objects and actions you want to go find. So I'm even going to put my vote in. There you go. Now my vote counts. BB. 3 for B. Yeah, I think we don't have enough people to outrule that, so into B it goes. The next one is Serrano's Glare. So we're looking at the actions now. Serrano's Glare. So each other player must erase a card for 3 shards. I think that is I'd say it's C. It's okay by itself. It's not relying on deck building in any way. Yes, obviously you have to have other players with characters and a card out, but people are going to have cards out. It's Achroma. I think this is C, personally. Lewis says D/F. James says C. Sarah says D. Heron, what do you think for Sorrow's Glare? Are you in the D club? Are you in the C club? Okay. C. Okay, so that splits the room. I personally say C tier, so I'm gonna be the judge there and go C. Next one is the fairy. What's it called? Fairy enlisting. I think this is B tier. F. Well, okay, no, maybe I'm thinking specifically. I really liked this card when it came out. I really liked this card when it came out. Mainly because I used it in a fairy palette with nothing but with spiral, so it was a second way of getting spiral. Yeah, when it was fine, it was good, but yeah, reveal was just not good enough. So you think, yeah, D. Yeah, most of you are saying D. Well, I mean, to be fair, Lewis said F. We got a C and a D. I like the way you did that tied by the card. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, we're going to go D for that one then. It splits the room. We'll go D. Creature comforts. Reveal a creature. I mean, I think it goes in the same F. You know what? No, I don't think it is B, Sarah. I don't think it is. I honestly, I'm almost with Lewis for putting this down to F and this one. You're spending 2 to draw a card to get a creature, and there's no real good creatures. I think Pixie can stay in D because there are good Pixies to find, but reveal a creature, let's be honest, there aren't very many good creatures. I mean, I know we technically did put Dracon, and we have got one in S and one in A. We have got these two, but yeah, no, I agree with it being F. Yeah, it needs more creatures. What's this one? Achroma Smog. Locations cannot gain or steal until your next turn. Yeah, they aren't worth 2 actions. Yeah, I agree. Achroma Smog. Locations can't gain or steal. I think that is a C card. I think it works relatively well on it by itself. It's a bit situational, so it's okay. Lewis says D. Sarah says D. James and Heron, any thoughts on Achroma Smog? D as well. Okay, cool. D for that. Now we have Chroma Bomb. Yes, Chroma Bomb. If it was cards, maybe, but locations too restrictive. Fair play. So 2 cost plus 1, dispose to splat 3. I want to say this is B tier. Yeah, I was about to say B. You need to have a card that you want to be able to dispose it onto and play it onto. But otherwise, essentially, you could spend 2 and suddenly in 1 turn get back 4. Yeah, B agreed. That seems to be quite unanimous. Lovely. That's easy. The next one is a action, and it is Painting Class. So plus 1 for each card on your board with splats. I would say this is... I'd say it's D tier or B tier. Because it's not good on its own. C tier is if it's good on its own. You need to build your palette around splats. So the question is, folks, do we think it's okay with splats? Or do we think it could be really good with splats? I personally think it's okay with splats. Therefore, I think D. Sarah's changed to D. Right now, technically, it's a split between Lewis and Sarah then. Unless anyone else comes in with C or higher, I'm going to split the room and say D there. Just purely on the basis that... How do we rank the similar card in Draco? Oh, what, the research one? Standby caller. We put that in C tier, funnily enough, actually. I don't know why. I don't know why we put that in C tier, because, again, that should have worked with other cards. Does that change your answer, James? Are you going to say C because of that? If so, I'll move it up. In the meantime, we have indeed got factory production line. I would go C, more splat. Cool. Yep. We'll go there then. I'm happy with that. So factory production line, 3 cost, reveal an object and deploy it for free. Yeah, I think we can all agree that it is... I don't think this is S tier. Because you have to build it with a good object. Don't get me wrong, build it with something like Sintermani Stone, and yes, you've got an incredibly powerful deck. I am not denying that. It is literally insane. But you still have to build it with Sintermani Stone and other good objects. If you just have, you can't just put it into any palette. So for that reason, I will default to A. I say A tier. Sarah says A as well. Do you not agree though, Lewis? Like, I know it's a very powerful card. It is a very powerful card. There's no denying that. But it's only powerful because you are building it into palettes that only have a couple of good objects. And therefore, you know you're going to get that object. And you're building your palette that way. So therefore, it's A. Well, technically, you could even argue it's B. But I will give it to you that more often than not, it is good, so A. See, Heron goes B. So we've got 1 for B, 2 for A, and 2 for S. With any objects, it's still good because it still deploys free. Not necessarily, though, because if you're spending 3 and the object you get is only 1 shard, then you've now spent 3 shards for a 1 shard. So you have to build your palette with objects that are all 3 shards or more. I don't know. I think for that reason, A tier. And we've got 2 for S, 2 for A, 1 for B. So that is going in A tier. It can't be, it's not incredible in every single palette, because then some people build palettes with no objects or little to no objects. I'm going A tier. Sorry, Lewis. I know you're gonna hate that one. Cutting Cocoons then. Cutting Cocoons, 4 shards, raise a character or location. I think this is C tier. It's okay. It's great to erase a character location, but it's just a bit too expensive for only 1 card for me. What about you guys? Anyone disagree with C? Okay, that's a good couple for C. We'll just go there. Then we have squad formation to reveal a painter, then reveal a fairy. I would probably put this in B tier or... yeah, I'd say B tier. It is a very good card if you've built your palette around painters and fairies. 3 cost to draw to reveal 2. I mean, you could even argue for that. Yeah, maybe even C. I don't think it's A. No, because A would be if it's good by itself, and it's not good by itself. It needs fairies and painters. I would say B or potentially C, because you are spending 3 to only draw 2, and you don't know what you're going to get. I think let's go, considering we've got, yeah, I think we'll go B. Yeah. And then lastly is the rare, where is it gone? Oh, sorry. I was looking in the complete wrong place, that's why. Awaken the Guardians. So it's 6 cost. Until the start of your turn, all locations on your canvas have Prevent 1 and Splat 3. This is unfortunately, I'm going to say a D tier for me. It is really cool, but it relies on you having loads of locations out. Really, you need 3 locations out to make it even slightly worth it. And locations are not as common in this Chronicle. So it's a big space take up the rare slot. So I would personally say D tier. It's definitely not useless. I have got some good plays with it. I had one earlier today. But I would say D. What about you guys? Guys? You think B, Sarah? Yeah, you think it can be really, really good when built correctly? James, you're going C? Okay, well, I went D, so if no one else has any opinions, we'll go with C tier, because that'll go in between me, Sarah, and James. So we will go. If you have a location deck, it works well. Yeah, I think it does, in my opinion, it does need to go in B or D, just because it doesn't work well by itself. It does need locations. You know what? It is pretty. Let's chuck it in B. I'll go with the way you go, Sarah. Yeah, we'll go with B for that one. Okay. Well, there we go, folks. There is the Chapter 1 Fall of Flutterby Sparata Realm community tier list. Again, very subjective. There are definitely some cards that people want up or down in this one, but it's a bit of a voting system, bit of fun. If you want to do your own version of this tier list, I will provide a link to it very soon in the Discords. But there we go. Hopefully that gives people a bit of an insight into which cards are rated quite highly by the community and which are not so much. Right, I will download that image, come out of presentation mode and full screen, and I will just minimize that for now. All right, I'm going to go for, I'm going to be honest, folks, I feel a bit, I do apologize because I think the original plan was to do interview tier list games. Unfortunately, these tier lists have taken a bit longer. I haven't really got time for games, especially when I need to be taking like breaks and stuff. So I know it is a bit disappointing for those that wanted to play games this afternoon. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a quick 10-minute break just to stretch my legs. I desperately need the loo again, fill up my water bottle, no more than 10 minutes. I'll get some food. And then in 10 minutes time, I'll come back. We'll do the usual. We'll just chill for a bit, explain how the rest of the stream will work. And then in half an hour, we have the next interview with Dan Renton. So I'm just going to put myself on break and I will be right back with you folks. Oh, actually, before we do, let me double check the totals. Let's update the totals now quickly, in case there's been any other orders. Okay, all good. All right, folks, I will be back in about 10 minutes, okay? Alright, folks. I am back. Let me just sort the music out. Bring the music back down. Alrighty. Let me just double check messages and stuff. All good. Double check any new orders. All good. Ultimate question. Did you get solid food? No, I did not. I did not get solid food. There's no solid food I could get that isn't just like snacks, like, you know, just like bags of crisps and stuff like that. Like, if I want solid food, I'd have to cook it, and I will do that once I finish stream. Once I finish stream, I will cook myself a good meal. But hey, I've only got like 4 hours to go. It'll be fine. Okay, so welcome back, everybody. So I'm up to date with the donations. Don't ring the bell of shame. So this is a good opportunity to remind people of what is going on in the stream and everything that's going to be happening in the next few hours. So I'm going to bring up the usual little list here. Where am I going? Okay. So for those that are currently watching, you are currently watching the Achroma charity live stream, a 24-hour attempt where we are looking to raise money for Dexter's arc in memory of Dexter, Constantine, Thatchell. And we are going to be we've been doing community tier lists, we've been doing team interviews, we've been doing adventure playthroughs, we've been doing we will be doing some giveaways, and we've been playing loads of Achroma games, especially throughout the night shift. It has been loads and loads of fun. We are near the end now. We've got 3 hours and 21 minutes remaining of the main clock, but keep in mind that's not actually when the stream ends. We'll talk more about that in a moment. So firstly, the donation goals. So currently we raised £363.69, which is incredible. Thank you to everybody that's donated so far. That is incredibly kind. So because of that, you can see based on the donation goals that later on in the stream, we will be revealing the new Draco factions and keywords. We did also then reach giveaway tier 2, which will make sense on the next slide. And if we are able to reach 500 by the end of the stream, we will also reveal Dexter's secrets. 750 would be giveaway tier 3 and 1000 is hidden. So here's what the giveaways are. So giveaway tier 1, we're doing 2 copies of Warriors of Wishwell first edition box, 2 copies of Fall of Flutterby first edition box. At tier 2, we're giving away 1 copy of Warriors of Wishwell collector's edition and 1 Fall of Flutterby collector's edition. And then the giveaway tier 3 is going to be adding 5 any Achroma palettes as well. Now, keep in mind, all of these prizes are going to individual winners. So if we were to get to tier 3, then technically there'd be 11 winners that will be chosen. How you guys can enter, if you've not already done so, then type in the word Dragon Rider into chat, and that will give you your first free token. If you want to get an extra entry, all you have to do is purchase a Dexter Master of Dragons promo card. So yeah, the limited edition card using the links down below. We will be doing the winners of the stream later on in the stream. More on that in a moment. So the schedule, you can see the schedule here. Now, admittedly, being open and honest here, we haven't been doing many of the Achroma games during the Sunday because things have been overrunning. But we've been doing interviews, of which the next interview is in 20 minutes with Dan Rentham. And we've been doing loads of tier lists, of which the last one will be the Warriors of Wishwell coming up after the interview with Dan. Once that has finished, that'll be about 5:30. We will then play Achroma Games until the end, so that'll be until around 6 o'clock. Once the 24-hour clock has ended, which is, this clock you can see here, that will be the end of the 24-hour stream, but that won't be the end of the actual live stream, weirdly. What we'll then do is I will then start what is the normal Achroma weekly live stream. This is what you guys all know from every week where we do the Achroma Weekly. So we still will be doing that this evening. It will be starting a bit earlier. We're going to start it at, basically we're going to start at about 6:30. Just purely because I will need to get to some sleep, so I'm not going to push myself too hard. But yes, we'll still do the full Achroma Weekly stream, and as part of that weekly stream, that's when we're going to be doing all of the reveals. So anything that has been revealed thanks to these donation goals, we'll be doing during that Achroma Weekly, and that's also when we'll be doing the giveaway announcement as well. So that is all of the scheduled. Now, let's talk about why we're actually running this stream then. So this whole stream, the whole reason we're doing it is all about this guy. So this is Dexter Constantine Thatchell, and who is the son of Achroma creators Jack and Rachel Constantine. So Dexter was just 5 years old when he was diagnosed with rhabdomyosarcoma, an aggressive children's cancer, in 2019. Dexter fought hard and strong for years. You know, I'm just gonna move this music along because right now it was a bit too chirpy for my liking. So Dexter fought hard and strong for years, going through 9 rounds of IVA, 33 days of intense proton radiation therapy, numerous biopsies, lumbar punctures, and blood transfusions, and finally 6 months of maintenance chemotherapy, which gave him and his family 15 months of hope that his tumor had been killed off. In March 2022, his 3-monthly scans showed aggressive growth from the original tumor, and they were informed that he likely had another year on chemotherapy. But on May 6, 2022, scans proved that the treatment was ineffective. Dexter was given 4 to 6 weeks with his family, and they spent that time at home. He ended up fighting on for over double this time for 13 weeks until passing away on the 27th of July, 2022. He was just 7 years old. Dexter's Ark was created by Jack and Rachel to be a fundraising platform with the support of registered charity Alice's Ark. All funds raised through Dexter's Ark goes to a non-animal testing research into rhabdomyosarcoma. However, Dexter is not gone forever. He has simply realm hopped into the Draco Planum and has been immortalized as an heroic character in Achroma, Dexter, Master of Dragons. If you'd like to read more about Dexter and his story, then please follow the link below stream where you can read more about how inspiring he was. If you'd like to support the cause and help fight cancer, then please consider purchasing a Dexter Master of Dragons Achroma card for £10, where the entire £10 goes towards charity, or you can use the link below stream to donate directly to the fundraiser. Again, all of the links you can find beneath the stream. So far, as you can see, we've already raised £363.69, which is absolutely incredible. So again, a massive, massive thank you to every single person that has donated, whether it's a little or a lot. I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you for making this so special. So yeah, that is why we're here, and we're doing great. Of 24 hours, we are down to the last 4 hours. In fact, almost down to the last 3. So it's currently 1:45. So why don't we, whilst we are waiting for Dan, because he'll probably be another 15 minutes, why don't we do a little bit more adventure game? As we haven't really got time for a game of Achroma. So I'm just going to jump in the channel that I'm going to need to be for Realm Table. And then we will go to adventure game. And let me get my phone up and we'll do some adventure game playthroughs whilst we're waiting. There we go. I can't wait to receive my Dexter card. Yeah, honestly, it's an amazing card. It's a beautiful artwork, really nice story. It does make you feel really sad holding it, but it's so great to see him immortalized in the game. And he's a brilliant card. He's fantastic to use in Draco. All right, so we're continuing our our Curdle Hill adventure here. I'm trying to explore the clunker because I'm trying to get 100%. And there's 4 areas I've never been to in the clunker. So you call out for help. A shrill voice shouts over the whirring and thudding mechanical footsteps. Our guests awake, Varaxia. So they are, replies a gentle voice near to you. Now, no need to struggle. She lifts the blindfold off your eyes. The blindfold lifted, you find yourself looking around the interior of a mechanical vehicle. Sorry to do this to you. It's a formality of the Magus Elite that I must bind you with immune trap so that we can ensure you're not in danger. Varaxia says, holding onto your relic. So, any clues on what this is, little one? I am going to... What do we think? Should we tell her our story or should we stay silent? Should we be honest or just hold our lip? I kind of want to hold our lip a little bit here. I'm going to stay silent. I'm arresting you for obstructing the Magus Elite investigation. By the power vested by me in the High Covenant of London, I sentenced you to imprisonment. Wow! Just like that. I don't have the right to remain silent. I just get imprisoned for silence. Oh, that is literally the end of the story. Okay, let's restart. I'm gonna choose a different relic, I think. I'm gonna restart with a different relic and see if I can find anything. I knew that was coming. I've gotten that ending. Ah. Okay, so I want to try doing a... Can you do a relicless run? Okay, let's who are we going to go with, Chris? Let's go with Ray. Everyone's been loving Ray. And let's go with Jamshid. Let's go with the apple. But then I'm going to drop it early on. You know, like that first bit, you can like drop the relic and run. I'm going to leave the relic and see what happens if you do like a relicless run. I don't think I've tried that. And then I'm going to go to Hex Clunker because I'm going to see what happens. Because I won't have the relic. They won't be like, oh, where'd you get that? So, right. You pass up on the floor of the cave. Light pouring from the nearby entrance. Right, we're going to look around the cave. From what I've seen, you don't actually lose the relic unless that's fixed. Oh. The cave around you is small and dank. You take a closer look at the relic. So I'm going to leave the cave. As you head towards the entrance, you hear a menacing growl from the inky black shadows. No, I'm going to keep heading towards the entrance. A rabid dog steps out of the shadows. Its white eyes glow and snarls. I'm going to run away. Oh, well, I'm dead already. I want to see if I can get past the dog without the relic. Okay. Look around the cave. Leave the cave. Head towards the entrance. Fight! Oh no, let's attack the rabbit dog. Oh, have you chromatic flared the dog? No, I haven't. Let's do that. Well, I think I have in a previous thing, but I haven't done here. Oh, no, I hadn't got that. There you go. Rabbit dog blinded. No, oh, I blinded the dog. I hadn't done that one. Nice one. Oh yeah, you lift up the relic, causing blinding forever light. So I've got the relic back, have I? So it's not actually leaving the relic. Right, we'll walk into the woods. I'm still missing 3 from Hex Clunker, so let's go towards Hex Clunker. This is where we were earlier. Right, we're gonna head towards the light. Take a closer look. This is what we did before. So last time we made a run for it. No, sorry, last time I think we froze. Should we make a run for it? Let's make a run for it. You run as fast as you can, but something strikes you in the back and you fall. A woman in purple armor approaches you. I'm Detective Raxtia with the Mage Salute. I need you to stay put so I can ask you a few questions. Please don't struggle. I think I know what happens if we resist. We're going to get bonked again, so let's go agree to comply. Okay, so we're now back in the Hex Clunker. So let's open our eyes. Attempt to move. Yeah, call out for help. So let's... She still says about the... Yeah, she still has the relic, doesn't she? Yeah, so you're right, Lewis. We don't actually use the relic. So I guess we'll tell her our story. So as you explain how you arrived here, Vraxia removes the Muon trap. And, well, this relic seems to have attached you in some way. She hands you the relic as the Hex Clunker comes to a halt. We're here, she shouts a shrill voice through the speaker. You hear a loud hissing steam shoots out the vents. Sorry, I can't read at the moment. You hear loud hissing as steam shoots out the vents outside and the entire machine starts to lower itself. The side of the Hex Clunker slides open and Vraxia jumps out. Shall I run away at this point? I'm going to run away. Oh, okay, you know what? I'm just going to use the... oh, I can't use the thing. Damn it. I just want to try... I don't want to leave the Hex Clunker. Apparently, I'm missing 4 interactions in the Hex Clunker. What am I doing? What could I do differently? Is it just taking a different relic changes things? I mean, I know that does make a difference, but... I did try. I think we tried chromatic flaring before. Let's go. I'll speed run back there. Or maybe I had got the dog before. Can I do prying eyes here? Ooh. Ooh. You feel the relic judging you. It's trying to determine your true nature. Once again, you understand the message clearly. Caves, mines, thickets lead to the path of darkness. Woods, glades, glows lead to the path of light. Okay. I mean, hidden among the trail of fallen trees and debris left by the tree ledge. Closer, you can't believe your eyes as you make out the huge falling material. Yeah. So I can't take a look at it. Okay, that was something new, but that hasn't unlocked anything for me. Oh, I didn't mean to use Achroma Surge. I've used Achroma Surge on the Hex Clunker. Wait, it actually did something? As you reach out, focusing the darkness within your relic, nature begins to ripple and call away from you as you send energy out before you. When channeling ends, some black residue has been left on the nearby plants, perhaps channeling some more dark target. Oh yeah, I need to channel out a target, okay. Shall I use this on her now? Would this work on Vraxia while she's trying to chase me? No. Okay, let's call out for help. Shall I now use something on here? Shall I use... Let's just try and use some Achroma on her. You attempt... No. And that's... Okay, it goes back to here. Well, let's try a Chromatic Fair then, for that reason. Why, hello, Dan.
Hey, how you doing? All right?
Good. We were just trying some adventure game, but I was failing. I'll put that to one side. You are currently live on Channel 4, please don't swear.
Oh, all right. How's things?
Yeah, not bad. Right, let me get the camera up so everyone can actually see you. There we go. And let me just turn the music down a little bit as well. So welcome into the stream, buddy. Things are good. How are things for yourself?
Yeah, good day. Thank you. All good. All good. Spending a bit of time with the family today, which has been really nice because things have been absolutely manic with the launch of Five Realms Gaming Lounge. So yeah, it's been nice to sort of readdress a little bit of the balance, you know?
Absolutely. Well, yeah. So
and how are you holding up?
Not too bad, yeah. So as you, I'm not sure if you've got the stream monitor in the background, but the timer is we've got 5 minutes left before it ticks down to the 3-hour mark. So we've done just shy of 21 hours now. So we're doing pretty good. But no, it's been very good. We had a great evening, nice and busy. Really, really grateful to the community. I thought that the night shift was going to be really hard because I thought that it was going to get to the point where like no one's around. But I had someone that would I had someone playing Achroma Games with me the entire night. As in, not one person. I had like different people playing with me the entire night. So
oh man, that's so good.
Nothing but Achroma Games. Like I thought I was going to be doing adventure game mode. I had my drawing tablet ready to. I was going to do some like Achroma art. Didn't need to.
Yeah.
Didn't need to.
Amazing.
It's been good. And yeah, people have been loving the tier lists. Jack, we've raised £363. So yeah, it's been really, really good. Thank you.
Brilliant. Yeah, I've sort of like checked in from time to time, just to have a little peek.
Yeah, it's been good. But yeah, so welcome to the stream. So obviously we've already done the interview with Chris and Hen. Did you watch their interviews at all? Did you manage to get a chance for that?
I didn't see those. No, I did. I caught a few of the tier lists.
Nice.
They look good. I saw. Yeah, you were looking pretty sleepy earlier.
So I was. Yeah, I had a really bad moment.
For the stamina.
There was one moment that really made me laugh because I was explaining a card and like my process behind it, and then I must have been on autopilot while speaking because I suddenly snapped back into life and went, I literally can't remember what I was talking about or what words were coming out of my mouth. I just completely shut down. That was quite funny. But yeah, welcome to the stream. So Dan, obviously the whole point of this little interview is there are a lot of people in the stream that will know you. There's a lot of people that won't know you, and there'll be people that watch this back that won't know you either. So this is a nice little opportunity for people to again just find out who you are, find out more about the team. So obviously they've already met Chris, they've already met Hen. So do you want to start by just introducing yourself a little bit and your role at Realm Runner Studios?
Yeah, so my name's Dan. I'm brand manager at Realm Runner Studios. It's sort of, I'm responsible for quite a broad spectrum of things. So at a top level, it's like the branding and the design work. So just making sure that everything looks and feels like Achroma. I sort of deal with a lot of the visual side, basically anything but the illustrations. Is sort of my sort of remit. I'm also responsible for marketing and sales, product design and sourcing. So from like designing the packaging, if it's something which we sort of like scratch built, as it were, I've got to make sure it all fits together and get like the samples printed and make sure everything fits together the way we want it to. Everything right down to things like barcodes and things like that. And then the other thing, a very recent addition, is Five Realms Gaming Lounge. So that's sort of my sort of little baby there. We're sort of like taking the Achroma store and relaunching it into Five Realms, and working with our manager Gary on getting some of the new things in place that we want in there.
Brilliant. Oh, thank you very much. That is an introduction. Thank you very much, Dan. Straight away, I will ask that if anyone in chat has a question for Dan, then please make sure to put it in the chat. We will be going through the same questions that we asked Dan and Hen, but at the same time, put any questions you have for Dan in the chat and we will ask them. Speaking of which, Lewis straight away asks, love the odd games in the background. Is that a Mega Drive?
Yes. I grew up a Sega kid, so those are my games from when I was a kid. Love video games, retro games. I've got a couple of Mega Drives, Sega Dreamcast, original Xbox, GameCube. Yeah, a big fan of retro games. Yeah.
Awesome. And you're going to try and get all your kids into them as well?
Absolutely. I mean, Alana, she sort of plays games a fair bit online with her friends. Finn is a little bit too young at the moment. He just likes to slam the keyboard or just take the controller off of
you give him the controller that is the dud controller that's not plugged in.
It's the one that's not plugged in. Yeah, exactly that.
Brilliant. To begin with then, so how we heard a little bit about this from Chris earlier, but it's always nice to hear the story from other side. So how did you get into Realm Runner Studios? Because obviously you were one of the original, the original founders, as it were. So how did you get into Realm Runner Studios from your side of the view?
So I knew Jack and Rach, and to a lesser extent Chris, through sort of friendships and, for a long, long time. Jack and I had worked on some projects in the past, and I really enjoyed working with Jack. And then it's been about 5 years ago or so, Jack knew that I was freelancing with like marketing and design and got in touch and said, look, I know you like tabletop games, and we could do with a hand launching this new game. And I must admit, at first it's like, well, everyone's got an idea for a game, right?
Yeah.
But I sort of went round to their place, and Jack handed me this sort of deck of cards, and they were like the prototypes basically, but they were really good prototypes. And he was like, here you go. This is what we're working on. I was like, oh wow, it's a real game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a real thing. And so back then, it was called Chronicles. And a lot of the foundational, like the core stuff, was in place within the game. All of the artwork was done. Like the idea of the shard bank and that single currency was in place, but there were a lot of other things that hadn't been refined yet. I sort of started working with those guys, sort of fleshing it out a little bit, drilling into the detail, and then getting it out there as a physical product. We sort of did a little bit more work on the UI, that sort of overlay, and we started talking about, like name it, like the shard bank. The idea of the shard bank came into it. We renamed the game as well, and it just all kind of came together, and we were sort of working on that for some time. And yeah, I think it sort of just went from there, really. Yeah, does that answer your question? Is there any other part of it that
it kind of leads me on to my next question, which is kind of like when you were initially, when you were initially kind of shown this game, what made you want to work for Umbrella Studios? Was there an itch you needed to scratch? Was it you kind of like you were sold on the game? Like what sort of made, was it the fact, hey, these are my friends, I'm just going to support them and I'll see where it goes? Like what made you want to work for Umbrella Studios to begin with?
I don't think there was really just one reason. I mean, one of the things that really came across was Jack was so sort of committed to the high quality of the game. Mm-hmm. And that really struck me that, I've sort of worked in various places and quite often, businesses that they're trying to cut every corner they can to ship a product, and Jack was very much like, no, they have to feel good. That, I don't want this to be like a disposable. You just rip open a booster pack and throw away half the cards because you've already got them. And, he said, I really want it to be good quality. So I think that was quite inspiring. Mm-hmm. And I think also it came down to who I was working with. I really enjoy like Jack, Chris and Rachel's company. What we're working on, I mean, being a tabletop gaming fan since I was a kid, and general sort of like sci-fi and fantasy, I mean, how could I turn it down, to be sort of said, do you want to come on board and sort of work with us for a little bit? I mean, at the time, I actually turned it down to begin with because
really?
I didn't have the capacity. I was sort of jam packed with clients. I didn't have the space, but it just wouldn't go away in the back of my mind. It was like there's really something to this.
Yeah.
And which is sort of the other thing really is like where it's leading. The scope, the breadth of it. We've accomplished like loads in a small amount of time, but there's still so much more that we haven't even got to yet.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so it's a real mix of things really. Like what we're working on excites me, but where we're going with it, there isn't really a ceiling on it.
Yeah, of course.
So yeah.
Oh, very nice. So a couple of comments that have come in from the chat in the meantime. Lewis is just generally in response to the Dreamcast said, yeah, Dreamcast was one of my favorite consoles. Much time spent on Sonic Adventure 1 and 2 and Power Stone.
Oh, Power Stone. So good. So good, yeah.
Heron says, question is, has the team donated? Yes, they've all donated. I mean, they've been donating to Dexter's fundraiser for years now. Idol says, what's your favorite memory of Achroma so far? That's an interesting one, because that's not just like, that's just of the entire career. What's been like your favorite moment?
Favorite memory of Achroma so far? I think there's been a few that really stand out. Remember when we had our first sort of playtest session? It was behind closed doors, so it was a private playtest session, but we'd invited sort of friends outside of that initial sort of circle, and seeing everyone playing it and enjoying it, and even some people who don't usually play those sorts of games were getting into it. I think one of my absolute favorites though, we did UK Games Expo, and I was demoing to a couple, and that was really nice as well that it was a couple. They had the impression that one of the people in the couple was maybe a little bit cynical, quite an experienced Magic the Gathering gamer, and I thought, oh no, okay, I've kind of got my work cut out for me here, and then after the game, they both absolutely loved it, and the guy was like, oh yeah, okay. At the time, we only had Curdle and Draco out. He was like, yeah, okay, I want it all. Can I just get all of it? And then she was like, whoa, easy there, look, let's just get one of the sets, So they got the Curdle set and went away. And the next morning, he came back to the stand. And I was like, oh,
Is everything all right? Yeah.
what's wrong? Everything okay? Everything okay? And he was like, we were playing this in the hotel last night. Yeah, everything all right? Absolutely love it. I want to take the dragons now, if that's all right. And it's like he kind of like snuck away basically. I was like, does he know? Like, no. Just want the rest of it. I think it was one of those moments where isn't that amazing that not only is it being enjoyed by a couple, but it's being enjoyed like that quickly. They've sort of decided that they love it.
Yeah, that must have been nice for you, especially early days when you were still unsure how the game's going to take off.
Absolutely, yeah. Because I mean, you work so closely with it, and you tell we've all had those moments of doubt where we're like, is it just like are we a little bit misguided in this? And it takes those little moments like that. Or to get the review from Tabletop Gaming Mag where it's sort of really praising and even picking up on little details that we thought that only we were aware of, we didn't think was maybe that transparent, that just the lengths that we've gone to get this thing going. So, and aside from that, I think it's there are so many times when we're either at shows or down at the store, we sort of take like a step back and you look around the room and you see all these people smiling and laughing together, and it's like I had a hand in making that happen.
Yeah,
and it just
That's awesome.
Yeah, it kind of puts it into perspective. It's great.
Perfect. Thank you, Dan, and thank you, obviously, Chris, for asking that good question. A couple of nice comments as well in the chat. James saying, I love this game for the fact there's no boosters. Everyone's on an even playing field. Thank you, James. Lewis suggesting Power Stone tourney at 5 Realms.
Oh, yes. That'd be amazing.
Antonomy says, there's part of me that so wishes I got into tabletop games as an actual profession with all these gaming cafes around. Had a couple of friends. We opened shops, but never have spare time. That is fair enough. Okay, so next question for yourself then from myself is, you've already told us a good idea about what you do, and you're talking about a little bit of your backstory with Achroma Studios. But to let the community know a little bit more about let's know about Dan outside of Achroma Studios. So I joked with Hen. I was almost like, all right, imagine we're on a date. Tell me about yourself, Dan. What outside of Achroma Studios? What do you like to do as hobbies? How do you spend your time? Tell us about you outside of work environment.
Well, the nice thing about having this conversation with yourself, Charlie, and everyone in chat is that we're all kind of into the same sorts of things, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So I don't need to explain what an orc is to anyone, let alone, I love Warhammer. I'm a big fan. I love
I can see the cabinet behind.
Miniatures. Yeah, big fan. So yeah, it's nice that I can just say that and I don't have to take it back a step. Well,
explain what it is.
There are these things called orcs, Yeah, really love Warhammer. That's probably, that's been a big part of my life since I was a kid. And my dad got me into that. And I think that's where a lot of my sort of foundational tabletop gaming sort of attitude comes from. Was he has it was very beer and pretzels, light-hearted, social first, gaming second, and sort of chilling out with it. So yeah, I like to paint miniatures, video games. I love video games, especially older ones. Big fan of games like Slay the Spire, Monster Train. Currently playing through the new Zelda game at the moment on Switch. Yeah. And I've got Ni no Kuni lined up as well to play.
Baldur's Gate, or do you not have a game PC?
Chris, Jack, and myself are currently playing through Baldur's Gate 3.
So Chris did mention he was playing it, but he didn't mention he was playing it with you and Jack. So that's cool. I like the idea you guys are playing through a run through. That's nice.
Yeah, it's nice. So we don't always get to play when we want, because we're busy with work and family. But yeah, we've been pretty good with it so far. Trying to think. So I've got my character is an elf, and he's not a druid. I think he's a ranger.
Okay.
I've had a chat with some squirrels, so
Nice.
he's got some sort of like
Some good animal handling.
Yeah. So yeah, other than that, family. I've got a daughter who's 13 and a son who's about 18 months old. So
They keep you busy.
life, life's pretty hectic between work and family. So sort of like squeeze in the hobby time when I can.
Yeah.
Other than that, sci-fi, fantasy, comics, reading, that sort of thing.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, got
That's
some
me,
comments.
really.
People saying, yeah, love Monster Train, love Zelda. People saying love Baldur's Gate as well. Yeah, definitely. Like I said, it's you're preaching to the choir sort of thing, which is great.
That's it, right? I think, yeah, I'm sort of into a lot of the same stuff that everyone else is into, really. I think I've just been sort of fortunate enough and had the skill set to be, and the luck, I guess, to be able to do a lot of this sort of stuff as a job,
Yeah, absolutely. So speaking of your job, going back to that then, so my final kind of question for you, and unless anyone else has any other questions in chat, is so you've told us your your kind of the roles, your responsibilities for Rumrush Studios and Achroma, but what everybody will want to know is, what are you working on now? What's currently like your big project you're working on, or what's currently your priorities? Obviously, there's I'm sure there's a list longer than your arm, but like, what's the things you want to talk about that you're working on?
Yeah, I mean, I'm spinning a lot of plates right now. I think it's the best way to describe it. We just sort of got a lot of the foundational things in place now at Five Realms. So currently working with our store manager Gary on just implementing a few more little things that we haven't got to yet.
Nice.
And so over the past couple of weeks, my attention's coming back to more of the Achroma side of things, which has been nice. So currently I'm working on the products and the design work for the last bits of the Kickstarted items and merch.
Yep.
I've been working on the new Achroma website as well.
Very nice.
So I can say the majority of it is there. A lot of it now is populating it and just making sure everything's where we want it to be and the shopping experience is where we want it to be.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's going to really open the doors and start consolidating all these different little silos we've got with like the app. Be one account, you log into the website, it's going to open up some really, really cool features, things like integrating the database and bringing in a deck builder and things like that. It's one of those things where we kind of need to do it. We need to do the website first, and then everything else can kind of get built
following
around
behind.
that.
Yeah,
because a lot of it comes down to the account.
Of course.
What else am I working on? Chapter 2 Draco products, of course.
Yeah.
That's happening.
Obviously, based on the reveals,
cards packaging.
Based on the total we've raised so far, they are going to get the Draco keywords and factions at the end of the stream. We're getting close to Dexter's secret reveal, but we'll see.
Oh, it's not been hit yet?
Not yet. So we're at 363.
And where do we need to get to?
500 is where we set that one.
Ooh, okay, yeah. So there is a release that we haven't even talked about yet that I've been working on as well with the guys. So fingers crossed we get to that £500 total. So
I mean, if not, people will find about it eventually. But hey, they might want to see it
they
soon.
will. Yeah. They will. But if everyone wants to see it like today.
Of course.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyway, and other than that, Achroma RPG sort of product, like fleshing out the product range and what that looks like exactly. I'm currently sourcing dice.
Oh, nice.
Been in touch with a supplier, so that's moving along nicely.
Awesome.
And so it's even talking about the logistics of it, right? It's we noticed that with the original prototypes we had, the print was wearing off, and it's like, well, we can't have that. that isn't up to scratch at all. And so working with another supplier to perhaps like engrave the dice, so that
Nice.
the paint sits in a recess like it does on like a D6,
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, there's all sorts of little details like that kind of go into, talking about, how many do you order, So yeah, we're currently looking to order thousands and thousands of Achroma dice,
of course.
And yeah, they're like the main things. But I mean, every day something new
Comes
crops up,
Yeah.
something else that I
Another
sort of
plate
sit
to
down
spin.
and think, that's it. And I think, right, today's the day I'm going to crack through this, that, and the other. And then something else comes in. It's like, well, that can't slide. Like, we need to get on this ASAP. So yeah, those are the main things I'm working on right now. I guess the Dexter's secret reveal is sort of is probably the most exciting for everyone, because it's not something which we've ever talked about doing. So, fingers crossed everyone enjoys
Fingers
it.
crossed. I hope so. A good question here as well. So Chris also asked, a bit cliche, but I'm looking into careers at the minute. How did you get into brand management? Was it an aspiration from young, through interest? Just curious.
No, I never knew what I wanted to do. Never knew what I wanted to do. But I was always creative.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a really strange series of events, really. I've sort of always been able to turn my hand to a lot of creative things. But I actually went to art college and specialized in photography. Photography got me a job as a photographer, and I got a little bit of training on graphic design and got exposure to marketing through that. And then I actually launched some like personal projects in my own time, and that's where I developed a lot of the skills. It's that whole thing, like it's all good and well to sort of like say you can do something, but to be able to show you can do it, is something else. And if you can't get the experience on a job, do it in your own time. I knew that at a time I wanted to go into some marketing and things like that. So I started some personal projects and started marketing those and growing those. And then, I mean, the brand management, it's sort of that I think actually came about quite organically through Realm Runner. And that was, I think a lot of it was because I was just really, really picky about the design work. And I was very, I think it probably drove Jack and Chris nuts.
To point they were like, what? You can manage this. You can have that job.
You know what? Yeah, you just make sure it all looks good. No, I was very, very picky about it. I really wanted to make sure everything looked consistent and everything read consistently, and everything was presented as well as it could be. And I wasn't not really prepared to let the standards slip. And yeah, it's sort of like, okay, then you're the brand manager.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And then I think
that helps.
Yeah, I'm sure it has. I think there's only one more question in here. It's from Lewis saying, going back to the website, he said we'd happily QA it for you, and he did ask, is it going to include opening up the API for devs at all? Do you know? When it comes to the tech side of things, it's not really my area. You don't know. Fair enough.
I must admit, I really don't know, but I do know that there has been lots of chat about opening things up so that third parties can use the data to do their own things.
Cool.
So I think it's a yes. I think.
But we just don't ins and outs. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair play. And you got a nice appreciate, Dan. Thanks a lot from Chris as well. Perfect. Well, I think that brings us nicely to that was a good half an hour, because I appreciate we started a little bit early, and I think that was all the questions. So thank you everyone to ask questions of that. I mean, no pressure. Is there anything else you wanted to say whilst on stream, Dan? I'm not sure if you had anything you wanted to say at all.
No, I mean, big thank you to everyone who has donated, since we started sort of fundraising for Dexter's Arc. I know there are, people who have already purchase a Dexter card or 2 or 3 in some cases. So it all does make a massive difference. And I know especially Jack and Rach appreciate it.
Awesome. Thank you. And I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't ask the one last question that came in stream. Lewis said, any super secret stuff you want to share?
Any super secret stuff I want to share? I
mean, I don't know if he's talking about your deepest, darkest secrets or Achroma at this point.
Oh, right. Yeah. We're talking, is this personal, Lewis?
We've got stuff coming up.
Yeah, we've got a lot of exciting stuff coming up. There are some really interesting conversations going on behind the scenes with some very credible industry folk. I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about.
I know what you're talking about, and I don't know if we can.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I can't. I don't think I can say it. Oh, what does this say? Does the egg hatch?
Oh, talk about Isadora's egg.
Oh, Isadora's egg.
All that hatch.
Let me see. I don't know the answer, but knowing Rach, I think Rach would want to see it hatch.
I reckon so. Brilliant. Well, perfect. Well, if we can get around to thank yous in chat for Dan. Dan, thank you very much for joining us on stream today. I appreciate you. Yeah, you got a very busy day spending time with your family and relaxing. You know, you put those spinning plates to one side, and I've got you to spin one more today. But thank you very much for being on. It's been great. And it's just great to be able to give that community, to remind people that it's not, people see my mug every Sunday. It's nice to, show people that there's a really nice team working hard behind the scenes. So thank you for coming on and telling us about everything behind the scenes.
Oh, no, thank you for having me, and thanks for embarking on this 24-hour mission, Charlie.
It's been interesting.
Amazing. Yeah, I bet. We'll have to have a catch-up about it soon.
Absolutely. Just not this evening. I'll be dead to the world.
Yeah, get to sleep.
All right, perfect. Well, thank you very much, Dan. I'll jump out the Discord, but have a lovely evening and see you again soon.
Yeah, take care, man. Bye-bye.
Bye. There we go. That was Dan Renton, the brand manager. I've lost count of how many I have now. What was that? Oh, right, the Dexter cards. Yeah, you talk about that, Sarah. Brilliant. Well, there you go. If you haven't already, please put a thanks in chat for Dan. There we go. That was our third interview. Lewis said, has the live stream chat broken for anybody else? Testing. Oh, it's broken for you guys too. Is the live stream still up? For those talking in Discord, can you guys still hear me in Discord? Hear me in stream? Yeah, stream's still up. You just can't see the chat. Okay, weird. Might be a case of just YouTube having a moment. Maybe might have to reset our chats a little bit. How very strange. Hopefully it will fix itself in due time. Cool. So, back to where we're going to be. So what's going to happen next, folks, is with the schedule, if I just bring the schedule back up, we're coming to the last few bits now. So we are now going to look to go towards, yes, it is the last tier list. Hopefully you guys, I can see your messages. There you go, test. Hopefully you guys aren't sick of the tier list at this point, because we've got one more to get through, which should be fun. We're going to look at Warriors of Wishwell. And then once we've done, by the time we finish that, we're going to be looking at the last half an hour or so. It's going to be right near the end, folks. It's going to be great because I get to sleep. I am I head off to work now. No worries, Chris. Thank you very, very much for being in the stream today. Have a lovely time at work. Thanks, Dan, for sticking around. I think he's probably still in the stream watching, or at least he will see that. Cool. So let me get rid of that. Let me go back to the tier list screen. Let's bring up my tier lists again. Go to Warriors of Wishwell. Presentation mode, full screen. There we go. Alrighty, last one. Let's do this. So, for those that have not been part of the previous tier lists, I'm going to grab some food, but here we go. Nice, thank you, Lewis. It's going to be good. It's going to be fun. Last one, we got this. Warriors, all left, easy, quickest tier list ever. I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to see, like, we did notice that in the Sparata tier list that it had the most amount of S tiers. I wouldn't be surprised if this ends up being the lower end. We'll see. We will definitely see. So for those who weren't here for the previous tier list or watching on the previous, on the recording. So the way this, firstly, why are we doing a tier list? So we do it for two reasons. One, it's fun. And secondly, it's for those that are maybe looking to get into palette building, or maybe those that, enjoy palette building but want a few ideas. It gives you a bit of an idea of which cards the community think are currently better than others when it comes to, building a competitive palette. To be very clear, all cards have a place in Achroma for some reason or another, but with these tier lists, we're looking at which cards are currently sitting above the rest when you're looking to build, the best deck you possibly can. With that in mind, how this works then is that I will bring up a card like this, for example. I will explain the card verbally so anybody watching or listening can understand what the card does. And then I will give you my opinion on where I think the card would sit. And then I will open up a community vote for you guys to vote in the live stream chat, and it will pop up in the chat to see where you would vote for it. And then when we've decided as a community based on democracy where we want to put the cards, we will then put the card in the relevant tiers and move on. How the tiers actually are differentiate. So we are saying that, and again, it should be very clear at this point, folks, that tier lists are very subjective, both in how you set them up and the answers that you give. So keep in mind that it is subjective. Everybody has opinions. It's okay if opinions differ. And if you want to have a go at this tier list yourself, or if you want to, make your own version of it, there will be a link to it, which will be in the Discord and on the live stream later on. So for how we are doing this tier list today, so S tier are cards that we're saying they are amazing, they are fantastic, and they're fantastic by themselves, meaning you don't need to pair it with another card to be good. It just works by itself, and you can put it into any palette and it would work. So basically put it into any palette by itself and it's going to be amazing. A tier are cards that they're really, really amazing, and they work again by themselves, but they might not necessarily go into every palette. So this might be cards that are like really good Achroma cards or really good Chroma cards, where they go really good in the Chroma or Achroma palettes, but not vice versa. B tier are cards that, again, they are still very, very good, but they do rely on other cards to make them good. So you have to palette build around that card. You can't just put it in by itself, otherwise it won't be B tier. C tier is then cards that they're okay, they're all right, but the good news is they stand by themselves. They don't need other cards to make them be all right. D tier is then a step down from that, so that is cards that, okay, yeah, they're all right, they're good, but they're only all right and good if you pair it with other cards. And then F tier are cards that the community generally think, why would you ever palette build with these? Unfortunately, they're not going to do you any good, even if you build them into other cards, which I personally think that can be a bit harsh. Like, the cards can always have a use, but when we're talking about kind of that kind of competitive level gaming, trying to build the best palette possible, there are definitely some cards that you should actively avoid, and that's what we're kind of talking about with F tier. Lovely. So with that in mind, I'm going to have a drink, and then we're going to get started. Right, so we're going to start literally just as the order of the cards is here. So we're going to start with, who is that? That is a Briscavi Berserker. So this is a 2-cost character, steal 1 in the resolve, and they have Raid, which is a keyword which allows you to attack more than once in your turn. I think this is I'm between C and A. Two cost for 1 steal is a decent amount, and the fact you do have rage, the rage is a bit so-so, because you're not really going to be able to attack twice unless you have protection or unless you have an object on them, because rage, you don't heal between attacks. So you'd only be able to use rage if the first time you attacked into a 1 shard, and then the second attack you attack into a 1 or 2 shard, but then you're still going to lose your Berserker. So the rage is so-so, so I'm really evaluating this on the 2 shards for 1 steal. So I would say, B. It needs an item to be good. I agree with that, James. So I'm gonna take a little leaf out of your book there, and go. We're gonna go. I'll do A, B, and C, and see what you guys think. I think B. So we're putting the vote in chat now. So if you're in chat, you should be able to see the poll pop up, and you can click. Hopefully the votes are working this time. Earlier on, it was getting a bit laggy. But click your vote in, and I normally give it anywhere between 5 to 15 seconds, and then I will just simply go by whichever one has the most votes. If there's a tie, I will do the tiebreaker. So initially, I'm seeing a couple of votes there for B, not seeing anything else, so we'll go B. for Brascavi Berserker. There we go, our first card on the board. So next we have, is that Brascavi Cave Dwelling? I think that is. Brascavi Cave Dwelling. Yes, so this is a 3-cost location that's Steel 1, and it allows you to find a Samir Troll with a shard value of 4 or less. I also want to say B for this. Although 3 for 1 steel is a bit more expensive, being able to find a Samir Troll with 4 or less, provided that you actually build into your palette, you know, maybe your Gunnar, or maybe your who's the other one that we normally go for, Brynhild. This could actually be quite good as a great way of getting your extra card out and getting that steal. So I'm going to go for B and see what you guys think. So votes. Yeah, so B, provided you're going to go for Gunnar or Brynhild. Exactly that. That is my thoughts exactly. Let's see what people vote for. Okay, we've again had a couple of votes for B. Looks like, so yeah, I'll end poll and we'll go into B for that as well. Next, we have our first rare card. So this is, where is it? There it is. Brascavi Fools. 3 cost to steal 2 and dig for a character. And once during your turn, you may erase a location with a shard value of up to X. I kind of want to put this in S tier. Because it's dig for a character, not for like, you know, just a Brascavi troll. I think that this is really good. 3 cost to get steal 2, and it's a location, so it's harder to get rid of naturally. And you can dig for a character. And if you happen to also have some Samir trolls on your canvas, you also get a once per turn erase. I can't see why that wouldn't be good in any palette, even in a Achroma palette, because it's still a 3 cost for 2 steal, dig for a character. So I personally think S tier. I'm going to put S, A, and B and see what you guys think. Yeah, exactly. The destroy location bit is hard to pull off, but apart from that, it's great. Which I think even if you were to completely take away that part of the ability, I think it would still be an S tier in my opinion. Just 3 cost, steal 2, dig for a character. That's huge for me. The bit at the bottom is just purely a, hey, if you can play it off, then fantastic. Hey, Shah. Hello again. How's today been? It has been good, thank you. It's been very, very busy the daytime. The tier lists, for the most part, have overrun most of the time, Shah, so we haven't actually had that much time for any Achroma Games, actually, during the daytime. We've pretty much been doing tier list, interview, break. Tier list, interview, break. Tier list, interview, break. So yeah, it's been busy, but it's been good. We've raised £363.69 now, which is amazing. In fact, I haven't actually checked the totals since the interview, so let me just have a look just to see if any more orders came in. Oh, it looks like some more may have come in. Oh, we have had some more. Let me just add these in now. Very cool. Thank you very much for those that have, you know if it is you, but we've had a few people that have ordered Dexter's promo cards in the last sort of half an hour. Thank you very much if that was yourself. Very, very grateful. I'm just checking some of these last orders and also just going to double check the actual Dexter's Arc fundraiser because we had more there. Oh, we have indeed had some more there as well. Oh, thank you very, very much, folks. Okay, that is amazing. So let me just add in that. That is a total of, yeah, an extra... So that is a grand total now of £393. We are so close to that border of 400. Thank you very, very much, folks. That is amazing. David, how can you contribute? Is it donations to buying Dexter cards, or does store purchase contribute a percentage too? No, so in terms of the charity, it's just Dexter cards or pure donations. So yeah, either Dexter cards with the link below, or the donations directly to the Just Giving. If you purchase anything at the same time on, if you purchase Dexter and something else at the same time, then the something else is just purely, a regular order like normal. Yeah, that is really, really good. Thank you very, very much, folks. Amazing stuff. All right, back to the tier list. So the next card on the tier list is Brascavi Fishing Spear. Yeah, it looks like we're doing all of the Brascavi stuff first, which is interesting. So Brascavi Fishing Spear. So this is a 2-cost object with -1, and attached character gets rage. It's working. What's working? Chat? Hey, chat's working. I kind of want to go D tier for Fishing Spear. Not just because it rhymes. The main thing I'm thinking of is that, again, you can't really get much use out of the rage, because as soon as you do the first attack, if the spear gets destroyed from the first attack, you won't be able to then use the rage. And 2 costs for only a -1, not a steal. I think it only really works if you have other objects, or again, if your character has protection. So I'm going to say D tier from that. So votes, I'll go C, D, and I'll put F. Do let me know if you think I'm completely wrong. If you think I should... Well, considering rage, it does stack, but something to know about rage, James, is that you have to do your regular attack first, and then you declare which rages you're doing. So let's say you had literally a Brascavi Raider. Sorry, a Brascavi... What's the one we literally just put on? Let's say you had a Brascavi Berserker with the Brascavi Fishing Spear. So your first attack you make has to be your regular attack. So you can't make the rage attack first. Your first attack has to be your regular attack. So let's say the regular attack, you attack something that is 2 shards, your Fishing Spear disappears, and now you won't get the Fishing Spear rage. Obviously, if you had it on and you did your first attack against a 1 shard, then your second attack versus a 1 shard, then your third attack versus a 1 shard, then great, you could make it work, but that's very specific against 1 shards. Yeah, so that's why I think it should be D tier, personally. It looks like we have had votes towards D tier, so that is where it's going to go. Ignore my message, I was behind in the stream. Oh, no worries at all. Okay, next then is Brascavi Hunter. Or is that Raider? No, Hunter. So this is a 3-cost -1 with rage. I personally think this is C tier. Again, the rage is nice, but again, spending 3 for just a -1 compared to spending 2 for a steel one, I would want to go C tier. It's okay. It does its job where it currently is. It has 3 shard with rage does mean that it can attack and survive and then attack again. But I'm going to say B, C, or D tier. What do you guys think? More Samirs for other procs. Yeah, that's all. That's the main thing, is it does proc other. It does proc other Samir troll cards, which mean that's why I don't think it's an F tier. Or if it wasn't actually a Samir troll, then it probably would go F tier. But the fact it is a Samir troll, it can proc those. It does hold its own by being 3 shards. So it's currently a 50-50 between C and D. So I will end the poll there. And I will put it into C tier. So next we have an action. We have Brascavi Negotiation. 2 cost, swap a location on your canvas with a location on another canvas. So I think this is B tier. This has the potential to be very, very good because you can take a very powerful location from your opponent, but you have to have some setup. You need to play a location yourself that you are happy to trade over. So this might be a 1 shard location, like for example Brascavi Shore. That's a really good example. If you do it with Brascavi Shore, that becomes a really, really good way that you've spent a total of 3 shards you know, same as a hostile takeover, really, and you've taken someone's location. So I'm going to put Prescarvi Negotiation up to B tier on the basis that it can be very, very good. You just need to have something to swap with. So I think B tier. Yeah, we've had a couple of votes on B tier. You guys agreeing with me? Again, I'll leave it for 5-10 seconds just in case there's anyone else that's a little bit behind. All right. Very nice. So what do we say? B tier for the Prescribing Negotiation. Hey, Nutritious. How's it all going? Not too long now? Yeah, it's going good. We just had our last interview with Dan Renton, and now we're doing our last tier list if you want to join in, Nutritious, on Warriors of Wishwell. After this, we'll probably have about half an hour left by the time we finish. And that'll be for some wrap-up and some games, maybe, before we then do the Achroma weekly stream. So we still have the weekly stream to finish afterwards. So now we have Prescarvi... What's it called? Prescarvi Rage. So this allows characters on your canvas to attack locations this turn. I think this is A tier, personally. You know, it's really fantastic card. Really good control. I don't think it goes into S tier because you do need to have some characters out, and not every palette will have loads of characters. But yeah, I think it's A. Really, really good. You have to go back and see the interview? Yeah, please do. It was a really good interview. Very, very insightful. Dan had loads of really interesting things to say about how he joined Achroma and what he's currently working on Achroma, as well as a little bit of insight into you know, who Dan actually is. So definitely worth a rewatch. I might do a video on YouTube that it's all of the 3 interviews streamed together, maybe. So yeah, I think A tier. I don't think S, so I'm going to put A, B, and C, because I think I'm going maybe a bit too high, so people could vote me down if you want to. Role reversal with locations, but 1 cheaper as well. Where did role reversal go? That's a good question, Ricky. Role reversal went... Role reversal went into S tier. But I think the difference is with role reversal, it didn't need any other cards to really set up. No. No. Maybe we're wrong about Prescarvi Negotiation. Because role reversal, we said, was S tier, and you still need a character to set that up. It's the same thing, but 1 cheaper for locations. Do you want to go S tier? Is that enough for us to go S tier? Is that an underrated card? In the meantime, for Prescarvi Rage, you guys have agreed with me. A tier. Oh, that's the wrong thing, Charlie. Yeah, knowing that. I'm happy. If no one... You think role reversal maybe should have been A, but it's done now. Okay, so how about this as a compromise? We'll put Prescarvi Negotiation up to A. We won't go S. We won't go B. We'll go A for Prescarvi Negotiation. There's a bit of a trade-off. So the next one is Prescarvi Raider. So this one is 3 cost, Rage. It has no resolve this time, but when you attack, you get to draw a card. I do quite like this one, because even if you use this card as fodder, you can use it as a 3 cost to erase 2 characters and draw 2 cards. I think it can actually be a B. No, I think it's a C. I think you're right with a C, actually. It holds its own. It doesn't need anything to be good. It's an okay card as it is. Yeah, it's nothing, unfortunately, nothing special, even though I know that James says it's my personal favorite. So we'll put vote. I'm going to put B, C, and D, as I think C. I'm with you, Ricky. Ooh, it's been split between B and C. I'll give it a moment in case anybody wants to split that vote between B and C. Nope. Okay. Well, it looks like I'll be splitting that one. I'm going to go with where I said, which was C. Okay. Next then is Samir Totem. So Samir Totem for me, and for this, I'm not sure if you guys agree, the same thing for Holder Totem. I think both of these are in B tier. They are very, very good cards. At 3 cost to get steal based on number of skulls, they can be very, very good cards, but you have to link it up with Samir Trolls. So, you know, you have to build it with that. So I don't think it goes A, but you could argue with me that it goes D. And I think whatever vote we get for this one, I'm also going to put Holder Totem, because although it is gain rather than steal, it's on the same plane. Okay, looks like I've just got 1 vote come through, and that is for C. So why C tier out of interest? So I don't think not that I want to disagree with the community here, but I feel like it has to be B or D, because C is if it's good on its own, which it's not. So it's we're either saying it's very good with Samir Trolls, so it'd be B, or we're saying it's okay when you mix it with Samir Trolls, so it's D. Also, can I get an X in chat if you are currently voting? Because I mean, it might be that it's just quiet at the moment, and if that's the case, that's perfectly fine. But the fact I'm only getting 1, maybe 2 votes for each one, I just want to check that there isn't more people voting that I'm not seeing. Because we did have a glitch with the last one where like 5 people were voting and I was only seeing 2 votes. So is it just yourself at the moment, Rich? Okay, that's fine. If that's how it is, that is perfectly fine. So that one was C tier. Richard, can I convince you to go B tier with me? I don't want to go against you, but I could try and convince you. Could I convince you to go B tier with me on the basis that it is very good if you get it out with a decent amount of trolls? Or do you want to go D tier? You say, Charlie, no, if we're going to go... we're talking about Samir... we're talking about Samir Totem. Samir Totem. I don't know enough about which one to vote. I'll get my son and come and vote. Yeah, no worries at all. Okay, B, yeah. So it is a good card when you mix it with some decent Brascavi Samir Trolls. And we're going to do the same thing then for Holder Totem as well, because that's the same thing. Oh, it's gain, but it's the same thing. Okay, so the next one then is Brascavi Shore. This one should be relatively easy. Brascavi Shore is 1 cost for a -1. We've been normally quite similar on these across the board, which is because it's a single cost for a single resolve. You think the Holder one is better? I mean, it wouldn't go above B. If you think the Holder one's better, then we could put the Samir Troll one down to D and the Holder drop to B. Again, these aren't going to go in A or C, because remember, A is for cards that are really good by themselves. C are for cards that are okay by themselves. So it's either very good with others or okay with others. So if you think the Holder one is better, then we could put that in B, that in D. We'll have a little think about that. In the meantime, Brascavi Shore is 1 for -1. We've been quite, you know, it's 1 shard for a -1. It counts towards Achroma for things like Achroma Breach, and you can also use it as your Brascavi Negotiation. I personally think this sits nicely in C tier, kind of like in the middle sort of thing. So I'm going to put my vote for C tier. In terms of gain, you're more likely to keep your Holder Trolls on the board, unlike the Rage Brascavis. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay, I'm happy with that. I'm happy with doing it as B tier and D tier. Yep, we've had a couple of votes for C there, so you guys agree. So let's go C tier. Next is Brascavi Snare. So this is one of the objects. Brascavi Snare. On it, I hate to say it, folks, but this might have to be the first F tier. 3 cost, no resolve. When attached character damages a character, the damaged character cannot attack this turn or its next turn. So firstly, 3 cost for no resolve is a bit... Ugh. And if you attack a character, you're probably attacking it because you're going to kill it. So if you're going to kill it, then the ability is literally worthless. And if you're attacking it and you're not going to kill it, well, that presumably means that you're going to lose your character. So then it's not worth it to attack. So yeah, unfortunately, I would be gobsmacked if anybody doesn't agree. If anybody disagrees here. But hey, I could be proven wrong. But I do think it's F tier. Yep, we've had a couple of votes for F, so there we go. Let's go there. All right, so now we have Briscavi Thrall. So Briscavi Thrall is a 1/-1 character. I think we're probably going to go C tier for him on the same basis as Briscavi Shaw. It's just simply, it does its job fine. You play a card and you get a -1. So I'm going to put the vote in straight away for C tier. I'll do B, C, and D. Let me know if you think differently. But I personally think C tier. Oh, we do have one going B. Does anyone want to explain why they've gone B? Because B tier would be that it's good with other cards. What cards? The Thrall don't really work with any other cards because it's not a raider. So the only cards it really works with are cards like Purth and an Achroma Breach. But you could say that for any of the Achroma cards. It seems to be 50-50. So I'm going to be the deciding vote here, and I am going to go C tier because I can't see that going to B. Characters can have objects. Yeah, true. You could say that. Yeah, but then does giving him an object make him really, really good? That's what I would say. Does giving him an object make him really, really good? I would still say no. He's just all right, but he now has an object. The next one is Briscavi Samir. Briscavi Totem Worship. So this is +2 for each Samir troll on your canvas. If its Samir totem is on your +2 for each Samir troll, and if you have the totem, you +3 instead. I think this has to go into D tier. It's quite nice to be able to get +3 per troll. That's pretty epic. That pretty much pays for them back. But you have to have the totem out first, and you have to have at least several trolls out and then play it. It's so situational. I could even be convinced to say F tier, to be honest. But we're gonna vote, and I think C, D, or F. But honestly, I think D. And this is for Briscavi Totem Worship for those that didn't follow. Okay, yeah, we've had a couple of votes, and you guys agree with D tier. So D tier it goes. You think lower than Totem? You think it should be F tier then? Hey Sarah, how's the total looking? Currently at 393.69. I did see your donation. Thank you very, very much, and you have been added to the giveaway. So we're just shy of £400, which is absolutely epic. I haven't checked it since. I'll have a quick little look just to be safe. Oh, we have just had a little bit more as well. Thank you very much. You know who you are if you did it. Because if I need to just double check something. So we've currently raised... Whoop, where's my mouse gone? We've just had a further donation. We have now reached the 400 barrier, everybody. Congratulations. 401, technically. The 1 penny is there. Thank you very much to the person who just topped that up to be able to get it over to 400. So we've just reached the 400 mark. That's amazing, guys. Well done. Well done. That is awesome. I genuinely am so proud of this community. I think that is an amazing job. Well, it's similar to agreement to the totem. Yeah. So we're going to go with D tier, are we? We'll go with D tier. So next then we've got a rare, which is Brynhild. So Brynhild of Brascavi. She's a 3 cost, steal 2, and all characters on your canvas have rage. I think she is a B tier. I think as standard, just for the 3 cost and 2 steal, 3 cost is quite a cheap character. She could be quite easily erased, but giving all characters rage is quite cool. So I think B tier. If you stack her up with some other characters that can then attack into it, protection and stuff like that, that makes her really, really cool. She's amazing with her cookpot. Yeah, absolutely. So with other cards, she can get absolutely amazing. So I will put A as an option, but I personally think it is it's going to be B. Oh, and Feast. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. All right, we had some quick votes in there. Lovely. B tier is looking where it's at. So I'll end the poll there. And we'll go straight to B tier. All right, we've now got Cave Salamander. There it is. So Cave Salamander, 2 cost for a +1. I think that just goes into C tier. Again, it's pretty chilled. 2 cost for a +1. It's okay. Could be worse. Could be better. It definitely isn't B tier, so I'm going to put C, D, and F in case anybody actually wants to go that low. Also, whilst you guys vote on that one, I just really quickly need to grab a drink, so I'll be right back. Sorry about that, folks. I'm back. So we had 3 votes on C. So yeah, C tier it is for Cave Salamander. Yeah, I will say on all these crits, I'm a bit biased because I made an also critter deck. The green one being, the green one being thrown by a dragon. Absolutely. So Cave Snail. So this one, again, 1 for 1. Again, most of these ones are just kind of like 1 for 1, 1 for 1. I think Cave Snail, again, is one that I'm just going to say is, I think it is in C tier. It's, well, actually, no. Prevent one, I think we disliked more. I think Prevent one we actually put into D tier for, I think Prevent one we actually ended up putting into D tier for Norso. Sorry, for, the other realms. So you could argue D tier, folks. Oh, yeah, no, we did put D tier. Yeah, we said because the Prevent is kind of useless. Because with, so I'm going to say D tier, and here's why. When you have cards that are like one cost for 1 drain or 1 gain, at least you're getting that on the turn you play it. So if someone then erases that character, you've not really lost out. But with 1 Prevent, someone can easily attack and kill that character before they drain or steal from you. So therefore you haven't really gained anything. So for that reason, we said D tier. And you guys agree. Awesome. The next one, however, is Cave Spider. This one is massively different. Yeah, honestly, the one cost for the one prevent, you're not getting any benefit from it this turn. And next turn, if your opponent has even one character, they're just going to whack your prevent before anything else. So yes, Cave Spider is a cost 1, no resolve, but it is poisonous. Yeah, for me, this goes into S tier. A 1, well, no, it does. It does go into S tier for me. It's 1 cost for poisonous. You chuck it out and suddenly it's a card that your opponent has to get rid of. They have to throw something into it to get rid of it. I would agree S tier as well. I could understand why people go for A tier, but it could go into any palette, so why wouldn't you put it in any palette? So I agree, S tier. Let's see your votes. Yep, looks like you guys are agreeing. S tier for Cave Spider. The promo card, I'm not even going to do a vote for. We're going to put it exactly the same place as we have done for all the others, which is A tier. And now we have our first legendary. Chieftain Snorre. 5 cost, -2, rage. All of the characters get protection during their first attack each turn. I hate to say this, but is it bad I really want to go D tier? He's okay if you put him with other Rascavi trolls. A couple of things that I'm not a big fan of with Snorre is he's only a drain, so you get no steal back from him. He obviously the rage is good. The fact he can attack twice with 5 shards, that is good. But the characters on your canvas get protection during their first attack each turn. Actually, no, ignore me. I was thinking differently there because I was thinking that they have to have rage, but they don't. I would say B tier. B tier. It's good. It's very good, but you have to have characters down to make it worth it. Because if you haven't got characters down and you can't make use out of his ability, then you're not going to do well. So I will put votes, and I will put A, B, and C tier. Let's see what you guys think. This is Chieftain Snorre. Yep, you guys have gone for the same votes again. B tier it is. Okay, so next we have Chiefess Astrid of Lakringi. So, I'm tempted to say A tier for her. Now, a lot of you are going to be thinking initially B tier, because you do kind of want to build her with more holder trolls to be able to obviously be the best version of her. But technically, could you not agree with me that at 5 cost, +2 every turn, and Shield Wall 2, that she's already quite a good character just by herself. And the +2 for holder trolls is even better. I mean, I'm really torn between A and B tier here. Let's see what you guys think. I'm just going to do vote on literally just A and B tier. Like, I just feel like she's just that little bit better than Snorre. Ooh, we've actually had a 50-50. Yep, whoever else is voting has gone with B. Ooh, I don't know. I want to go A, but my gut says B. My gut says B, folks. I'm going to put it in A, and I'll probably regret it later. Right. Then we have Dark Waters. Oh, not Dark Waters. So this is just simply to give a character rage this turn. I think this is an okay action. I would put this in C. Mine said B. Yeah, so you were the one that went with B, were you, Rich? I was really between those. But yeah, Dark Waters is 1 cost, and you give a character rage this turn. I think that is C tier every day of the week. It's okay. Yes, you. Oh no, I'd say it's D tier then. It's okay, but you do need a character out to play it. Your back parents are very nice. Just in time to do some more voting if you fancy it, Sarah. We're just doing Dark Waters right now, and I think it's either C, D, or I think B. Yeah, B, C, or D. Although I'm leaning towards D tier myself. What do you guys think for Dark Waters? I voted C, but it didn't work. Try refreshing stream for me, Sarah. It does say I've got a vote for C. It says I've got 2 votes, 1 for C, 1 for D. I know there's 3 of you currently voting. Very weird. Well, in the meantime, Sarah said she was going to go for C. So on the basis that it probably is a double C, then we'll put that into C tier. All right, next one then is Eric of Lacringi. Eric of Lacringi, where is he? Eric of Lacringi, so he is a 4 cost, no resolve, find an object, and then dig for an object. I think he's B tier. He's good trade fodder. You can help find an object and dig for one. He's then quite strong, and he does link quite well with hold a totem and things. So I put him nicely in B tier. He is a very good card, but you want to put him with other people. Try this one then, Sarah. Okay, yep, that is looking overwhelmingly B. All right, the next one is Falling Stalactites. Falling Stalactites. Where is it? Falling Stalactite. So this is a razor character with a shard value of 4 or more, and it costs 3. I think this is A tier. You might not put it into every single palette. It's not the strongest erase card, but it is very, very good by itself. I wouldn't put it necessarily into every single palette, because you might not be versing against very many high characters. You might be going against like a creature build. I'd probably go A. I also apologize to leave you guys again, but I've got a drink, and I've had my drink, and I'm now desperate for the loo. You hate it, as in you hate playing against it. I desperately need the loo, so give me a moment, and I just need to run to the loo quick. I'll leave you guys to vote whilst I do that. There we go. I'll be right back. Oh, sorry about that, folks. I should now be good. I'll be honest, I am definitely flagging a little bit. But hopefully this is the last little stretch now. So where do we get to with that vote? Thank you, Sarah. I'm definitely flagging now. Right, A tier for that one. Yeah, Falling Star Light goes A tier. Okay, let's do some speed round. Let's get through these. Let's do this. Are we ready? I know you're feeling. Yeah, I bet you must be very tired as well, Sarah. Bless you. Okay, so let's do it. Let's do some speed runs. Fishing Dock is next. Fishing Dock, 3 shards. Once per turn, you may look at the top 2 cards of your palette, trade one of them, put the other ones to the bottom of your palette. I think that is B tier. I think it's B tier because you have to build it around your. You'd have to build a palette that you have lots of cards that you don't mind trading. You could technically say A tier because technically it could work in, it could work very well by itself. You don't technically need other cards, but really for it to be good, you do want to have trade fodder cards, right? Okay. Sarah's going A or B. James is going B. Yep, looks like we've got a couple of votes for B, so let's go B. Fishing Dock, here we go. Next is Giant Centipede, uncommon character. 4 cost, 3 in the resolve. You cannot deploy characters whilst Giant Centipede is on your canvas. You use it and draw Snorri and Brynhild. Yeah, exactly. It can be really bad for you. So Giant Centipede, 4 cost, can't deploy other characters, and it is a +3. I'm going to say this is, honestly, I think it's an A tier. I really think it's A tier. It pays for it pays for itself in 2 turns with some change. It's great trade fodder. It's great to you don't mind attacking into other things with it because you don't mind losing it because then you can play more characters. So I personally think it's A tier, but I could understand why people might say no, it's just C tier. So, yeah, sort of a must answer threat though. It's in the right shell. It's nasty. Oh, if you're talking about Giant Centipede there, you're talking about Fishing Dock, Charles. Okay, we've got currently a split between A and B. I'll give it 10 seconds. And otherwise, I will choose. Yeah, Centipede. Yeah. It's also a critter, so you can combo that with Tufter. Yeah, very true as well. All right, it's currently a 50-50, so I'm going to end the poll, and I'm going to split the decision. I will go A tier. Next is Giesel. She is the legendary. She did have a rework a little while ago. So she is 6 shards plus 4. And if you have 3 or more trolls on your canvas, Giesel can't be erased and also draw a card. I think she goes B tier. So that if you take away her ability, 6 shards, paying 6 for a +4 is okay. But that's not as good as things like Copper Joss and others that we've put up there. Yeah, I think B tier. So let's put in the vote for that. Yep, okay, we've had a fair few votes for B, so I'm going to close that one off now. Yep, B tier for Giesel. Next, we have Glass Eel. I think Glass Eel is an S tier, in my opinion. 1 shard for 1 steel is massive value. The fact that you're spending 1 shard, you're then taking a shard from someone else and adding it to yourself. And on top of that, when someone does decide to get rid of it, it means that character can't attack for the next turn. So it almost has a little bit of annoying effect as well. I can't see why this wouldn't be S tier. So let's go with S, A, and B. S++++++. See, I can't tell if you guys are saying that it's S tier or whether you're just mimicking the kind of snakes and eels like... Yeah, 4 votes straight for S tier. I agree. Next, we have the rare Gunnar of Briscavi. Both. So he is a 4 cost. He'll give you +1 for each card on your canvas with any cyan or a - for any Achrom. Again, He is very, very, very good, but he has to be B tier, surely. Well, I'm thinking he's not good by himself. He's only good if you have loads of Cyan or Achroma on your board. Keep in mind, folks, that the way the tiers work is that A tier is supposed to be things that work well by themselves, whereas he absolutely needs others to work with him. That is true. On his own, he's still a +1. Well, he's a +1 or a -1. He doesn't do both. So he's a 4-cost +1 or a 4-cost -1. But that is still fair to be said. That is still fair to be said. It looks like the general consensus is going to be B. Only one. Yeah. So with Gunnar, if I bring it up, it's +1 for each card in your canvas with any Cyan, or -1 with Achroma. If it was both, then I would put him in S tier, if I'm honest, because that would be crazy. But yeah, unfortunately, it's only one for it's either the gain or the drain. So for that reason, yeah, B tier. Oops, that's the wrong thing. So next is Holder Tail Whip as a rare. I think this is S tier for me. 5 cost. But you could raise a character and a location and then gain the shards. You only need, put it this way, compare it to Breath of Fire that is 4 shards to do the same thing. We put Breath of Fire in S tier earlier. You only need to erase 1 shard worth of things and suddenly you've got the same amount of value as Breath of Fire. But let's be honest, it's not going to be 1 shard. You're likely going to erase 2, 3, 4, 5 shards, and you're going to get most of your money back, if not more. Yeah, it makes it cost back so easily. Yeah, so for me, it's S tier. Ooh, interesting. It split the room a little bit, though. We've got 2 votes for S, 2 votes for A. Yeah, best removal in the realm, arguably. Yeah. Next to Samir Smash. Okay, it is a bit of a split, so I will be the decider. And I'm going S tier. Between S and A. Icy Waters is the next one. It does take up a rare slot. That is the one thing, but I think it's worth it to erase 2 things and get the shards back for it. But I do agree, for a rare slot, you might decide to go for something else. Icy Waters is 2 cost. Choose a character. That character cannot attack till your next turn. I hate to be so harsh about a card that looks so pretty. I kind of want to go F tier for this one. I think, do I really want to spend 2 shards just to say, hey, you can't attack for a turn on one single character? If it was 1 shard, I'd say, okay, that's not too bad. But 2 shards? I'd rather spend 2 shards. I'd rather spend 1 shard more and play a Falling Stalactite and just erase the character. Really? Okay, so let's see. I think we can all agree that it's in the lower end. So let's say C, D, and F and see where people vote. Yeah, I agree. It should be all characters can't attack till their next turn. And that would be good for a 2 shard. Okay, so it looks like F is going to win that one. So that is our second card to go into F. So then we have Lakringi Forge. No, not Lakringi Forge. Sorry, Imbued in the Forges, I should say. So this is a 4-cost action. Deploy an object for free, and then immediately +2 for each object on canvas. I think this goes to B tier. This is a very good card. If you even have 2 objects out, you can spend 4, play another object, and then get 6 back. But it all revolves around the fact that you do need to have multiple objects in your palette and out on the board to play it. So it is quite a tough one to make work, but when it does, it pays off really, really nicely. So it looks like we're pretty unanimous on this one, but I will obviously add in the votes. Yeah, me too. In the Kringy Object, it's just perfect. It works so well. Okay, yep. We've had a few votes for B, so let's pop that in. Next, we have a rare, Knut. Knut. So he is 3 cost, prevent 2, and whenever you trade, you get to draw a card. I think if you were to take away his ability and just make him a 3 cost, prevent 2, I'd put him in C tier. Because of his ability, I'm going to put him in B tier. I think his ability is good, but you really want to combine him with other trade cards that suit trading to be able to make this worth it. So I'm going to start a vote. And I said C tier, so I'm going to... Sorry, I said B tier, so I'm going to go A, B, and C. B, I'd love to put him higher, but he just looks so plucky. He is indeed plucky. He's a plucky fella. Okay, we've had 4 votes, but B has taken it. One person went for A in the end as well. So next we have the object of the Kringy Catapult. I think this is an A tier card for me. 2 cost object to get a +1 and drain 2 shards from any cards. I think that goes into A tier. Yes, you could argue it needs a character to go onto, but again, you know, when we talk about B tier, we're talking about it needs specific type of cards. You know, the fact that you just need a character, you're going to have many characters. I personally think that should go A tier just purely because of how powerful it is that for 2 shards, you're getting a control card and a +1. And then an object you can obviously then attack with. I will put in the votes. Let's go with A, B, and C. Okay, yep, we've had 3 votes. Looks like you guys agree with me. A tier. Awesome. Okay, so next is Holder... Lacringy Cliff Dwelling. Lacringy Cliff Dwelling. 3 cost, find a holder shoulder, shard value 4 less, +1. I think this goes in B tier. I mean, that's where we put the Samir version of it. For the same reason of... it's great card draw, get a little bit of a plus, but ideally you do need to have a card in your palette that you know is in there that you want to try and reveal. So yeah, I'm going to say Kringy Cliff Dwelling is a beta. Okay, so yeah, that is B tier. So then we got Lacringy Forge. So this is 4 cost, 2 in the resolve, find an object. I think for this one, I think C tier is C or B. I think C tier or B tier. I really can't decide on this one. I'll let you guys be the deciding vote. I think C or B. I'll put A as just a third option. I think it probably would be B. Yeah. Yep, B has had all the votes. Lovely stuff. Okay, now we come to another rare, Lacringi Gardens. Now this one's going to be a bit of a shame. Draw +3 for a 5-cost location. As an action, draw a card for each location on your canvas. If leaf is on your canvas, draw 2 cards instead. I think this goes in... I think it goes in B tier. I'm tempted to say lower, but it does give you an... When you actually look at it, you're only actually losing 2 shards on the first turn, and on the second turn, it's paying for itself with an extra shard. If you do manage to have some extra locations out, you are getting some card draw, and you will get 1 card draw anyway just for himself. And if you do happen to have Leaf out, then obviously you're going to get loads of card draw. So yeah, for that reason, I would say B. Oh, I am really struggling now, folks. I can feel like my body wanting just to go. Yeah, it works absolutely. Yeah, B. You need a rare for its full potential. Absolutely, you do. Interestingly, 2 people have gone for A. But the vote has swapped over, and it is going to be B. Next then is the common character, Lacringi Minor. For me, this is an I want to say A tier. A 2 cost for +2 is amazing. The only reason I'm not putting an S tier is that you wouldn't want to put this in a palette if you're not running very many objects. Because if you're not running very many objects and you play him, then you're potentially giving your opponent an advantage. As much as normally it would be good if you did have objects. So I would say that he is A tier myself. Yeah. Okay, so this is Lacringi Minor. And looks like you guys are agreeing with a good and bad most decks have objects, including your opponent. Yeah, very true. It just depends on if you didn't have very many objects yourself, if you only had 1 or 2, then it's not probably worth you running the minor if you're considering your opponent might have many more than that. Is what my thought process would be. Okay. Next, we have the location, Lacringi Mines. Again, a very well-known one, a very popular one. 2 cost, and it is +2 in the resolve. I think that goes solidly into A tier. It's probably one of the best locations in Wishwell. There isn't like a Monastery Gates equivalent or Monastery Nest equivalent. So, yeah, I'd say A tier. I'll start the poll. So Sarah, you're saying A. Yeah, Charles is saying A. Oh, you know what? Should we get comfy? Shall I get comfy for the last bit of the stream? Yeah. There we go, that works. That's a bit comfier. So yeah, some decks just don't play location removal, and that just then pays for itself. And yeah, oh, absolutely. Play a couple of those down. So what do we say? A tier? Yeah, A tier. Don't go to sleep. I won't. I just wanted to recline. Just wanted to recline. It's all good. All good. Okay, so Shield Maiden is the next one. Character Shield Maiden. So 2 costs. Famous last words. +1 in the resolve and shield will 1. I think that she deserves C tier. You could argue B tier for other shieldable characters. Ugh, sorry. But yeah, I'm thinking C tier. She's good as she is. She's nothing crazy. I'm just going to put a full stop rather than the word vote. So let's go B, C, and D. That's how it starts. I just want to get comfy. Yeah, I just want to get comfy. Don't worry about me. Don't worry about me. Eyes gone. I can do it with my eyes closed, I promise. Okay, so this is Shield Maiden that we're looking at right now. I'm just closing my eyes for but a moment. Yep, looking like it is going to be C tier. So C tier for the Shield Maiden. Next is Lakringi Hold'em Worship. Now we put the Samir Worship. This is this one here. Now we put the Achroma version of this one in D tier at the same level as the totem itself. This is 4 cost, and it's only it's +3, whereas the Achroma is a 3 for a steel. But on that basis, I'm gonna go. I think that's just also D tier. I think it's just also D tier. You know, you need to have the totem out, plus you need to have a minimum of 2 trolls out, otherwise you won't actually get any of your value back. Yeah, exactly. It needs 2 cards to at least do anything else. D. Yeah. Yep, that seems pretty overwhelming, so D it is. Oh, so couldn't find the card for a second. Wow, Totem is D. Is that the lowest ranked tanked legendary? Oh, no, not Norso Totem. We're talking about Samir Totem. You know, the one which is steel for how many trolls you have. No, Norso Totem, it won't be D tier. That'll be quite high. So the next card we have is a common character of Lakringi Trader. So he's 1 cost. He does allow you to do an immediate trade. And if you keep him, he does do some help later on with, you know, in fact, he's a holder troll, so he could tag up with Astrid, or like, you know, Giesel or Solvig. But I still think he's a C tier, personally. I think he's C tier. Kind of the same as Lone Survivor, maybe a bit better. I wouldn't say so. Lone Survivor is really good because you're getting card draw, but Trader, you're not getting card draw. You're throwing cards away. You're doing a trade. He's yeah, I think it's only really good with the odds. I could be convinced to go D tier, to be honest, for that reason. Remember, D tier is that it's good with other cards. B tier is it's great with other cards. I genuinely feel like it. I genuinely feel like it, Sarah. Okay, so that looks like it's going to be C. So C for Lakringi Trader. I am so tired now. It's really kicking in. Like, I'm really enjoying these tier lists, but I'm not going to lie. I'm trying to get through this one. I'll be happy to see the other side of this one. Nothing against Wishwell, nothing against you guys, nothing against Stream, but like, I can see the end. I want to get there. So next is Lakringi Way. So this is a action. Lakringi Way, is it a uncommon? It is. So this is 3 cost to erase 1 character with any Achroma and or 1 location with any Achroma. I think this is B tier. It is a really good card. Erasing 2 cards for 3 shards is amazing, but the caveat is they both have to be Achroma. So that to me says B tier. So I'll start a poll now. Thank you, James. I appreciate it. I will say now, folks, I really appreciate every single one of you that's currently in the stream now, because although you could argue that the end is the most exciting bit, this is also the hardest bit for me. If nobody was here in stream right now, this would make it so much harder. Yeah, similar to some of the Salem cards. Yeah. Okay, I'll give that another 10 seconds on Lacringy Way. Exactly. Keep them morale up. We got this. We got this. An hour and 22 minutes to finish this tier list and then chill. Okay, so that looks like it's been a draw, so I will be the one to judge it. I'm going to go B tier because I do think it is really, really good. It's just that you have to expect Achroma cards. The next one is the rare Leaf of Lacringy. He is 3 shards, +1 in the resolve, and you get an extra +1 for each of your locations. If you happen to have the gardens out, you get +2 instead. Now, let's ignore the gardens for a moment, because there is a good chance that you won't have the gardens out at the same time as him. He's then just a 3-cost character, +1 for each of your locations, and a +1, which you could argue is a much worse Detective Huxon. It can trade off quite well with some other cards, again, like Astrid and Gazelle and stuff. But yeah, I think it's B. I think. Oh, welcome in, Ferrybread. Good to see you, mate. I think he's just too weak by himself. Imagine if you had no locations on the board, he would just be a +3, a 3-cost +1. So the fact of the matter is, you have to build him with decent locations to be good. So for that reason, I want to go B. But yeah, welcome in, Ferrybread. Hope you're doing well, buddy. If you haven't already, Fairy, can you make if you want to enter the giveaway, all you need to do is type in Dragon Rider into the chat to get your 1 free entry, because we're doing a giveaway in just a couple of hours. Okay, yeah, it's looking pretty overwhelming at B, so I'm going to end that there and move. So the next one is Magnus of Lacringy. I almost went there. I almost went. Magnus of Lacringy, 4-shard character, where you can dig for a character, and it's a +2 in the resolve. For me, this is an A tier card. Pays himself back in 2 turns and digging for a character. It's not as good as Prescavi Fools that we put into A tier, because it's not as big a resolve, and locations are harder to get rid of. So I personally think this goes into A tier. I'll start the poll. You could argue B tier because you have to have a character to dig for, but did I put Dragon Rider in yesterday? You did indeed, Shah. You did indeed. Okay, looks like, yep, 100% agree with A. So A, you go. Away you go. Next is Norso Totem then, our rare. Oh, wrong card there. So our legendary, Norso Totem. 6 cost, prevent 3, and whenever a card is erased from your canvas, trade it instead. For me, this is a S tier. And let me tell you why. I'll put the vote going, but hear me out before you put your vote, because I do think this is an S tier. People might disagree with me here, but we will see. A, and I'll go all the way down to C in case anybody does disagree with me. The reason why I think S tier is because, does it work by itself? Yes. Is it really, really good? Yes. Can it be used in any single palette? Yes. Put it in a Achroma palette, and suddenly Prevent is fantastic. Nobody can steal or drain from you. And if you then play other cards on your canvas, if they don't get rid of your Norso Totem, then they can't get rid of any of your other cards. Because if they get rid of any of your other cards, you get the shards back for them. If they get rid of your Norso Totem first, for those that don't know, Norso Totem triggers for itself. So if you spend 6 shards for Norso Totem, and the very next turn somebody plays Fireball and destroys your Norso Totem, you get the 6 shards back. So there is no situation with Norso Totem where you are ever going to be out of pocket of shards. But more likely, you're going to be in a situation where you are plus in shards. And it doesn't matter whether you're playing an Achroma palette or a Achroma palette, Prevent and no way of losing shards is fantastic. And in a worst case scenario, it's 6 trade fodder, which is fantastic. So that's why I think it should go S tier. Yep, you literally just need to write Dragon Rider exactly like you just did there, Fairy. So I will add you to the giveaway now. Congratulations. The giveaway will be at the at the end of the Achroma Weekly stream today. You are welcome. Okay, looks like you guys have agreed with me. I appreciate you guys. Yeah. S tier for my favorite and also totem. Next we go to a simple little Aurium drill. 1 cost for +1. For me, that goes into C tier. It's better than 1 prevent, as we saw earlier, but I think that 1 cost 1 for 1. I don't think B tier myself. I mean, but I could be convinced wrong. I could be convinced differently. I'll put C. I'll put B, C, and D as the options. I think C tier. Let's see what everybody else thinks. It's profit if had over a turn. Yes, exactly. Yeah, if you keep it out for more than 1 turn, suddenly it's profit. If you don't keep it out for more than 1 turn, you've not lost anything. And if anything, you force somebody to attack into it, which is normally a good thing. Okay, yep, so it looks like C tier wins that one. So C tier it goes. So next then is Aurium Twine. This is a 1 cost action. Dig a card with a shard value of 4 or less and immediately trade it. This is only really good if you actually trade a 4 shard card. If you trade a 3 shard card, then you're only getting a +2. And if you trade a 2 shard card, you're only getting a +1. If you trade a 4 shard card, then obviously you're getting a +3. So if you trade a 4 shard card, you could argue that Aurium Twine is as good as an Abundance of Quintessence. But the reason I'm not going to put it in S tier is Abundance of Quintessence works perfectly by itself, whereas this card, you rely on having something in your dregs that's 4 shards or more. Now, the chances of that, yeah, it's quite high. But because of that, I want to go B. Yeah, exactly. It does combo with stuff that do trading as well. So for that, I personally think you could convince me to go A tier, but I'm thinking B tier for the fact that it all revolves around having other cards in your dregs or out that trade. Okay, seems pretty unanimous, so I will end the vote there, and it's B that has won. Okay, next one is the Shield Maiden. No. What's it called? Oh, actually, I'm going to do the same thing I did before. I'm going to just move all these cards. I want to do all of the... I want to do all of the regular cards before we do the expansion cards. That's true. That was an expansion card, wasn't it? Any more regular cards? Any more regular cards? Okay, that should do. So next then is Samir Smash then. Samir Smash, for me, has to be S tier. How can it not? 5 shards and erase all cards on other canvases with a shard value of 4 or less. It's a massive... Well, I guess actually, you know what? Maybe it could go A tier. So the Fairy, I appreciate that you joined midway through. By the way, just in case you haven't seen the tier list before, the way that we're doing the tier list is S tier is any card that is amazing in every way. It does things by itself, so it doesn't need other cards to make it good. And critically, you could put it into any palette and it would be amazing. A tier is it's really, really, really good card. It does it by itself, so you don't need other cards to make it work, but you wouldn't necessarily put it in every palette. B tier is it's a really, really good card, but it needs other cards to be good. C tier is it's an okay card, but at least it works by itself. D tier is it's an okay card, but it does need other cards to make it that good. And F tier is just, why would you use it? So I should have done a vote during this. So let's do a vote for Samir Smash. I do think it's S tier. I'm not seeing... Oh, there we go. I was about to say I'm not seeing any polls, and then suddenly it's gone in. Yep, that is S tier that people have voted for. If Wishful Market still doesn't go to S, then I'll be really surprised. Yeah, I will be too. Next is Civ of Lakringi. I would say she's B tier. You know, by herself, she's a 4 cost +2. If you have more shield wall, she can get really, really good. So therefore, I'm putting her in B. I would put her in B tier because you need to build her with the other shield maidens. You can't just put her in by herself. So I'm going to put A, B, or C. I personally think B. Exactly. She only works a certain decks. That's exactly what I'm. Yeah. That's the gist. Can't sleep on shield wall. Oh, I can try, James. I can try. I'm very tired. Give me that shield wall. Yeah, I gotta keep away, Charlie. Yeah, I'm trying. Yep, so that is unanimous vote there for B for Civ. Nice. I can sleep on a lot of things now. I could, yeah. So next we've got a location. I believe it is the Wishwell Storehole. So choose a player when this card is deployed. Whenever they draw a card, immediately +1. I think this is a C tier card. Got a kind of monster staring at me. I think this is a C tier card personally. It works fine. Choose a player whenever they draw a card, you immediately +1. Not everybody draws a lot of cards. You could place that down and somebody could just never draw. But yeah, it just works by itself. It's not good. It's not bad. You would go B personally? Okay, I'll put B, C, and D and see where the votes lie. I could be convinced to go B. To be or not to be? That is the question. It almost makes your opponent think twice before drawing. Yeah, it does. Exactly that. Okay, looks like the votes have gone for C. So there we go. That goes up to C. Now we have the rare Wishwell Market Stall. So this is the 3 cost one where whenever a player deploys a card, you immediately +1. Yeah, this has to go to S tier, surely. You know, it essentially means that you get to play your cards for 1 cheaper. And every time someone else plays a card, you draw 1. It doesn't matter whether you're playing Achroma or Chroma. That's just a fantastic location to have. Definitely S tier. Yep, that's looking pretty quite a big majority there. So yeah, we will indeed go S tier. Nice. Next then is the other rare, which is Trade Embargo. 5 shards. Other players cannot draw cards or trade until your next turn. I think this is... I think it's... I want to say F. I might genuinely say F. It's all well and good to say don't draw cards or trade next turn. That is specifically anti-traders. It's annoying a card. Yeah, it's great against traders for 1 turn, but 5 shards to do it, and for only 1 turn, it can be... Sorry, whack my microphone away. It can be really difficult to make any actual use out of it. Yeah, exactly. It would only annoy traders and only for 1 turn anyway, and you get nothing back in return. And yeah, if you have to do it, it's probably too late in the first place, exactly. So, yeah, I mean, if people want to be kind and give it C, D, or F, then be my guest. But, sorry, C or D, then be my guest. But I think it's F. And yep, everybody agrees. F that goes. Sorry, buddy. Okay, this one's going to be interesting. Trader's Lifeline. So this is a 2-cost card. Action allows you to draw a card every time you trade, and you may trade for deploying this card. I think it's A tier. Does it work by itself? Yes. So it doesn't need other cards to make it work. Would you put it into every palette though? I wouldn't. I would probably say A tier. There is your options, folks. Okay, looks like we do have unanimous. Yep, that is going to be A. Next then is the location. That is Wishwell Barrens. 3 shards, choose a player whenever it's deployed. Whenever they trade, you immediately gain 1. I think this goes C tier, just like the Wishwell Storehold did personally. I think it's okay by itself. And it can, obviously, it can be better with other cards, but it doesn't go into B tier for me. Yep, C is doing okay at the moment. Anyone else going to vote? Okay, that's the vote. That is going to go into C tier. Next is Unfair Trade. Unfair Trade. Each other player must trade and you gain the shards instead. 3 players. Missed it? Oh, that's okay, Rich. That's okay. My apologies. I wouldn't say S tier because I wouldn't put it into every single palette. If you were doing a 1v1 specifically, I wouldn't care for it. I think A tier. It is a very good card. It works by itself. I wouldn't have it in every palette, but I would certainly consider it in every palette. I don't think it needs to be B because you don't need to build your palette around it. You just need to have it in your palette to work, right? Let's put A, B, and C. I've had 0. Oh, there you go. Now the vote's coming. I see your point. I usually try to have at least 1. That's fair. Yep, looks like we have gone A tier. Ooh, this is going to be an interesting one. Trader's Pass. Trader's Pass. 2 cost for a prevent 1, and once during your turn, you may trade. Whenever you trade, immediately +1. This one, I think, could actually go S tier. 2 costs for a prevent 1, and then you can trade. You can do an extra trade every turn if you want to, and get a +1 for it. I would say I'm borderline S or A. So let's see what you guys think. And this is for Trader's Pass. Okay. Some of the votes are in. Some of them are not. There we go. A couple of more votes have gone in now. So, yep. It looks like A tier. Sorry if anybody is not able to get it in. People might have to refresh the stream. If you're not seeming to be getting it, it might be that you're slightly behind or slightly, slightly delayed in the stream. So you're going to be getting the votes slightly behind. Next is Chroma Worm. Or Velvet Worm, I should say, sorry. So 2 costs for prevent 2. I think that nicely goes into A tier. If it was 1 prevent, nah. Oh, I think C tier is valid. Oh, I don't know. I reckon it's A or C. I'm going to give you guys a vote on that. Is it A or is it C? It's definitely not S. It's not D or B. It's not relying on anything. So would you say it's very, very good by itself, or would you say it's okay by itself? Okay, it's currently 50-50. 2 cost for 2 prevent, yeah. I'm going to go with my gut and say A tier. Because it's a draw, so I'm going to have to do the last one. Oh, 3 votes did come in at the end. Oh, it went for C. It went for C right at the very end. If there were more crit support, I'd give it a go. Yeah, that's fair enough. It went to C. Look at that, last second. Next then is the legendary Torstein. So Torstein is a 6 cost with the resolve is each character location on your canvas is a +1. If you have 3 or more characters on your canvas, Torstein the Mighty can't be erased. I think he is the definition of B tier, really. He's not very good by himself, but as soon as you have him with multiple other characters or locations on your board, suddenly he becomes really, really amazing. So as much as he deserves much better for how amazing his card art looks, he is going to have to be C tier. Did I say C tier or did I say B tier? I did say B, didn't I? I can't remember now. I blacked out for a little second there. He's a more powerful Huxon, but at more of a cost. Yeah, exactly that. Yeah. Okay, looks like B is where he's going to end. Okay, and next is his Gauntlet. So, Torstein's Gauntlet. This is a 3-cost object, where each character location gives you +1 in the resolve, and Torstein's Gauntlet can only be erased when the attached character is erased. I want to say this is A tier. I want to say this is A tier. X for each character and location, and it can't be can only be erased if the character's erased, making it even stronger. I mean, we could even go S. Could even go S. I will put it as S, A, or B, and let you guys be the deciders. Torstein's Gauntlet. A, if you put him with the orb, S. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the orb is disgusting. With the orb is disgusting, yeah. Okay, so yeah, that is looking like A tier. A it goes. Whee! Okay, so the last one we've got is the legendary Snorre. Sorry, Solveig. I was tempted to put it in my hot deck. Honestly, you should. That would work really well. Solveig is 6 cost, steal 2, and if you have 3 or more trolls on your canvas, Solveig cannot be erased. Also, during a resolve step, draw a card. So he, in my opinion, is exactly like Giesel, whereby he's only really good if you have the 3 trolls out. Otherwise, 6 cost for 2 steal, it's so-so. I'm putting him in the B tier for me. Okay. Looks like it's going B. We're going to do some speed round now because I'm slightly concerned about the time. I want to get this done, so I'm going to sit up. I'm going to pay more attention, and we're going to do this. Are you guys ready, folks? Because the voting appears to be a bit slow for these next few folks. All I want you to do is type the letter that you want in chat. Okay? You're going to type the letter in chat. That way it's quicker. And that way it doesn't accidentally miss. I'm going to do some quick ones. All right, here we go. feel free to, once you've decided your letter, feel free to look at what the next card is going to be. So you could be like, you could almost be like preparing for that. So firstly, we've got Lakringi. No, not Soothing Totem. Which one? Which one is it? Is that the uncommon one? That one. Okay. Astrid's Talisman. 4 cost 2. Action reveal Lakringi card. I think that is I want to say a B tier. It's good. It's good if you put it with Lakringi's. 4 cost plus 2. Heron, you're actually going D. B for Richard as well. Okay, we're going to go B. Oh, James went C. So we had B, 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 C, D. No, that is still B. Okay, next one then. So, Soothing Totem. Soothing Totem. 2 cost, prevent 1. Characters on all canvas may only attack once per turn. It is quite expensive, but then again, for objects, you want an object to be expensive because that also means it's going to have more strength, so it's going to stay up for longer. Soothing Totem, I personally think this is F tier. This is literally only, like, it's a 2 cost for 1 prevent, which is not very good at all for prevent. And the only thing you're getting from it is it stops rage. But how often do you actually see rage being played and actually getting good use out of it? I think F tier. Yeah. I can see three or four of you agree with me. F, lovely. Samir Drums. Attached character is the only character that can attack on its controller's turn. I again think this is F tier. The reason why is it's all well and good making only 1 character being able to attack. However, all they have to do is attack with it, lose the Samir Drums, and suddenly all the rest of their characters can attack again. You know, so they own, it just means it. That doesn't really mean, oh, only one of your characters can attack. That just means, hey, the attached character has to be the one that attacks first, basically. So yeah, F. Yeah, we all agree F. Pouch of Prosperity. This is a 1 cost object that gives you reveal a card of 2 or less. Honestly, I again think this is another F. I know it's really harsh, but for 1 shard to reveal a card 2 or less, you may as well just have an imp. You know, sorry, not an imp. You know, it's yeah, D, but with a card that makes them the can't attack nothing. I see what you mean with that. Heron, your thing is C for this one. Oh, not this one. Patch of Prosperity. All it really does is it's just it's a draw 1 card, but you're revealing one that's 2 or less. Used in your Mutans deck? What did you use it for, James? How did it help? Because in my mind, that's just... Oh, I see. Get Realm Runners. Okay. I think, are you guys happy with D tier then? As in, it's an okay card if you compare it with something like that. Because it's not going to be B tier, right? Are we happy with D? I can get behind D. Okay, yeah, cool. D it is. The next one is Lakringi Headdress. 3 cost for a +2. I think that's a C tier. I think that's yeah, 3 cost for a +2. It pays itself back in a couple of turns. Yeah, it's pretty average, pretty there. It's definitely not A. It's not B. I think C is a good place for that. CC for James. C. Heron, you're going D. Sarah says C as well. Okay, that's 3 or 4 for C, so we'll go C. Brascavi Samir Band. This one I quite like. Samir Band. There you go. So 2 cost for 1 steal, I think is relatively good for object. I would put that in C tier. Hey, Jacob, welcome in. Dragon Rider, no worries. That will get you a giveaway token. So let me get that in for you now. There we go. Thank you very much, Jacob. You are in the giveaway, my friend. Yeah, we were going with C tier for that one. Cool. No worries at all. Welcome into stream. Hope you're doing well. Thrall's Cuffs. Thrall's Cuffs. So this is 2 cost. The attached character can't attack or resolve. I would actually put this up to A tier. 2 cost. to mean that they can't attack and can't resolve basically means that they are forced to waste an action card to raise it because they can't attack into it. Yeah, I think we all agree. A, beautiful, great teamwork, folks. We're rushing through these, which is great. We've got an object, Violet Flora. 2 cost for a +1 in the resolve, and when you dispose it, you could choose a player, and they must discard a card. Now, what I like about this is there's some evil gameplay you can do with this. I think this goes in C tier. Sarah thinks, are we thinking C tier for this one? There was a really interesting play that someone did, like, if you time it right, you can basically make them discard the card you want to. Yeah, I think C tier is fine. I agree with that as well. It's an evil card, yeah. Spider Silk. I quite like this one. Spider Silk. 3 cost, steal 1, and you can dispose to give any character poisonous this turn. That's really dangerous, because if you have that on one of your characters, if your opponent attacks any of your other characters, you could, as a reaction, dispose that and make that character poisonous. I think that is A tier, personally. I could go with A, B, or C. Jacob's thinking A. Sorry, B. Everyone else is going A. Okay. A it is. Now, Brynhild's Cookpots. I know this is one that some people really, really like. This is 3 cost, and for each character with rage on your canvas, you minus. I am not a fan of this one. I think this is D tier. I think this is it can be okay if you manage to get loads of characters out with rage, but most of the time you're going to struggle. I think D tier. Richard is saying C, Rich saying C, Ricky saying D. Yeah, Brynhild is absolutely needed. So therefore, if you don't have Brynhild, and even if you do have Brynhild, it's still only okay. Because you still have to have loads of other characters. F for not seeing as much rage. So right, so we've got 2 C's, 2 D's, sorry, 3 C's, 2 D's, and an F. Technically, the C's have it. So we're going to go with the C's. It can go into there. I personally think it should have been in D, but the C's have it. The C's have it. We are a democracy here. Brascavi Axe. Where is it? Brascavi Axe. 3 cost for a -1, and you can dispose to erase a location with 3 or less. I think that is A tier. I think, being able to erase a location 3 or less, it makes it completely worth the 3 shards. You could argue B tier because you actually have to have you have to have a location that's worth disposing. But I think A tier. A, B, C. So we've got 2 A's. Oh, is that the music ended? It is indeed. Okay, well, it looks like we've had a couple of A's, so yeah, we'll go with A. That is the one that had the most. We are getting there, folks. Orium Diamond. This has to be an S tier for me. 2 cost, then resolve for +1, and then dispose for +4 if you wanted to. It has to be S tier, right? You're naturally gaining 3. It's like Abundance of Quintessence. And the one thing you do need is you do need a character to put it on. But again, you're not going to build a palette that has 0 characters. So I think S tier. So James says S, S, A, B for Jacob. Shah or Sarah, what do you reckon? Right now we've got 2 for S, 1 for A, 1 for B. This is Orium. A or B? Okay, we'll go A then. Let's go for a nice middle ground. A it is. What's next? It's just in case you do build it out with characters. Nope, that is fair. That is fair. So then we've got the Corrupted Orium. This is attached 3 shards. An attached character cannot attack. The card controller must pay 1 additional shard to deploy cards. I think that this is, yeah, I think I wouldn't say an S. I would say an A. Yeah. 3 shards. Your opponent is going to have to pay those 3 shards back if they're spending 3 shards. You know, if they want to play 3 cards the next turn, and they can't get. They're going to have to pay at least 1 shard to play 1 card to get rid of that because they can't attack with it. Yeah, it looks like this is an A. Next is Civ's Shield. This is 3 cost, Shield Wall 2, and the attached character may defend once per turn. Civ's Shield has protection when defending. Again, I also want to go A tier for this. I know it has no resolve, but Shield Wall 2, you can defend, and Civ's Shield has protection whilst defending is so strong. Plus the shards they need to play that card. Yeah, exactly, Heron. Yeah, seeing loads of A's in chat. Glad you guys agree. That is Trader's Cart. 2 shards. At the start of your turn, you must immediately trade the top card of your palette. I think this is D tier. It's only good if you're playing a Trader's palette. If you're not playing a Trader's palette, this would be pointless for you. Absolutely horrible. If you are playing Traders, it's okay. Jacob thinks B. Heron says C. Richard D. Shah F. Right now, I'm seeing a middle ground of D. Because we've got two C's, a D, a B. Oh, I guess C would be the middle ground, actually. Okay, we got some C's, so we'll go C. Drinking Horn, Briscavi Drinking Horn, 2 cost, -1, and when you dispose, reveal a Briscavi card. For me, that's pretty kind of standard, nothing crazy. I'd go C for that. Well, actually, no, I guess it could go B. Yeah, I guess it could go B. It would be you'd want to build it in a Briscavi palette, and by doing that, you're then spending 2 for a -1, and you're getting to reveal a Briscavi card for losing it. But a lot of others of you are going C as well. We've got 4 for C. Okay, yeah, that is unanimously C. What are we up to next? Giesel's Sash. Giesel's Sash. So Giesel's Sash is 4 cost. It has protection. And each Lacringi character on your canvas. This has to be B for me. Having protection is really amazing. But it's the fact that Resolve relies on having Lacringi characters. For me, that is a B every day of the week. Sweet. Glad you guys agree. Next is the action. Load the carts. So this costs 2. Plus it's a rare. Oh, rare. Yes, in fact, it's a rare, yeah. So load the carts, 2 shards. This turn, each time you trade, immediately +1. You may deploy, so you may trade when you deploy this card. I think that's a B tier. That's much better than the object that we just looked at. But again, it's still relying on you playing it in a trader's palette. It's kind of like another version of Trader's Lifeline. Yep, mostly Bs. Glad you agree. Roll with the punches. Roll with the punches. So roll with the punches. The characters deployed this turn can attack. I think this is a C card? Oh, I'm not sure. I do like this card. The idea you can play 2 shards and suddenly your character that think, hey, my character's safe because no one can attack. Suddenly you can attack with it. Hey, welcome in, Lewis. You're saying D? Yeah, I want to go down the lower end, but part of me thinks like, hey, it's so cool that you could attack on the same turn. But I guess you'd have the maximum amount of characters that you could play are 2 characters, then play that. So the maximum you're going to be attacking with is 2. Yeah, I'm probably going to go D tier myself. I think Shaz said B, Rich said C, James B. You do have to pay, exactly, yeah. Lewis said D. So what are you saying, James? Because right now we've got 2 for B, I think 2 for C, and 2 for D. Okay. I'm personally gonna say D tier here. I think it's good if you have the characters and the shards to play. Next we have Lakringi. No, the wrong one. Oh, you know what? We may as well do this one now. I have it up anyway. Let's do Lakringi Shield Wall. So this is 2 cost. Give a character Shield Wall 1 and reveal a character of Shield Wall. I think this is a B tier card. I think if you build this with the Lakringi cards, this is a very, very good card. To give an extra Shield Wall that's permanent and reveal a character of Shield Wall to to find Civ or to get another Maiden, that can be really, really strong. But specifically for Lakringi. B, A with the right palette, that's fair. Okay, we agree. We agree B. If you have higher attack character but have to wait a turn before the opponent has a lower cost turn, it gives an object. Yeah, that's true. So going back to the objects then, where is the shield? Shield Lakringi. So 2 cost, Shield Wall 1 +1. I would say C tier. I would say that sits quite nicely on C tier. James goes a little bit higher with B, but looks like everyone else agrees C. Boom. Reforge. Reforge. I really rate Reforge. I think this is an A. I think this is an A tier card. It's not S tier because you're not going to have objects in every palette. But reveal an object for 1 shard. And then, if you want to, you may erase an object on any canvas and replace it. So if someone's put a really negative object on your character, you could replace it with something of your own. If your opponent has a really good object on their board, you could reveal a relatively meh object from yours and replace their orb with it. Exactly. So I think it's A, but I see some people are going B. No, you can't. Yeah, you can't reset all because the orb will have protection. Yeah, you're right. Most people are saying B. I think we've got 2 Bs and 2 As. I'll settle for B because you do have to have objects in your palette that you're ready to use for Reforge. You can't just use it by itself. Trade deal. And also trade deal. So choose 2 players that have at least 1 character and 1 location on their canvas. Each of those players must move 1 character or location from their canvas to another player's canvas. I think this is F tier. You're not erasing any cards. All you're doing is spending 3 to move 1 character or location, but the opponent gets to choose. So you don't get to go, oh, I want the character. It's just like, hey, the only time that would ever be potentially good is if your opponent only had 1 card on their canvas and it was like their legendary. So you put out a I don't know, a cave snail and then play this. But yeah, it's an F tier. Yeah, you can time it right when they have 1 card, but it's so situational that the rest of the time, for 3 shards, it's just not going to be worth it. It's going to be F tier. Yeah, I think we agree. Tufter's Companion. So deploy a creature for free, then immediately deploy 2 for each creature on your canvas. I actually would like to say this one is a B tier. Lewis, straight to F. I think that it could be a B tier. There are, are creature palettes strong? No. Is this card strong in creature palettes? Yeah. There's quite a lot of creatures that you can add. You think it's too situational? Fair play. I mean, you guys are saying I got 3 Fs from you guys, a B, a C. Okay. On the basis that we have had a B, a C, and 2 Ds, we're going to go with D. That's kind of a neutral middle ground. It could be good if put into the, if mixed with the right cards, you could get the occasional good use out of it. But like we're talking okay use. So it's going to go D tier. Okay, so we're almost there. We now have Riled Up. Riled Up is a 2 cost. Has this one got the most F? No, I think it was actually Draco that got the most F. Let me just double check that. Yeah, Draco got 10 F cards. So right, where was I? Yeah, poor Draco. So riled up. Riled up is 2 cost. Give a character rage this turn. If the character is not on your canvas, they must use rage immediately. Yeah. What do we think about this one? Yeah, I'd say D. Very, very situational. Maybe could work in if you were in a pinch. Yeah, that's pretty unanimous. D tier it is. So, Cave Expedition. Cave Expedition. 3 cost, reveal a Wishwell Quarry location and deploy it for free. I'm pretty certain that most of the Wishwell Quarry locations are 3 or 4 cost. I think the only couple that are 2 cost are worth it as well. So I think this is a really good card. I would say B tier because you are going to have to deck build with the Lakringi. You are going to have to deck build with the Wishwell Quarry locations. So you're going to have to put those in your palette. So I would say B tier. Yeah, Lewis says B, Richard says B. We've got an S and a C, which we can level out to a B. It's a bit of a deck thinner. Yeah. Okay, we'll put that in B. 2 more. Enslave the Thrall. Enslave the Thrall, I really like this. Spend 2, choose a character, and until your next turn, their strength and shard value is 1. You play that on their legendary, and then you can attack it with literally a cave snail, which would be amazing. So, yeah, I definitely think this is S or A tier. Yeah, I could even argue S tier, actually. Yeah, 2 for S, 2 for A. Yeah, I think so. I think I agree. That is a nice S card. And then last one is Briscavi Feasts, which is all characters. I really wanted this card to be really good, but unfortunately it's just not. All characters on your canvas have their strength increased by 2 this turn. Until the end of this turn, immediately steal 1 each time your characters attack. Yeah, it's very, I agree with Richard, it's very situational. It's going to probably go D, possibly even F. You know, having your strength increased by 2 is all well and good. That means you're about to do some big damage. But then, and you do get steal 1 for each time you attack. But then again, if you're not increasing your shard count, then, you know, you have to make 4, think about it, you have to do 4 attacks. You have to do 4 attacks to be able to actually have that make back your money. And yeah, to make back your shards, you have to attack 4 times. And the added strength is nice, but you still don't have the shard count, so you're probably going to lose anyway. Yeah. So what do we think of? We've got what, F, D, D. 2 attacks for an even swing. No, you'd have to do more than that. You'd have to do 4 attacks for even swing, because it'll cost you 4 to play, and then you got to do 4 attacks to get those steal up. So yeah, I think most people are going D or F. I think I'm going to go, what we got? I think we had 2 for F, 2 for D. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna have to go F. I know it's really bad for a rare, but it just doesn't work. And welcome back in, by the way, Joe. Just my luck to join the stream right at the end of the Wishwell tier list. Yeah, absolutely. But you can always watch it back, buddy. And you can always let us know whether you think we got it right or wrong. But there we go. So that is the Warriors of Wishwell tier list. Would you look at that? It is done. I will grab an image of that now. And I'll post that in the Discord later with the others as well. And again, I will be posting the link. So if you guys want to have a go at these yourself, you are able to. Yeah, you'd be able to, you know, and you can always, you know, do it yourself and say, hey, this is what actually I think, as people might be different. Not long till bedtime. Yeah. So folks, that is the end of the kind of the pre-made schedule. So yes, it is going to be time to head to the other stream soon. Where are we at currently on the timer? Yeah, you know what? I'm just going to do it now because now's the best time to do it. So for those that are watching live with me or anybody that's watching live in the VOD, so due to the fact that on YouTube, unfortunately, it doesn't let you, if you stream for more than 12 hours, it doesn't save your VOD, as in the recording, it doesn't save it for future... So basically, it doesn't save it for you to watch back. So rather than me streaming for the entire 24-hour stream, what I'm doing instead is I'm streaming in 3 parts. So what I'm about to do is I'm about to end this stream in the next sort of 30 seconds or so. And then within about 60 seconds, I'm going to start streaming again on this, it'll look the same, but I'm going to be at that link instead. And that way the streams will be watchable still on YouTube. So please do come join me for the last half an hour, plus obviously the Achroma weekly stream that we're going to be doing. So I'm going to end the stream there. Come join me in part 3, starting right now at that link. I'll see you over there in just a second.